just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart.
And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Give it to him, bro. One, two, three.
Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage from Smurf.
I mean, what a series that they play.
What did you guys do during the summer break?
Can I
It's a nice
copy your
break,
homework?
though.
I didn't do my homework.
Like,
You didn't do any homework.
I didn't do any homework.
None.
Can I copy you?
Like 2 weeks of beach time?
Come on. I'll give you $1.
It's beach.
It's
10.
Please.
Fine.
10? 5. 5 deal?
All right, guys, come on.
All right, cool.
I've got a job to do. Ooh, all right, let's see. What do we have here? Cool.
Work?
Put that down. I can
No,
put
I
that.
like I'm a proper student. This is what I always used to do.
Yeah.
Very attentive.
No way.
No way that.
Look at the teacher.
No way that
You
was
turned
late
up
here.
late.
Anyway, that would have been notable with that. Anyway, I'm glad we're back. Even happier to see all of you
Right.
back in action as well. So thank you so much for joining
Hi, everybody.
us. We hope you had a good break. Some of you back to school now as well, as I've been told. Is that?
I've seen the kids go back to school.
You've seen them with your very own eyes.
I go right past the school, and it sucks if I go at like 3 p.m., man. There's so much traffic. But
3 to 4 p.m.
it's okay. Kids gotta learn.
Kids gotta learn. That's fact.
They're gonna learn today.
The new Ministry of Education.
That's the thing. Kids got to learn mostly about Overwatch, and that's why everyone is tuning
Right.
in because we will give them everything they need to know and then some. We had a 2-week break and some changes in there as well, of course, which we will be discussing here in our pre-show. Danny, Jake, and Jack. Not Johnny.
Johnny, you're looking a lot better.
Yeah, is that what?
What happened?
Well, basically, my whole face got reconfigured after the tooth got removed.
Wow, you're looking rough in this photo.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Things are better now.
I'm looking rough. Don't worry. Yeah. Hoping Johnny
Truth be told.
a swift recovery.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
He's fine. He's not gonna
He's
die.
fine. I have to say though, he looks a lot less like swollen and hamster-esque as many other people I know who had their wisdom teeth removed.
Yeah.
If you have some pictures of your wisdom tooth removal, please send them over. Hashtag OWL2023.
Expose
I don't really know if I want to see that.
That's like a high-budget Hammond cosplay is what I call
Yeah, actually,
That's a very high
Very
budget.
high budget.
Dentists are expensive, all right? But yeah, if you commit to the bid, I applaud you. But yeah, we hope Johnny is recovering well and swiftly, and we will be having him back very soon with us to talk all things Overwatch. Now,
Maybe
of
not.
course, we are maybe not. But anyway, he wants to be back for sure because we need to figure out which of the team will run away with the big bag. We are ending the regular season very soon. Of course, teams are starting to lock in their spots for Toronto, but they will compete for an overall of $1 million in prize pool. Wow! Wow! That's a lot of cash. And if you want to lock in your seats to witness all the action, get your tickets now at overwatchleague.com/2023/playoffs. And you get to see us in Toronto as well. We're all going to be there.
No matter what. We will be there.
It's just
no matter
funny
what.
to me. It's so funny to me.
Zoe's been just using
like-
that phrase every second.
Some might say it's overused and not funny anymore, but I disagree.
Not us. Not us.
Not us.
We're believers.
No,
matter
we're
what.
also we also love to look at standings no matter what.
Right.
At least 10 times a day. So here is what we got. Atlanta, of course, they clinched their spot in Toronto, although they have begun to, let's be dramatic about it, falter, because both Houston and Florida have taken matches from them, showing us that they can bleed.
They're not gods.
Wow.
They're
Start
humans.
off the season,
Yeah.
what were they, 11-0 undefeated?
Yeah.
12-0 undefeated? I mean, at some point, it's like, okay, yeah, yes, taking a loss is going to happen.
Inevitable. It can happen.
Yeah,
Everyone's going to have
such a
enough
big target
day.
on your back. I do think Atlanta is still a very scary team. even with a meta shift, even though taking some L's, I don't think you can take this opponent lightly. They've got to still be our favorite.
Very true. LA Valiant and Vegas Eternal, by the way, are eliminated. Yeah, taking a look at the bottom half here of the bracket. But their games still actually matter because they can influence who makes it to the play-ins and who will clinch a bye alongside of Atlanta. Boston, Houston, and Florida, of course, are all competing for those 2 remaining spots right there. I love that when teams are technically out, they can still rain on someone else's parade. Which is a great spot to be in.
I love it. That's like my favorite matches when they are out, but they're like playing
house
spoilers.
money, you know, like they can play with no fear and just go for it with whatever they want to play. And I mean, for a lot of these players too, it's their chance to show their individual skill.
Yeah, these are some notable upcoming matches which will allow for teams to make some shifts. Which one of those do you think are going to be more difficult than others?
Honestly, Uprising's the team that needs to overperform here, right? If the standings stay as they are, it will be Houston and Florida taking those byes straight to playoffs. I think Florida is a little more likely than Houston. Houston, if they go 2-0, like, you know, they're going to make it too. So really the match to watch for me, I think, is like, can the Spitfire with their, you know, off-meta play, can they upset Outlaws? And also Uprising, they must win against Florida. It's like a crucial match for them to win, to have a chance at knocking out Houston and getting into that spot.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting matches still to come, and you don't want to miss any of those. So make sure to scan the QR code which you're seeing on your screen right now. That will allow you to actually sync the schedule with your calendar app, which I think is wicked.
Yeah, that's
pretty wicked. As Jack
right,
would
Jaws?
say.
Yeah, it's pretty wicked.
Wicked.
I mean, it's cool, man. Like, you never know when you're gonna forget things and me.
You never know.
I forget.
Literally never know when you're going to forget
I
things.
can't function without my calendar. It's
actually.
Same. And yet you're still late to meetings.
Every single week. It's the same day, same hour, but just every day, Jake is always late.
I had to throw that one out there. Anyway, whilst we were... It's all right. It happens to the best of us. While we were on a break, of course, there were a lot of changes happening to Overwatch 2, including a new hero. Illari hit the scene. Incredible. Of course, origin story. Bit of a whoopsie there, killing all your people. Alas, she's redeeming herself, apparently. She is harvesting all that awesome power from the sun.
Solar energy.
Yeah, just like in real life, sun a little bit too powerful. So she already got hit with the nerf hammer. But Jake, you got to play her, and you will be talking about your experience. But first, I want to take a look at her. Because we got
an art?
Incredible artwork.
Oh,
like,
my.
Literally
Beautiful.
2 seconds after her trailer and everything were released, people already hit us up with artwork, such as this one by Trash Panda on Instagram. Incredible name, incredible art. Love everything about it.
Everything spot on.
Everything. No notes.
One of the best pieces I've seen in a long time. This is really cool.
She's beautiful. I want to date her. How do I date her?
Okay.
Well,
you know we had that small Overwatch game. Maybe that.
Overwatch?
We're gonna put Danny in the next one.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Danny
and
edition.
Put
Love
Danny
that.
in the game.
Please.
And to let you know who you're dating, Jake is going to give us the rundown on Illari and everything there is to know. What were your first impressions of that hero?
First
Tell me about my
impressions,
girl.
I think this hero is very strong in a poke comp, which I think is notable because since Overwatch 2 has come out, we really haven't seen a poke meta. And so it's been it's been rush or dive pretty much since the release of Overwatch 2. There's been very little poke. As we saw, you know, in the end of Overwatch 1, right, there was that double shield meta for a long time. Poke was really relevant, but we haven't seen how that looks in Overwatch 2 with the single tank format. So I'm personally really excited to have a great hero in that role for Overwatch 2, maybe liven up the meta and sort of bring back that third archetype that it's been a while since we've seen. And Illari is very individually potent as a hero. I think you're gonna see the supports putting out a lot of damage. That heal turret, very, very difficult to deal with. You've got to break that first if you're fighting her. Like, you have no hope of fighting the Illari first. You've got to get rid of the turret. Maybe even more important than something like a Torb turret to deal with, since it just keeps her up forever. So I think very potent hero, a lot of individual skill on this hero. And so I think some of our best aiming players in the Overwatch League are going to really go to town on this hero.
Yeah, and here again, the abilities of Illari, in case you missed it. Jack, would you say she's been nerfed into the ground or still very viable?
Nah, she's still super good. I mean, the thing with heroes like Illari, honestly, is that they have such a high skill ceiling because of how aim intensive they are, especially with doing damage. If you're not doing damage as Illari, it's almost like Kiriko in a way. You're doing something wrong. You need to be hitting headshots. You need to be doing at least a bit of poke damage to the enemy DPS, the enemy support line, to keep them in check. And the pylon, it just acts as a mini support. You just throw it next to your other support player, and it's like, anyway, I'm going to do my own thing real quick and do some extra damage. And yeah, like Jake said, you got to kill the pylon. If you kill the pylon, you might win the fight. If not, you're going to lose pretty swift.
So it's going to be interesting to see pylon placement as well for a lot of Ilaris, which I think is just adding another layer. Yeah, absolutely.
Knowing the topography of the map is going to be the most important thing.
I think there's going to be so many good players that are going to be like crazy on Illari, and I think one of top support players that we're like dying to see play Illari is definitely, it has to be RuPaul from Florida Mayhem. I think he's such a talented player, and I just can't wait until we see him on this hero. We're taking a look at his hero usage this summer, and of course he played a lot of Ana. I think it's going to be those flex support players who are going to be flexing over to the new hero Illari. And yeah, I think instead of just talking more about him, we'll hear directly from RuPaul. We got RuPaul on the line to talk about Illari and more. Hi, RuPaul.
Hello.
There's a man of the hour. Can you maybe quickly give us your first impressions of Illari? You got a bit of time to play her, of course, coming into this or after the break.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like the first day of the new update and playing Illari, everyone was instantly like, yeah, this character, she's meta. Like, she's just gonna be super strong. She does so much damage. Like, it's very common for Illari in the current like scrims and in ranked too. She just came out in ranked to have the most damage on your team. Like, that's pretty common, I'd say. And she's a support character too, so she also heals like a lot. But I think most Illaris, they don't even use her like right click heal. They just put down the healing pylon and then just do all the damage they can.
All right, interesting. I think, RuPaul, I also want to ask, because Illari is a new hero and you're saying that she's looking really good. Do you think Illari is going to be like the next, I guess, staple flex support hero, just like Ana is?
I think she won't come close to being Ana. Like, Ana's like such a flexible character. Like, you can play her in a lot of different comps. But I feel like Illari, she fits much more into like really slow compositions, like spam and poke. Like, you would play her with like, like a Sigma, but Ana, I feel like you could play with almost any tank, like in any situation.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I want to ask RuPaul a little bit about like a broader question. Illari is coming in, but we've also got a new patch, new meta coming out for Overwatch League fans. And I wanted to ask sort of how you guys in the Florida Mayhem, how you're liking the new meta. Do you think it is going to be that like poke style? And how is that for you guys as a team to adapt to?
Yeah, I think the meta, it's a lot more like diverse now than last patch for sure. There is a lot of poke, but I think on a lot of maps where like you can't really play the poke, dive is still pretty good. And I think because of how like flexible you need to be as a team, we're going to be one of the best teams at this patch, because just as a team, we are really good at finding different comps and picking different heroes depending on the map. We never like limit ourselves to one composition to just play for like every single map. We play a lot of different comps, and I think Illari being in the mix too is good for us as well.
All right, final question. You've been in the scrims. You've been facing up against the teams and all the metas that different teams have been throwing out. Apart from yourself, who is the best Illari in scrims right now? Or do you think could be the best?
Okay, well, there's a lot. First thing I'm gonna say is there's a lot of teams actually putting their DPS players on Illari, which has been interesting. But I'll say who I think is the best is Sir Majed.
Majed. Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good answer.
All right.
That actually tracks with Majed's hero pool for sure.
Yeah.
Like skill set. Yeah.
Well, we got a lot to look forward to. RuPaul, thank you so much for sharing some insight. We can't wait to see you back on the server as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In their upcoming games, Florida Mayhem's RuPaul talking Illari and Shop. Interesting there at the very end there to hear that it's mostly Summer Chat, but also like the fact that they are shifting some DPS players onto
makes a lot of sense.
Not unheard of, but
it's like you want those like people who are just experts at hit scan, hitting headshots. I mean, that's one of the most impactful things. Like Illari, other than BAP can headshot, but you don't really do that all that much. You're breaking a lot of shields, healing a lot. Zen is like a very headshot heavy hero, but it's projectile, so hit scan players are going to be really strong in VR.
Absolutely. So definitely changes heading into this part of the season. And as we expect changes in the meta, of course, we have to talk about the winds of change. And to tell you all about those is Weatherman Jake.
Hey, I'm going to take you guys in for a quick meta report. We're going to take a walk as I draw you guys in, tell you a little bit about what we can forecast for these last few matches and for playoffs, really, as we're looking ahead. So the first hero I want to talk about is the horse, the Riss. She's coming in hot. This hero has gotten a lot of buffs. I think especially anyone playing ranked games, you know this hero is deadly. She's hard to kill, puts out a lot of damage, and her synergy is particularly great with, if I can get her, with the new hero, Illari. So these two together, very strong, a lot of poke, a lot of potential to heal and you know, anti-dive. So those old, you know, Tracer Sombra, I think those, like RuPaul mentioned, they could be relevant, but a lot of maps, we're going to see heroes like this start to take over. A great hero that kind of fills out the lineup with Illari is the Batiste, just offering maybe a little bit more heals, but still feeling confident in the poke role. So Illari can focus on her damage, Bap can do all the healing, but again, still put out damage, still be an individual threat. So definitely a good meta for supports with like great aim, great individual mechanics. The heroes I really want to talk about as like newly buffed are, we've got Bastion first and Torb second. And we can even, I think, put Soldier 76 in the mix here as these three heroes, all very strong anti-dive composition, very effective. And so this is like really going to be, I think, taking over the center of the meta. One thing you always have to be worried about, though, when you're playing these heavy poke styles is as much damage as Bastion, Soldier, and Torb do, you're always got to be worried about these snipers all around the map, you know, poking you from different angles, attacking you at all times, because just the potential to get one shot from across the map, you know, that's Overwatch in a nutshell. You always got to be worried about these heroes coming in when there's a poke meta. So always be watching for the snipers and the flanks. I think another hero we'll definitely see as the meta becomes very poke-centric is some Sigma blowing in here from the West. I think this is a scary hero, especially strong when, again, all these poke heroes start coming out. So you've got the core meta in the center here, but it's going to be drawing in all these fronts of more committed poke heroes. One thing, though, I am sort of interested to see is we've got a storm brewing off the East Coast, something that I think we'll see maybe regardless.
Let's go!
We're definitely looking at a potential British hurricane forming out there in the Atlantic and potentially blowing over everybody. I feel like it's a huge factor we have to think about because in a poke meta, sometimes that Rhine TP Lucio strat, you know, with sim TPs is really hard to deal with, getting on top of these relatively immobile backliners and just bursting them down with a death ball of 5. So I honestly think London Spitfire is a team to be kind of worried about for a lot of these teams. You got to come prepared with some sort of special strat if you're going to go up against the London Spitfire.
Love that. Thank you so much. Back to the desk here.
When was the last time? Did we ever have a meta where Torb was actually meta?
A long time ago.
So it's
like a long time ago.
Like the Fran Atlanta kind of Torbs maybe.
And also British Hurricane. British Hurricane was pretty good. Yeah. That was good.
Smart. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we have to talk about when we're heading into that first match. However, first, of course, with the shift in meta and new heroes on the horizon to be picked, will our current MVP candidates continue to dominate, or do you think some other players will emerge?
No, I think they will 100% continue to dominate. For me, you guys all know, I've been someone stand since day one. I think his versatility is always going to carry him. And even with the new meta, I think someone's not going to falter. I think he's going to continue riding his momentum and keep on winning.
And when we see big shifts in the meta, like I think we will for this patch, that's when those flexible players, I think, really get to shine because they're pushed to show everything they've got.
Because, I mean, we know that the best players we have in the league, they can adjust to any meta there is. And, yeah, definitely you guys at home, not just us here in the studio, have all the power to cast your MVP vote. So make sure to do that before the deadline is up. I know a lot of us had a lot of different players in their sights for just that. So make sure to, you know, drop who you think is going to take it. Definitely.
Someone.
I think Lip is another player in the same conversation because I think like, honestly, for me with Lip, even though he's so amazing on the Sombra, like, Stalker started to outshine him a little bit. Chio and Fielder started to outshine him a little bit. And even though he's still that good on Summer, still like that guy, arguably the best in the world on the hero, I think getting to see him in a hit scan meta is when he'll really make his case for being MVP, because I think Lip on hit scan, he's also arguably the best hit scan. I mean, he's definitely in that conversation.
And I love that we have some time until the voting closes, because we're all victims of recency bias. So if one of those hit scans is going to pop off, be sure we're going to vote for that person and ignore the prior half of the season. Now, we do have to talk about that first match we're going to see today. London Spitfire and LA Valiant will be going at it. So that's going to be an exciting one to chat. Everything Jake just said about the meta, we'll forget about it, because London Spitfire, are they just going to ride out the Rhine, change the working system?
Yeah,
why would they?
Why not? I mean, look, they've realised, again, halfway through the season, that, hey, Rhine just works for us. TP and the backbone on the Mei, just walling people off, boom, hit him with Hardy straight in the face. Like, this team is so good at what they do, why change it up now? You're also going to maybe catch people off guard as well. People have been playing this new meta. Sometimes just going back to what works for their team, just throw people off too.
I think you're going to have to be ready for the Rhine, but who knows, maybe London will mix it up. There might be certain maps where they bring different looks. It's a huge shakeup to the meta, so it's hard to predict, but I feel like for sure at some point they're going to be playing Rhine. If not, I'll be totally shocked.
Yeah, that would probably be the biggest upset for all of us if Ryan wouldn't hit the scene for this one. Let's take a look at our predictions. London, of course, they ended right before the break on a pretty high note, taking down one team after another. And that's why I do not see a reason to bet against them in this one. They really convinced me with their comfort picks, being able to just ride it even though it wasn't meta. And now it's more meta than it was before, so I think they got it 3-0 in the bag.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I went for London 3-0. Unless London just stick with the Rhine. Don't try anything other than Rhine. I think if they just stick with the Rhine, I think they'll be on a good ride.
I also went for London. I think they're the favorites, but I went 3-1. I do think, like in my pub games, man, the Orisa Bastion just eats Rhine alive. London's execution on the Rhine is so effective. They get so much value out of the teleport, the ult, and Hadi always finds those crazy pin kills. And so I do think London's the better team here, but I think there's something to be worried about for London. Some of these like incredibly high DPS heroes can be scary to play Rhine against.
I didn't give a vote because I can't be biased on cast, but I will be biased on Twitter later, don't worry. But I did actually get a chance to sit down with a couple of the London players, Backbone and Sparker, so we'll see what they had to say about the upcoming meta and, well, just before the game.
So how is the house, like, when you're all together? Like, who's the kind of loudest person in there?
It might be this guy.
The British? Okay.
Yeah, it might be the British guy.
It depends. Like, I feel like during like this break that we've had and during the mid-season break, it's definitely been me.
Obviously, you're near players. Like you're pretty locked in at this point.
We're basically in.
You're basically in.
It would take a catastrophic failure for us to not get in.
It would take a catastrophe from yourselves, and then some other team just has to go crazy.
External sources.
I wouldn't put it past us though. We can do it. We can screw up that bad.
Okay, well, I like the confidence. Spark is shaking his head. Okay.
In the real power rankings, Vancouver's probably the best team in play-ins, right? But personally, I'd rather play against them than like Toronto in play-ins, because I think Toronto do better against us than Vancouver do.
The next matches you are going to play soon. So, Houston Outlaws. On a scale of 1 to 10, how'd you feel about that match?
7.45.
Okay. 7.45. I like that.
I think we have a decent chance to win it. Like, obviously, Houston are really, really good. So, realistically, we're not looking at our next two games thinking we have to win the Houston one. But on how winnable it is, like, I'm going to go for a 7.46 because I believe that is more winnable than Sparker.
This guy was just waiting for my number.
What has been your favourite moment from your career now?
Probably just like all these locations we went to last year. Like Hawaii, Toronto, just like playing on every stage imaginable.
For me, beating Glads in Anaheim was probably my favorite moment. I really, really enjoyed that game.
Is there been a moment in Overwatch League that you've hated the most?
Florida Mayhem back-to-back reverse sweep last year.
The first one was on my birthday.
It was on your...
It was on my birthday.
No.
And I was sitting across from them in Hawaii. Was not a fan of that one.
Have you got any kind of ways to get yourself back into the game, or like, you know, back into the right frame of mind?
I don't know. I guess you have to like not get demotivated and just like trust that you're good enough to beat the second team.
Gotta trust the process.
Like, you have to set yourself up for success before it happens.
You got anything you want to say to your fans and the Overwatch League community out there?
It's been a fun year, and I hope you will keep on supporting us for the rest of the year.
I hope we can show you a good showing during play-ins and hopefully playoffs. But other than that, yeah, just thank you.
Thank you, past me. That was a good one. I liked that interview, Scott. I think that was pretty good. I really shined there. I think Backbone and Spark did pretty well as well. Also, yeah, Scott's Zoltron today.
Yeah,
he's on the screen.
I'm stuck in the screen today, but I'm also going to say, just for Jack, you say I'm an unbiased person. I need to remain unbiased, and then you wear a London Spitfire hoodie in the interview. Obviously paid off by the London Spitfire. You know, honestly, not allowed.
I could have worn a Valiant one. You should have sent me your old Valiant jersey, bro. I'd have worn it. I'd have worn it.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sending you a jersey. One day you're going to wear a custom Valiant jersey.
Sure. It might be a
broadcast.
little bit big. Oh, I don't know, actually. All right, let's look what the chat was thinking. 84 to 16%. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, Zoe and Danny had a 3-0. And then Jake had a 3-1. Like, it's kind of expected, especially with how the meta seemingly is shaping up and what we discussed on the desk as well. Of course, you were listening to the whole of that. Was they can just play Ryan. They can just TP onto the backline. Is Alari and the poke comp really gonna upset this Ryan rush?
And that's really the question we have heading into this meta of, is this rush style, playing the Lucio with the Reinhardt, maybe the Orisa, can you outpace the Alari Baptiste, that high damage composition? So the big question is, are London Spitfire going to stick with what's been working for them, put Hardy on that Reinhardt, just run the teams down, utilizing the Symmetra from Sparker? And if they are going to do that, are the Valiant prepared for it?
Yeah, that is the big question. Of course, we do have, by the way, the new map as well, or the new game type, Scott, in Flashpoint. We'll get to that a bit later. But Lijiang Tower is the first map on Control. I mean, this just speaks to Ryan Rush, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, Reinhardt is a staple on Lijiang Tower throughout all of the years of Overwatch and the history of Overwatch. The big thing for me is, can Hardy, if he does play the Reinhardt, stand up to the indestructible Orisa ever since her Fortify was buffed in the most recent patch? Unkillable, especially with how much healing is in the game right now with the additions of characters like Iari and stuff like that. But also Bastion, you can already see Seeker locking this one in. Bastion does so much damage and the shield almost becomes non-existent at that point. Can Hardy withstand that kind of pressure?
Oh man, new meta, new hero, new game type, new maps.
Good times.
Good times. What do we got? I mean, I also wouldn't be surprised if London Spitfire do run the Queen or even run the Orisa, honestly. It kind of works in their wheelhouse as well. Orisa's kind of like Ryan, right? You just kind of run at people, throw spears. Just like Hardy's running out on the Queen, though, and here's the Bastion. Oh, yes.
Oh, never mind.
Here we go. Never mind. It's Ryan. Of course it is. You just shouted out.
Yeah, shout it out, gives them the movement speed, but goes back over to that signature Ryan. With the Symmetra, they get onto the point, get everything set up. There's actually no Iaris in sight right now, but the Valiant, they're playing the Bastion. Keep an eye on Hardy's shield. Is he going to be able to withstand this pressure?
Oh, here comes Woes Mode from Seeker. Everybody's trying to run away. Sparker not quite so lucky. Saved by the lamp from Landon. Taking a fair bit of poke damage, and now Seeker pushes in without that lamp and without your Lucio. London Spitfire are on the wrong end of Seeker's gun right now. There's the turret mode again. Nice little teleport behind. Teleport destroyed. And Landon 2. The LA Valiant just rolling over the Spitfire there, Scott.
Yeah, and that was the fear when you're going to play as Reinhardt. You saw Hardy disengage, but they just lost too much positioning, and Valiant just too much damage. Admiral gets caught, and now it gets harder for them to re-enter into this fight. You can see Sparker potentially looking to set up another teleporter. See how they're going to utilize the Symmetra in this situation, because they can't just walk in through the front door into the wheels mode of Seeker on the Bastion.
Yeah, you've really got to force Seeker to use that wheels mode first. He's taking a fair bit of damage, though. He's high-powered right clicks from Sparker. Got a good 20% ult charge there too. Teleport into the back. Nos in trouble. Goes pretty low. Booped away though by the rest of London Spitfire by Lyre. However, Liar ends up getting a taste of his own medicine with a boop kill from Admiral. Window came out from Valiant. Can they get any damage in? Nope. Seeker pops the wheels mode, does take down Landon, but it's a slow slog to the finish line for Seeker, and he's even getting staggered too. The grenade jump off the map of Sparker finishes him off, and there it is. London Spitfire's first cap.
And that's what makes Spitfire so exceptional at this Reinhardt setup, especially with the Symmetra. Sparker and Hardy teleport into the backline of the Valiant while Landon stays back, drops the amplification matrix, so then they're getting attacked from two fronts, and the Valiant just cannot withstand it because Liar just didn't get up to that sound barrier. Now ultimates are coming up though, Jack.
Yep,
we almost have 8 on the board. How are we going to see the Earth Shatters and Terror Surge used against each other?
Good name by Seeker, sent everybody pretty low. There's the teleport into the back. Hardy really hasn't got too much shield, as well as that Blizzard coming out. Catches Liar again, goes down first. Shatter hits the ground, Crowy to follow, and well, that's the LA Valiant falling over. Easy little boop kill there for Admiral. Already had beat, so it wasn't any extra ult charge, but nice, quick, and clean fight. Seeker used the ultimate mid-fight there, Scott, so no Mortar Strike available for the next one, but not the best ult in the world. That's
Oh, close range artillery was questionable. Now you're going to see London Spitfire just changing the tempo, catching Seeker off guard. That's going to waste even more time. They're going to go again. They're trying to see if anyone else is playing a little bit greedy with their positioning. They don't end up finding anyone. But now all of a sudden Spitfire 71%, and because the Valiant don't have a Symmetra of their own, it takes them so long to get to the point. Fortunately, they do have the sound barrier to close that distance. They have a Blizzard of their own.
Terror Surge available too. There's the spear spin. Everybody caught up in it. Teleport out though. But Hardy, unlucky, was on the other side of the Terror Surge. Couldn't make use of it. Backbone ends up going down with the help of the Blizzards. And now it's just Seeker with the cleanup. I mean, Sparker's pretty high charge too, but Liar's still got the sound barrier. Doesn't want to use it. No, this is final fight for Spitfire with almost 99% on the board. The LA Valiant. Oh, it's tip of the spear there by Crowy, just jumped straight in, spear spin, sped up, straight to the back line, and the Terror Surge did the rest of the work.
Just such an enormous Terror Surge. The damage of the Terror Surge isn't really the thing that makes it so threatening. It's the initial pull-in. They synergized that with the Blizzard, and then the London Spitfire couldn't hold up. But now they have ultimates of their own coming back up. Sparker has that wall to be able to split this fight.
Oh, Crowy is super far in. He didn't get the beat either. Has to go golden or bright blue in this instance. Backbone's got the Blizzard, throws it at Crowy's feet, but a beautiful eat. Spear spin, gobbles that Blizzard straight up, but he pays for it with his life. Admiral with a two-person boop, and the LA Valiant are done just off that boop. Look like Backbone was typing in chat. Oh yes, there it is. London Spitfire.
Best of the day.
Best of the day already. Clock it in. First map, first round. Done and dusted. London Spitfire with a nice start.
Yeah, and Backbone, he was doing, that's mental warfare. He throws in the Blizzard, makes them think that they need to disengage, so Admiral's right there, knocks them off the map. Huge plays by Admiral here on this Lucio. And Jack, the questions have been answered. London Spitfire, they're sticking with the Reinhardt.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Here's the two-person boop. Oh, CJ, whose parting gift there was the lamp. He threw that out, and then he was gone. Unlucky.
And you can see the differences in these two different styles of how they're trying to play. London Spitfire really trying to up the tempo, while the Valiant, they're trying to take these long, drawn-out fights that enable Seeker on this Bastion to get value. Where was Mail? Seeker even throwing a bit of BM in there.
I didn't see it. Yeah, it was just a bait, bro. It was just a bait, man. We just wanted to kill Crowy.
Now both teams stepping up, and you can see Valiant want nothing to do with walking into those Symmetra turrets. So the London Spitfire are actually going to try and take over the Valiant's positioning, but they see this one coming.
Wheels mode available for Seeker. Valiant have to play back, play a little bit staggered right now. Just waiting for that Wheels mode to come up. Grenade gets thrown out. A lot of damage. Grenade did get buffed in this last patch as well, Scott, worth keeping in mind. Hardy's shield is no more, and neither is he.
Too much.
Too much damage. Just way too much.
That's a great wall from Nos as well, just completely splitting Hardy from the rest of the team. He had nowhere else to go. He had, what is that, 1600 shield on Reinhardt these days? Goes to absolutely nothing in a blink of an eye with the Bastion, and that's going to be the Valiant taking first control. And this is where it really gets hard, but this is where London Spitfire make it look easy. The way that they utilize these Sparker teleports. Are they going to try and TP behind? Are they going to use it as a bait? How are they going to try and take this positioning back from the Valiant? Because CJ does have an amplification matrix if they take too long.
These nades from Seeker. It's at least a 4-man every single time he throws one out.
There is the window and the wall. That is like 3,000 DPS or something stupid from Bastion when he shoots through window. It's something ridiculous. Too much to handle for London Spitfire. Another nade gets thrown out. Hardy saved by the Lamb. More strike available, but here comes the window, the wall even. As well as the Blizzard. Crowy once again caught off guard by Backbone. And that is the LA Valiant getting cleaned up. I mean, this is the big thing here. It is really just about these walls. It is Nos and Backbone just fighting to get a better wall off.
Yeah, and who's able to isolate the tank and then take them down, because it can be difficult. Both Reinhardt and Orisa are such durable characters. But the big thing for me, Sparker used his ultimate, used the wall from Symmetra, but none of his team was able to get the value as much. So now Seeker, he comes back in with the Bastion ult. Is he going to be able to find any value? It's so difficult. London Spitfire just TPing out of away from that Wheels mode because they understand the threat of that damage.
Yeah. You don't want to be surprised by a Windows Wheels mode, that's for sure. Mortar Strike available from Seeker. It's got to find kills, bro. It's got to. There's a window from London Spitfire, yeah.
Another window.
I mean, Seeker's pretty slow when it comes to that. You know, pops the Wheels mode, trying to jump strafes left and has to realign himself with the rest of his team. Very quick window from the London Spitfire as that fight is over as quick as it started.
And that land is just so good at Baptiste. Signature hero, honestly, for him since he's joined the Overwatch League. Really making his mark on this series. Yeah, 5 ults on both, on the Valiant side.
Terra Surge. Any follow-up? Oh, doesn't need it. Admiral just gets pinned to the floor, turned into a shish kebab. And there goes the London Spitfire. Only 2 ults used in that fight too. And you've got, I wouldn't say a big ult from the Bastion, but the Blizzard's the important
big ult
from Valiant. Go on, get the kills.
And if Nos can find another one, oh, that's a little bit of a feed from Light. He's the sound barrier as well here, Jack. Troy is also going to try and double down. Is he going to get himself caught as well?
Oh no. Wow, a very defensive Bastion ult. Actual suppressing mortar fire. Oh, they killed the Lamb. You know, whatever. We'll take that.
Hey, honestly, Lamp down for, what is that, another 15 seconds? That can be meaningful. That can slow everything down from the Spitfire. Give time for Lai to get back into this fight.
Point. Blizzard yeeted out, but CJ's already dead. Nos in trouble, has to pop the block as Hardy tries circles around the team to isolate the Mei. Crowy, CJ, Nos already gone. And there you go, another very quick team fight. Big pin. No, not quite. And a little grenade jump there from Seeker. Doesn't quite make out the door before he is cut apart by Hardy.
Some minor positioning mistakes from Valiant led to one thing after another. They lose Lyre, that then loses CJ, that then loses them the point. So now, going into last fight, they have to get back into this. And London Spitfire, their ult to back up, landing with another amplification matrix, and Hardy's waiting for a shatter. Watch this.
Easiest shatter of his career. That sound barrier from Lyre, way too late. 10 seconds to go. Lyre, he's trying. Oh, the big boot. Can he get back on? Oh, not quite. Lucio diff from Admiral, and that'll be round and map, I'd imagine. Maybe one person gets back. Seeker's on the Tracer, but I think he's used all his blinks. And there we go. London Spitfire storming ahead on this first map, taking that one 2-0.
And really showing why there was so much hype for this team coming back into this meta, regardless of all the hero changes, everything like that. London Spitfire just say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And on a map like Lijiang Tower, the LA Valiant just weren't able to hold up to the scrutiny of the Reinhardt of Chatty.
I mean, the rush is good on that map, right? I mean, that's the big takeaway here. As we move on to things like Numbani, they're not going to be as good. I want to see Seeker honestly pop off of Soj. Sojin's still pretty good. Are they going to continue to stick with this Bastion? We are literally seeing the meta, obviously outside of scrims in this instance, evolve, which is very exciting. Maybe we will see Similari, Scott.
I really hope we do, because there's definitely merit to the composition that is played with the Illari and the Baptiste because of just the amount of damage. The only concern that I would have if you were the LA Valiant thinking of playing that style is that the London Spitfire, if they play with so much tempo, you might not get the time and the breathing room to shoot on those heroes.
Well, Numbani's up next, and then we got Flashpoint, Suravasa. I cannot wait. That is in our rotation for every third map now. And then Esperanza for push if we need to go there. Look at that double boot. Best of the day already? I'm not sure. I think London Spitfire thinks so. We're going to jump to a break. Numbani up next. They spit in fire. But it's the same old fire they've been spitting all season. They're running the rush. Li Jiangtao was there. It's a bit of 2-0. Feeling pretty good. Admiral with a nice little smile on his face. A little bit of Lucio diffing in that one. Lion might have the hair, but Admiral right now, he got the Lucio, that's for sure.
Honestly, everyone's just trying to change the name of who is the Lucio player on Li Jiangtao. It's just passing the reins time and time again. You see a stat card here from Admiral. He's kind of the unsung hero of this London Spitfire rush in a lot of respects because he does such a great job of maneuvering his team around while also making these high impact plays that go by the wayside. We love to talk about Hardy. We love to talk about the Chardy Reinhardt. But honestly, every single piece of this London Spitfire rush is so integral to its success.
Barney, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see some pokes, Scott. What you got?
Yeah, let's be honest, not really a Reinhardt map, but if anyone was going to make it work, it will be the London Spitfire. For me, it's going to be about what is the other team, the Los Angeles Valiant. Are they going to go towards more hit scan, play their backline, just this high mechanical heroes? Is that going to be more of their comfort? Because we've talked about it time and time again this season. Just put Seeker on Sojourn and success will follow.
Yeah, honestly. I'm surprised we're not seeing a little bit of Seeker on the Alari, but you'd have to get Paintbrush off the yacht first before he can step in, you know what I'm saying? So.
He's not going to step off the yacht for a match against the London Spitfire. Maybe if they make it to the grand finals, we'll get him off the yacht.
Honestly, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. All right, so let's have a look at what London are running then. So yeah, no Sim, no Mei. Although, like you said, they did end up running the Sim Mei on Numbani before the break, and it did work because they just TP past the choke and they just wrap around on high ground, push everybody off, and then just kind of dominate them right on the point. But they're running a very different style on the defense, of course. But Soldier, another hero that has been buffed and then changed a little bit here and there, and now Hanzo as well. London Spitfire's comp on this point, I mean, what, you just put Hardy there to just contest, and then Backbone and Spark could just mow people down? It's going to be tough for Valiant to really come up with anything big here, but here we go! It is Lyre on Alari, Scott, our first showing in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, and well, at least in the West side.
That's true, yes.
We've talked about this so much. We've seen it in contenders. Just the sheer amount of damage that is going to come out of this Valiant squad. Both supports can just pump out tons of damage. You pair that with a Hanzo and a Mei. Oh, never mind.
Good start to Western Overwatch. Here we go, baby. NA is looking great. It's like
yeah. And that obviously interesting idea. They were trying to wide swing, promote sort of multiple different positions of pressure against this London Spitfire. The thing they're going to have to... Oh, he switched. The thing they're going to have to be careful of from the London Spitfire is that inevitable rush. Huddy is going to be doing exactly what he's doing now. He's checking corners, he's seeing where the Valiant are coming from, and they're just waiting for the go call. And if Valiant don't step up in any meaningful way, they're going to keep falling to the Backbone Hanzo.
Well, he's getting pushed away by that spear spin. There's the Fortify. Hardy pretty slow and cold right now. Has to jump off the map, however, or not off the map, off the high ground at least. And Backbone ends up going down. And this is what this Valiant comp does very well as well, Scott. It runs into you. Orisa is so unkillable right now in this patch. Spark are under an immense amount of pressure. Backbone's actually going to come back on the Genji. Seeker is just hunting people down right now, just unimpeded by the rest of the London Spitfire comp, who just loves to run at you.
And it just feels like they're kiting out Hardy. Everywhere Hardy tries to go, he's either going,
good shadow though. Is he going to be able to pick up 2 kills? No. Luckily, Seeker comes to the rescue. Backbone is on the Genji, and in fact, Nos is pretty low. A couple of resets, maybe. Lyre takes him out, and now Abra will depart. LA Valiant going to at least claim 2 ticks. Any touches from Spitfire? No touches.
No chance. And that was close. I actually really like that idea of a late shatter from Hardy. If he was able to get both of those and live just a little bit longer, that could have turned the tide of the fight. Just not enough, though, because the Valiant are just such a resistant team. They have the Orisa, they have the Mei. It's so difficult to find these picks, and if Seeker's finding the openings like he did in that last fight, it's going to be difficult for the Spitfire to sort of hold on and live through this just sheer amount of damage coming out of the Valiant.
Dragon Strike for Seeker. Valiant coming up on a whole bunch of ults. And Hardy used that shadow in the last fight too, so they can't use it on this straight away at all. There's fire strikes. They're trying to build up to another shadow, but it's not going to happen in amongst this fight at least. There's the Dragon split off the team. Crowie looking, hunting for Hardy. Takes a fair bit of damage, but it's all good. Fortify exists. Extra armor, extra health, extra everything for Crowie. Even the Terror Surge coming up too. London Spitfire playing so scared right now, but CJ is actually the first to fall. Terror Surge still available from Crowd. Yeah. He's going to almost push Hardy off the edge. He's just walking at him. He doesn't care. There goes Backbone 2. Nice little spear toss. No ultimate's really necessary. Only use double DPS, and they're going to get their butts moving. There's the Terror Surge, grabs Landon, and now he's slowed up, and no more overhealth and no more heals from Admirals on the other side of this fight. London Spitfire having to go for a regroup, but these staggers could really hurt.
Yeah, they cannot lose anyone anymore because otherwise there is going to be that staggered fight. They're going to have to engage into this before we even see. I believe that's Landon. Landon's so far away. They're going to want to contest, but I don't think without that healing they're going to be able to do it. Close. They didn't get there.
They didn't touch, and they even put the visor. Oh, that's rough. That is real rough. I mean, I guess they get the forward spawn here, or the forward push even. I mean, maybe you can punish a couple of people. Crowley's already used all of his abilities to try and get away, and now he's just staring at a wall. He's just staring at that wall, hoping it will melt. Unfortunately, the Ice Age did not come. And unfortunately, that will be you going back to spawn. But the London Spitfire right now, Scott, they can do what they've always done very well, which is stand in front of the spawn doors. Oh, not anymore. Okay. That's rough.
Landon is their primary source of healing. Admiral doesn't have a sound barrier, and now instead of London Spitfire being able to hold their spawn doors, they're way too close to the spawn doors with not enough healing. Hardy goes down, and it's going to be a trickle of all of these players falling. They cannot lose too much card presence. They need to die.
Bro,
great trade,
what is
actually,
happening in the
from
back
Admiral. I don't know. This is chaos.
It's just actual solo queue Soldier Lucio duo in the back line getting sped around. I mean, maybe they can get back to the point, Scott, but them actually getting any say in this fight at all is going to be next to nothing. They can run away infinitely, but look at this. I mean, Valiant just going to run them down.
Them.
This is so stupid.
They're chasing two of the fastest characters in the game of Soldier and Lucio. There's no way they're ever going to catch up. So if you're the Valiant, you need to pick a side. Obviously, you can't chase the Lucio Soldier. Just commit onto the front line of the London Spitfire.
Yeah, the map sap ain't working right now, I'm telling you. It's leading you down a wrong alley. All right, Valiant. All right, there it is. There's the kill. Finally, someone is dead. Admiral falls. However, that sound barrier coming out just in time for the Valiants. That shatter from Hardy, again, just doesn't really get all too much. He backs himself into a small room, but pushed even further inward as that spear spin stops him from charging away. And the LA Valiant just making sure London Spitfire are paying for every single inch they try and defend. I mean, this is going bad or worse right now for London. They're going Winston. Oh no, Hardy's going Orisa. Okay.
Orisa makes more sense. Obviously, you want that character that's just going to be able to stand on the point, and Orisa lives for a very long time. Backbone goes over to the Genji as well. How are they going to get in this fight? CJ drops the amplification matrix. There's going to be so much damage.
It's all right. There's a visor from behind, Scott. It's all good. Lamp destroyed. A fair bit of damage from Sparker, but he's so low. And Seeker just clips his toes. Crowley, the beautiful Terror Surge, kills two. He's going to follow up for more. Almost an ace from Crowley. And the payload is going to plop itself on the third point.
Literally 5 people dead. London Spitfire, literally 5 people dead. That is the definition of not a C9. Yeah. This is getting out of hand.
1 minute and 56 seconds on Numpani. I mean, there was nothing, like, Hardy couldn't do much in this round. Let's be real. Like, there was a shatter on first point. He did hit 2. He ends up cleaning up Crowley, which is great. But then the rest of the time, he's like trying to push up, but the Orisa is just too, quite literally, fortified. Like, you cannot push past the Orisa, and you can't take that duel if you're the Rhine either, because she just spear spins you away, she can even javelin toss you away, and then she just stands there and hits shift. So I wonder if Spitfire are going to change something up on their offense, because the LA Valiant right now, at least in that last round, running rings around.
And that's the issue of playing the Reinhardt without a Symmetra by its side, because you don't have that extra little bit of mobility that gets you into the fight. With Sparker moving over to that Soldier and just trying to sort of do the loop-de-loop on the Los Angeles Valiant, he was able to get damage, but nothing meaningful. So therefore, the London Spitfire were just able to, the Valiant were able to withstand and just able to close this one out.
What a
great boop.
Bam. And like you were saying, Scott, the most important part of that ability is actually just the dragging of people. Like grabbing them all together, putting them in one place. That's a good setup for like a Dragon Strike or literally any damage you can kind of throw at them. It does kind of remind you of old Orisa in the Halt, right? Just grabs everybody.
Wait,
and it was just so tough to deal with. We are seeing, how do you use a ball?
I do not like this. I am very curious to see. This has to be a fast dive from Backbone and Hardy. Otherwise, they're just going to get poked down by the Seeker Bastion.
Oh, he's having to run away, and Backbone is dead. Rest in peace.
Here's my problem with it as well. You're playing a Lucio with a Wrecking Ball. That doesn't make much sense because there's no synergy between those two heroes. You have Sparker on the Hanzo, who's very rarely going to be able to enable the dive. He's not going to be able to help follow them up. You're just, yeah, you're just hoping that he shoots and hits ahead.
Right.
There's a lot of anti-synergy on this London Spitfire setup right now. Maybe if they can get an effective dive with Hardy and Backbone, it'll all fall into place, but that's a big if.
I mean, the problem is, too, Bastion in this last patch, Scott, does end up going down.
Oh, wow.
So I guess I'll speak about that in a minute. It doesn't matter. Admiral said, not today. We are winning this first point, regardless of this comp. Uh-oh. Well, Nos, you're dead, I'm afraid. Unless you can get away somehow. There's the speed, there's the amp, and Krawi might be able to at least get one kill, but Admiral a little bit too slippery. Admiral with a fair few kills in that fight. Okay, all right.
That's 3. Okay, and Seeker's going to switch over to the Sombra. You thought it was over. Everyone thought the Sombra apocalypse was over. It's not over. We're getting a little bit of Sombra at least when someone plays Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the Bastion too, right? Because you just pop the shift, you pop Wheels mode as soon as Hardy comes in, because it does heal you a little bit now as well, which is quite nice. Oh, Hardy,
this is why
seeing the swap, goes to Orisa.
I don't like the Seeker Sombra swap for that reason. Is Hardy just switches over to Orisa, and now he's back to being golden, and Seeker's on a hero that Sombra got some pretty heavy-handed nerfs. The extra ult charge on the EMP is so meaningful, and now Sparker getting an early pick on Nos as well. This is going from bad to worse for the Valiant.
I wonder if Seeker switches, just goes back to spawn. I mean, you know this fight's done. There's not really much to say about it, to be honest, unless Krawi lands a miracle pick, but unlikely to happen now as he's got no abilities. I mean, or does Seeker kind of stay on this? Because Orisa is a pretty big hitbox, Scott. So you get a lot of free ult charge from the Orisa, so you get a lot of EMPs technically, right? I wonder if it's going to be a 1 EMP then done.
This is just some cope right now, Jack.
Right,
yeah, you're going to see Seeker switch over to the Hanzo. Sombra's just not going to be effective in a meta like this with Orisas, with all this speed and healing. Everything happens too fast for Sombra to find that value. London Spitfire, they have the Blade, they have the Dragon, and Yari's back on the field.
Yes, all right. What you got for us, Liar? Don't instant switch. That's all I ask, please. Nice little body shot damage onto Backbone, but you are fair few ults behind, unfortunately. Backbone spots out the pylon, takes it down. Large source of healing now being negated. However, so many ults from Lone Spitfire. There's the sound barrier, Terror Surge too. Even a Blade to follow up as Krawi already goes down. Nice spear toss onto Seeker, who's trying to dash out the way of that one too, but Hardy just a magnet for these spears, apparently. And there's the LA Valiant going down. And I guess they've got ults now, but now you have to deal with a Dragon Strike, splitting people up and straight into a Blade.
Yeah, I would love to see where that Blizzard from Nos went. It felt like it went way too far and was unable to find any players. And on top of that, no follow-up at all, as finally the Torbjorn is out. Jack is fist pumping in the studio right now.
I am actually, though. Look, Torb is crazy. His turret sucks, I'm going to be honest with you. But think about this. Someone dives you, hit E, and then just right-click them to death. Backbone does take care of the turret, but no, Krawi takes care of him. You kill the turret, I kill you. Nice snipe from Lion. Jumps up onto that high ground, and now the pressure can begin. This is the kind of comp we were talking about in the pre-show, Scott, and what we've seen in contenders as well. This poke style that is just, it's a lot of damage. Like, stepping up to a defensive line like this is just so difficult without just taking a boatload and hoping you don't get picked.
And like, let's use this as a thought experiment. If you're Backbone, who do you kill with this Blade? How do you get anywhere without just getting shot and dying? This is going to be very difficult for Backbone to find some value, especially because you're walking into multiple constructs. You have the healing pylon, you have the turret. You want to deal with those threats before you really engage. Early Dragon from Seeker thinking he could split the team, but great disengage from the Spitfire. So that's one tool out of the Los Angeles Valiant war chest.
All right, Captive Sun available from Liar. Terror Surge, though, for Krawi. Drags 2 people in. Landon in trouble. Lamb comes out. Still a lot of damage, though, as Nos takes care of the Lamb before Landon can get out of the way. And the LA Valiant are still holding on. A decently sized time bank for Spitfire is whittling away. If you get another pick here, it will be large. And yeah, like you said, this Blade is going to be so tough. I mean, honestly, the best way to use it is shut down Liar's ult, right? But almost impossible, let's be real. She's just going straight up to the skybox and then shooting people from above. Maybe you can get a kill, but it'll be cool.
And that's really the problem. Like, you can put the Captive Sun with the Terror Surge and you can pull everyone in, everyone blows up, but the London Spitfire, they don't have those tools. They're still holding onto this backbone blade.
There's the Captive Sun, straight on the backline. There goes the damage and the health bars of the London Spitfire. Spark are in trouble, still manages to take care of Krawi though, as Hardy just runs to the backline, uses the Terror Surge of his own. This Captive Sun, not really utilized well. Outburst to get away. Lai still healing his teammate in the sidelines. There's still a fair bit of damage thrown out. It's all about buying time right now for the LA Valiant as London Spitfire realize they've lost too many people to make it worth it. And the regroup is here. I mean, I guess London have made a little bit of room for themselves, a little bit of extra space, but they still have to get through 3 ultimates for the Valiant to make it worth it.
They do have ultimates of their own. Is Backbone finally going to pull this blade? Landon going down early, you think it's going to be difficult for them to be in this fight at all, and they're not committing any of their ultimates. Or actually, they used the Dragon. When did the Dragon come out? Might have lost that one while falling down, and that's going to be another lost fight here for the London Spitfire. Minute 30 remaining, and I'm going to say it again, Jack. Backbone still holding on to this blade. The Genji has not paid off at all.
You just got to pop it, right? See, even CJ's got blade.
Yeah,
hello? Are you going to use the blade or what? I mean, like you said, Scott, you can't really. I mean, you use it to get like abilities out, but everybody is very mobile or able to save themselves in some kind of way. All right, Backbone, what you got for us? Already under 100 HP before he even gets to hit the Q. However, 2 people on the sidelines might choose to rip it now. There's the sound barrier. Blade still for Backbone, but now he has to deal with a lamp. The sound barrier is going to fade away. Outburst for Liar to create a little bit more distance, and Captive Sun activated again. Ambral, I think, dodges straight out of the way of it. Nos and CJ are dead. Liar still left on his lonesome on the point, but can now just buy time for the rest of his team. No, one more outburst left, gets to the point. The pylon doesn't quite heal him up as there's 40 seconds to go, and the Valiant are rushing now to get back onto the point.
And now Nos is the one going over to Genji, and Backbone has the blade, saving it for the perfect moment, which is the very end of the round. Crawley has the Terror Surge. So
there's the blade, straight to the back. Terror Surge on every single member of the Spitfire apart from Backbone. It's merely a defensive tool for Backbone by the looks of it though. No kills, not really much damage, but they still kill Krawi. Liar's on live, on the point, the pylon's already dead. Nice reflect of the Helix rocket straight back into Liar's face. And London Spitfire finish with time. 1 minute versus 2:42. Seeker dropping the AKM blade. Not quite the definition, but it'll do.
There's a lot of references just being thrown around in this series so far that have no merit, but honestly, it's been all in good fun, and it all goes back to me with Hardy eating that ultimate, the Illari ultimate, catches the Captive Sun, and from that moment, all of a sudden, that damage that the Valiant needed is no longer there. And when you're utilizing the Illari ult, you need to give it some time, because the size of the hitbox is a planet. Even after the nerfs, it is still the size of a planet, and it's so easy for an Orisa or a Sigma or a D.Va to eat. Wait out those cooldowns, give it that extra little beat, and if he had done that, if Liar had done that and used the Captive Sun to some effectiveness, Valiant could have closed that out.
My favorite part of this game so far is Backbone trying to justify, like, when am I supposed to use it, man? Where am I supposed to use it? And TJ, well, you know, a little bit of advice there. Beat Blade.
Beat Blade?
There you go.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Beat Blade. Thumbs up.
Free advice from your friendly neighborhood CJ.
Hey, they got nothing to lose, man. They got nothing to lose. All right, double turret comp for the Valiant on defense,
Yeah.
Scott.
You can see that was the thing that really slowed down the push of the London Spitfire. Spitfire were on a roll prior to that, so realizing maybe we just play this on the first point, give ourselves some extra damage, especially with the weird composition the London Spitfire showed on their last attack, but this time they're coming out with something more conventional. Hardy on the right, well, conventional for London Spitfire. Hardy on the Reinhardt, Spark over to the Bastion of his own.
All right, peeking this hallway though is quite deadly at the best of times. Yeah, as soon as London Spitfire trying to make that push, Scott, instantly Seeker pops the wheels mode. However, Sparker didn't use his, so now they can make a push out. That little turret from Torb doing a whole lot of damage, Scott, I'm just saying. The value is immense, almost infinite if you leave the turret out for long enough. Nice little 3-man boot there from Admiral, trying to get into the Valiant in the sight lines of Sparker. But with the high ground, London are in a good spot. Sparker is jumping down, has got the wheels mode just a second, but just jumps down into his own demise. Admiral still pumping out damage, but that seemed like a massive mistake from Sparker there. It looked like he was trying to time his jump down with the wheels mode, but no, it was the LA Valiant turning on it pretty swiftly.
You said it right, Jack. They had the advantage. They had the high ground, but then they threw it away by stepping onto the point of Valiant. And from there, the overtime ticks down and no ticks made for the London Spitfire. So the Los Angeles Valiant, they're going to be the ones with 2 minutes and 42 seconds to capture just a single tick to take down Numbani.
It's tough. With only a minute too, these comps, they're quite explosive, but there's lots of ways to kind of mitigate that explosive damage from things like Bastion, right? You saw London Spitfire there. They tried to push out, Seeker hit the wheels mode, jumped into his little recon mode, boom, 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 just start shooting. And then Hardy has to back off because his shield's dead. And then, well, now we have to get through a lamp. And then Crowy also, who can hit shift, hit the spears, even spear spin, right, to get back to the rest of his team or push London Spitfire away. It takes time to kind of gain this control of the high ground. And I think Valiant kind of played it perfectly, really eked out every single second.
Yeah, now the London Spitfire going to go back to the Sparker Soldier. Didn't really work for them last time on their defense, but really confident. It makes sense in the theory of first point Numbani. You have the Hanzo, you have the Soldier. What they're going to do is they're going to sit on this high ground and just crossfire for Hardy. So if Hardy ever gets in trouble, he can disengage down that balcony and the Valiant are going to have to walk into the crossfire. How the Valiant going to deal with it right now with their composition, it feels like they're just going to rely on either Great Walls from Nos or Seeker finding opening picks like he has so many times already on Numbani.
I mean, Seeker has been the consistent factor for the Valiant for the longest time now.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. He's been doing that on Sojourn. He's been doing it on any hit scan, and that's why I like to see him going back over to these sort of heroes. Obviously, Hanzo's not that much of a hit scan, but he accomplishes the same thing.
He's close enough. Oh! All right, fight's done.
And that's the damage.
All right, wrap it up. Wrap it up. All right. Well, quick fight, though, for Valiant, so at least they get another one rather quickly.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, right? You see Hardy, he's standing at the door. Crory engages and tries to get on Hardy. Hardy just backs up, and then the Hanzo and the Soldier are just throwing out a ton of damage. And Valiant are going to think better of the Lucio and go back to the Illari.
I like it.
Because now they're just like, well, let's just play something with more damage. Let's just pump out damage, not allow the London Spitfire to take these long, drawn-out fights. So they're not the ones who have to engage into this crossfire.
I mean, the Lucio is great for like getting you around the map pretty quick, but you don't really need to move that far. Boop's nice to get people off high ground, I suppose, but the Illari damage is just nutty sometimes. And you can see Illari and the Hanzo just playing on coast right now. Just hunting for picks.
They're just, yeah, shooting pot shots, hoping for any kind of purchase. And Landon is going to have to be careful of that.
No way! Head in hands, Hardy off the map. Liar hits the best outburst I've seen. Oh my god. Oh, he's going to feel that one tomorrow, Scott. I almost guarantee it. Oh, that'll be in the highlight reels too. Don't you worry, Hardy. And there goes the point.
No.
One ability does it for Valiant. That outburst to push the tank off the map. Map is the LA Valiants. They tie that series up. Oh, look at that smile on Crowley's face as well. Oh, man.
Everyone's having a good time except for Hardy right now because that's a rare Hardy L that he's just taken. He loves to play this aggressive way, do something unconventional exactly like that, but instantly punished by the Illari with the outburst. And oh man, that almost just throws away that map here for the London Spitfire. Obviously, it was going to be an uphill battle for them, but oh man. I think Hardy saying FFS in chat really highlights it all.
Yeah, head in hands, FFS in chat. Like that's rough. And right, the hero's been out for a little while. It's only just come out in ranked, Scott, and the teams have been scrimming with it for a little while. But look, that was beautiful. But you're still not like, she's not been in the game that long, basically is what I'm saying. So you're still kind of like, okay, how big is the outburst range? How much does it kind of push you back? Especially with Ryan, who's a tank and has that like CC reduction as well. Like, how much would it push Hardy back? Apparently quite a lot, especially when you're in charge, right?
Absolutely. A lot further than Hardy was expecting for sure, but now we move over to Suravasa. Oh. Let's see what compositions are going to be played on these new maps.
First flashpoint in NA. I am excited to get it underway. Let's go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this one. There it is. There's the kill. Finally, someone is dead. Arrow falls, however. That clip has to be someone's best of the day. Has to be.
It has to be.
Oh man.
It's already taken, Jack.
It's already taken. That's not. I'm not on the desk yet. It's all good. It's all good. All right, we're going into the first flashpoint, Scott, in the West. So I'm pretty damn excited, honestly. Flashpoint's a really interesting game mode. I do think, for me personally, there's a lot of walking around, but there's a lot of like ability to cut people off, and like when you are rotating to different points, different teams can take different styles of that. Do you want to play super safe, or do you want to run people down? Here's kind of a brief overview, by the way, of Survivors. So all the different points are on the map there. The blue squares are the spawn points. So each team will have a forward spawn point and mark it the center point for every single map. New Junk City as well will be the first unlocked point. So both teams, we rush into market to hopefully win the first point and then rotate to the next.
And it will become random after the first point, and the spawns of the blue boxes you see on the screen will change depending on what point is active, so neither team has an advantage whenever a certain point is available. So we haven't really seen how this functions competitively. Obviously, if you've gotten your hands on Season 6 at all, you would have played around with it, and honestly, it's a lot of chaos. The maps are absolutely stunning, but the one thing that I'm really interested in seeing is how does the strategy evolve? Are teams just going to want to fight on the point? Are teams going to try and cut each other off as they transfer to the point? Are we going to see teams cut off spawns from the rest of their team? There's a lot of strategy that could be executed. At what point have the teams sort of enabled that and brought that into their wheelhouse of the strategy on these types of maps?
I thank God we're casting this game, by the way, Scott, because I was like, I really want to cast London on this game mode because it really does scream to me Rush. And it's you could in a sense say it's like a bigger version of Control. There's no rounds, you're just running to loads of different control points. Yeah. And in general, Rush is pretty good on Control. So I want to see how London are really going to, optimize their Rush style running into Flashpoint. I mean, what Backbone and, well, not Backbone at least, but what London Spitfire are running right now, or just peaking with, that seems to me the comp of choice for them at least. And I want to see if Valiant can do anything different.
Well, there is an argument to be made of, yes, speed is important on such a big map, but at the end of the day, you're going to be fighting on the point where speed becomes a less of a valuable resource. So that's why the Valiant, I'm actually not surprised at all to see them just sticking with this high damage shooter comp, which is just going to be able to stand there, sit on their own, and then take down the London Spitfire. So Spitfire, they have to play fast on these team fights, while the Valiant, they're more than happy to sit within the Illari healing pylon and just wait this fight out as they wait for somebody to find a pick.
Jay was saying, and I was echoing him too on the desk, that pylon placement is so important. And look at its placement right now. That is almost infinite healing. You can just hang around there if you're Nas, well, if you're everybody, right? And just get so much healing, and you can be topped up by the healing beam, and then there's the little regenerative station as well from Sparker, or from the soldiers. It's so tough to deal with a team that's just pumping out damage that has this much healing stock.
And you can see Backbone has finally spotted it, and they need to get this one down. That triggers a 12-second cooldown on that healing pylon, so healing's going to be low. That needs to be the time for London Spitfire to go.
Oh, with Seeker already dead, a whole bunch of damage has been lost. Even that turret fell too, rest in peace. There you go, there's the first fight over. London Spitfire do end up capping. And in Flashpoint 2, if you haven't played it in-game yet, you can see the percentage does tick up rather quickly. Nice little stagger too. So you don't get as many fights like you do on Control, but of course, it is a little BO5 kind of thing when you do enter Flashpoint. So you do have to win multiple points in order to actually take the map.
And here's what I was talking about heading into this map. How are teams going to fight this? London Spitfire, they recognize their advantage. They want to go early, but Backbone Punish going a little bit too far. And now London Spitfire have to disengage back to the point.
Yeah, that is real rough. You don't want to push too far out, but then also you want to punish people for maybe stepping up and taking a lot of space. Flank for Seeker. It's been spotted out, though.
And Liar.
And Sparker just hammering it down with damage. There's both windows on the point, just the Orissa's kind of waving at each other at this point. And Liar and Seeker now trying to gain the advantage on this high ground. It is a duo versus a duo at the moment, but well, Sparker's got the ult. He's going to rip it. Pylon ends up going down, but unfortunately, Liar, the rest of your team is already history. But a nice double tap on Sparker at least eliminates him. But Spitfire end up taking the first cap.
And Market is the one going over to the London Spitfire. They're showing the value of this speed, and Backbone making this Genji look good. When you're playing the Valiant squad of the Soldier and the Illari, they're trying to take these off angles. They don't want to just be shooting the Orisa. Spitfire recognize that Sparker does a great job, pops the visor, runs them down, and punishes them for that greedy positioning as we now head over to Gardens.
Yep, Garden or Gardens. Yeah, that is the next point. This is a bit of an interesting one. Captive Sun mixed with the Terror Surge. It does hit a few people, but that sound barrier is at least going to help Spitfire survive for at least a moment, but Landon unfortunately explodes, detonated with the force of 1,000 suns, and the Valiants are going to just rush onto that point. Without Landon, you've got no chance. And that's the big thing about Spitfire's comp, Scott. If Landon does die, that's it. You cannot really rush into them because of how much healing Valiant do have. But if Valiant lose CJ or Liar, they're okay to still fight.
Yeah. They can sustain both of these characters. They do a lot of healing, but they can also do a lot of damage, so they can interchange whatever is necessary right now. Hardy now with the Terror Surge.
He's trying to jump to the back line, grabs two people in. Can they survive? Lamp comes out, but Seeker has already ripped the visor and killed Admiral. Hardy just ran to the back line with little fear, but the rest of his team were just cowering before Seeker's visor, and that will be the Valiant winning another team fight. And with 60% on the board, Scott, it's going to be rough for Spitfire to come back into this one.
And if you're the London Spitfire, those are the fights you need to win, because the Valiant composition with a Baptiste and an Illari, they actually don't have any defensive ultimates to be able to sustain through those big fights. So now it all has to go back on the Backbone, or maybe Sparkle with another visor to get this, because it's 89% and counting, Jack.
Oh, there's both windows. Unlock it. Blades come out. There's... Well, Seeker's turret takes down Hardy of all things. Backbone's blade does find two, though, as Liar heals up Crowy in the front line. They've still got an extra turret, as well as the Captive Sun. It does land. Oh, it hits Landon, but it doesn't matter. Landon was just dishing out damage onto Liar as he was airborne. And the flip comes through for the Spitfire, 99%, as we unfortunately jump into a brief pause.
Yeah, I like the idea from Liar, realizing if he can get that Captive Sun down, he can hit some of the, even one of the targets and execute them, they'll probably be able to close out that fight. But one of the big problems with Illari's ultimate in general is you're so exposed as you're hovering through the air. You're just this like little flying, hovering target, which has a pretty big hitbox, all things considered, when you have characters like Soldier and Orisa in the lineup. So just not able to close that one out as things are going to flip back towards the London Spitfire.
Yeah, there's no like acceleration in the air like you get with Echo or Mercy or Farah. You're just kind of, you're one static speed. So it's a little bit easier to hit versus the 3 characters that I just kind of mentioned. And there's a little delay too, right? I mean, you throw the Captain's Done, it does land, it hit Landon. But Landon, all the meanwhile, while you're lining that up, is still shooting you. So with that small delay, you can't insta-pop the Batiste. And London did end up winning that fight. 99% cap as well, which is pretty scary. Not sure what the pause is, but I'm sure we'll get into the game in just a moment.
And I want to dive deeper into what we expect this meta to be, because this is the meta for this at least next 2 weeks in the West as we sort of go through the final round of matches. But then also looking forward into the playoffs, we expect something similar to this. So how is it going to evolve? Whenever you have these big meta shifts, you have a big patch notes, you have a new hero like Illari comes into it, everyone's going to experiment. And if you watched the East last night, it's chaos there. Guangzhou Charge and Jinmu are playing Farah. Some teams are playing Junker Queen Rush. As we come over here to the West, we have Hardy playing Reinhardt. London Spitfire, Los Angeles Valiant playing more of the Contenders-esque from what we've seen, of playing this shooter comp. There is probably a middle ground, and it will be map dependent as time goes on. But overall, you're seeing the strengths and weaknesses. Right now, the London Spitfire, they have the ability to play the tempo when they play the Lucio, right, Jack? They play the Reinhardt. They can get in your face, but if you don't get in the face and you don't find picks early, you will falter.
Sounds like it was a crash of someone's PC, unfortunately. Unlucky. Blue screen of death. Rest in peace. Hopefully the PC will boot up in just a moment. I'm kind of wondering if it was Crowie's, because Crowie is very still. Frozen
he is very, maybe he's just a very stoic person, Jack.
Oh yeah, and he's not blinked for the last 60 seconds or so. Very
maybe he has very, he doesn't need to blink. He has great moisture of his eyeballs. I don't even know what I'm saying.
That is the best compliment you can give to someone. You have great moisture of your eyeballs. Wow.
Moisture of the eyeballs is an important thing, so maybe he doesn't need to blink.
That's fact. Yeah, that's facts actually. Yeah, it's been quite interesting seeing the kind of evolution, like you were saying, with the Contenders comp. It really is like the shooter comp. Everybody is just shooting, right? Or like the FPS comp. Everybody is just kind of firing and everybody doing damage. But that's one of the great benefits, right? You do a lot of healing as BAP, like a ton of healing, but you don't need to like switch around like you do with Ana, with you healing or doing damage. You just kind of right click and then you left click, right click, left click, or right click, left. You know, you're just doing damage. And with Illari, it's kind of the same thing. If you need to use the right-click beam heal, sure, but your pylon's going to do most of the healing for you, so you're just sitting there clicking heads. And one thing I wanted to mention in the previous map, Scott, if the Illari does land a headshot on somebody, that's an instant kill by Hanzo too. So if you can shoot at one target with a high damage DPS, like you can evaporate people even without hitting like...
Or evaporate.
Yeah, it's crazy. We are going to jump to a quick break while we sort this PC crash issue out. Don't go anywhere. Suravasa still in play. Hello, welcome back. Yes, we're back. Don't worry. It was Liar's PC that has crashed. So yeah, Crowie still hasn't
blink, man.
He still hasn't blinked. So we'll check in him after this after this game. Hopefully he would have blinked by then. Yeah, like you were saying, Scott. Maybe he's just got crazy moisturized eyes. I'm not sure.
Hey, honestly, that'd be an impressive skill to have. But Valiant, after losing that one, they don't have any ultimates remaining, so they're going to take a little bit of time. And once again, London Spitfire, they're taking an offensive position. They're not just waiting on the point, waiting for the Valiant to sort of come into them. So they're going to route back around, trying to find any picks they can. Keep an eye on Sparker to flank with this visor. As soon as the Valley step up, he's moving around the right side.
Yes, indeed. Does shoot that lamp before he does anything, though. Long range damage from that visor. A couple of patches ago, that was very heavily buffed, let's just say. With CJ dead, do Valiant just want to quickly reset? Yeah, they got to really go again fast, but
do they have time?
I don't know if they do, especially with these staggers coming out as well. I mean, there's no chance they come back at this point. 80+%, and Nos is getting staggered. He has got Molten Core, so them giving him extra damage is easy for the London Spitfire. You just don't need to worry about it. They end up capping the second one, and that will be Spitfire on match point, or round point, I should say, as the next point unlocks. And it looks like London Spitfire are going to be able to get there first.
And that's how quick the points capture up. The London Spitfire only won one team fight, held it, and then won another team fight. And the point was this. Hardy's doing a flank terror surge. You can see it on the minimap right now.
Do they know? They don't know. The lamp's going to have to come out and maybe a little bit more. There goes the pylon. The lamp is dead. And so with the rest of the Valiant, a flank terror surge from Hardy. Who better than London to find cheeky ways at rotating through Flashpoint? And there's the team kill, Scott. And that should be a free cap for London now.
And that's so smart. They're not just playing, going to the point, playing it like it's Control and just meeting in the middle. They're forcing the Valiant to be aware of all of their surroundings, not feel like they can take any positioning for free as they capture once again, and also once again stepping out of the point. Backbone holding on to another blade. Will we see it in this map, or is he saving it for Overwatch 3 again?
We'll have to wait and see. Probably until CJ calls him out, I'm going to be honest with you. Backbone does end up dashing away.
CJ says use blade.
Yeah, okay, I hit Q. I go now. All right. Oh, Admiral being rather cheeky. You got to be careful. Yeah, I think there's a whole squad of the Valiant right now, just on the sidelines. An outburst by Liar, but he's actually just cut to pieces. A nice slash and then a Helix rocket finishes Liar off before he can get the ultimate out. The Captive Sun now in Eclipse as the LA Valiant are trying to just rush onto the point. With only one healer, it's going to be rather tough, but London still need to finish this fight quickly. Dwindling health bars as Nos takes care of a Sparker on the sidelines. Somehow London, they take care of one support from the Valiant, but it's actually the Valiant they're going to come out on top. Just a fumble, a misplay there from the London Spitfire.
Well, London Spitfire, they traded 1 for 2, which is great, but they lost land and the primary source of their healing. That's why they all-inned, but they just didn't have enough sustainability to be able to take down the Valiant. So now Valiant are the ones in control. But if they ever lose a team fight again, they will lose this round and they will lose this map.
83% for London. You aren't half wrong, Scott. Visor available, Terror Surge 2. Best ultimate combo in the game. Everybody's already grouped up. You might as well hit that Visor, right?
You saw him flank last time with this Visor as well. Went long range. Nos already down as well.
10% towards that blade too, and CJ's dead too. The London Spitfire, they're just going to win this right here. The LA Valiant, they've only got 3 members left. Make that 2. As Seeker and Liar trying to touch that point. There's the spear spin. Liar in trouble. No pylon, no help, no heals. As the London Spitfire, all nice and healthy. They got the point cap. Maybe Nos can get back in time. It's actually a wrecking ball switch from Crowy, but it's going to be a mountain of work before they can do anything. A javelin toss onto Crowy to stop him touching the point, but Nos gets back there just in time to cause OT. Maybe someone else can get back in. Yes, Crowy is there, but he's dead before he hits the floor. A Terror Surge, a victory spin for Hardy as the London Spitfire are going to take off. Seeker and CJ dead, and London are going to take Flashpoint.
And just looking so much more confident on Flashpoint. They just seem obviously done a lot of work, talked about it as a team. How are we going to play this map? How are we going to play it differently and play to our own advantages? Because they're playing the Lucio, they play at a higher tempo and catch the Valiant off guard. And Valiant just really didn't feel like they were able to play their own game and have freedom to shoot, which is what their composition needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, I thought London would be good at this game type, and they're proving it right here, right now. I mean, I loved Liar's Alari, I really did. But this was really the only ultimate that was beneficial to them for actually winning a fight. That last Captive Sun that Liar used, Well, he got one blade slash through him, then a Helix Rockets finishes him off. I mean, this Genji did a fair bit of work too for Backbone, the LA Valiant. So close to at least capping a couple of points there. You saw the 99% for them on that second, but this is what I think is important here for the London Spitfire. Just taking that early fight, and Valiant just caught completely off guard, Scott.
Yeah, the Valiant just sort of caught with their pants around their ankles more times than once, and I'm starting to become a Genji believer for this London Spitfire squad.
Esperanza's up next. So map 5 maybe on the horizons. Yeah, Escort is actually the map 5 now. No longer do we have double control. We're going to Esperanza for our push map after this. All right. First flashpoint here in NA, Scott, and it went to the London Spitfire. Now, it was a 3-0 at the very end of that. LA Valiant, you know, pretty damn competitive when it comes down to it. There was a lot of like 99s to 99s on some of those points. But one of the big things I noticed was not only Hardy just dominating on the Orisa, but his ability to isolate people at the very end of fights too, and just stagger them. It was very important to a couple of those point wins. And it's not really something Hardy's really known for, is the Orisa, but it also plays like Reinhardt as well. You just run, you gun, and you just shoot people and throw spears. Like, you're in the front line permanently, and that's what Hardy loves to do.
And I think there's going to be a lot of players who aren't known for Orisa who are going to have to play it just because of how durable of a hero it is right now. And the Terra Surge, even though, you know, the slam of it isn't always the most effective, the ability to pull everyone in just is such a big tool, and Hardy is playing it masterfully. If he can add that to his wheelhouse, enable them to play the Orisa rush instead of always just playing that Reinhardt rush, it'll be a big thing. And if he's putting numbers up just like this, then it could be big for the London Spitfire, and this is a dangerous team moving into the playoffs.
That is a lot of Terra kill surge per 10.
That is
7.2 Terra surge kills per 10. Like, that is a lot of value every single ult. A lot of high damage, nice final blows, nice energy javelin kills as well. Looking great, Hardy, and the rest of the London Spitfire. I mean, it's basically just substituting the Rhine for the Orisa on a lot of these maps. But we are moving to Esperanza, and you just go back to Rhine, right?
Yeah, yes and no, right? Like, the Reinhardt obviously has some major strengths. We saw that on Lijiang Tower, but some major weaknesses. We saw it on Numbani, right? So if you're the London Spitfire, you need to make the idea. Do you want to play Sparker on this sort of soldier, or do you want to play him on the Symmetra? Do you want to spread out the LA Valiant, or do you want to just run them down? If you want to just run them down, the Reinhardt is the pick. But I don't think that's the best idea on Esperanza. It can be very difficult to get onto high grounds, to maneuver against the opposition team. So I think almost sticking to that Orisa, such a meta hero, and putting Sparker back on that soldier, which he can play on those off angles, could be a better look.
Well, we might go to a map number 5, which will be Route 66, but Esperanza is up first. Yeah, I mean, the soldier being able to flank, and we saw a little bit of it on Numbani as well, where two people are on the flank. It's the Lucio and the soldier just kind of taxiing each other around, right? Just making sure they don't end up dying, which could be quite important on a map like Esperanza with a lot of like crucial high ground looking over that first checkpoint. So we'll see what both teams want to run. And I do. Okay, there's Krawi is blinking, so I just want to keep everybody updated.
Okay,
Krawi,
good. Nice.
He has managed to blink, so all good. Eyes fully
Really excited
moisturized
for
now.
him.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah, you know, it's important to look out for players. Remember, when you're gaming, sit up straight, drink some water, make sure to blink, all the important things of playing video games, especially for these pros, while CJ is just enjoying the vibes. Honestly, I feel it.
Okay. Looks like, well, we are just getting into the game in just a moment. Just waiting for one of the players to boot up and get into the game, and then we should be all good to go. CJ, yeah, like you said, just kind of vibing away. I love it.
I really hope as we move further into this meta, into the playoffs, we keep seeing this level of diversity depending on the maps, and teams can have their own identity, right? We were actually just talking about in the break. We got Houston Outlaws coming up next. They got two great flex supports. If they're going to want to play that Baptiste Lari, that's going to be the time to do it. Well, then you have other teams like London who are going to want to play this Lucio. I've even heard some rumors of some Winston still finding play in scrims as well. So there's a lot of different options depending on the maps and depending on how they play with the amount of verticality, long sidelines, all those types of things.
Yeah, I've heard some crazy stuff coming out of scrims. Like, we're in for a good few weeks, I would say, Scott, when it comes to the meta. I'm just going to put that out there. Esperanza is the map. Here we go. And, hey, maybe even Lifeweaver? Thoughts on that?
Well, I've been recently a massive advocate for Lifeweaver. He is, ever since his buff, if you don't know what his buff was, recently his tree now gives 100 overhealth on top of the healing that it already did. So it makes it that much bigger, sort of healing tool, defensive ultimate, plus the sheer amount of healing that he can do with his blossoms, makes Lifeweaver an interesting pick that throws a lot of wrenches in other teams' plans. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some Lifeweaver at some point as well, but not as meta as some of these other things we've already seen.
Thank you for giving us a meow. Backbone.
Any meows in chat?
Okay. Chill out, buddy. Chill out. Yeah, Seeker with my exact reaction.
Bruh.
Don't be weird in Killer's first fight. Please don't be weird. Oh my god. We're getting a little silly here. Everybody's a little bit silly.
Oh yeah, it's always going to be getting a little bit silly. The thing to keep an eye on, is Sparker going to stay on this Symmetra, or is it just going to be to TP them out? Because if he goes back to the Soldier, it's going to be very similar to what we just saw in Esperanza.
There it is.
they're going to play the same way, where Sparker creates this off angles, Hardy's trying to be that frontliner, and Backbone's looking for the executions to get the dash resets. But now they're going up against something very different from the LA Valiant. They're playing a Lucio of their own, but now they have high damage output with the Seeker Bastion.
Yeah, double turret comp with the Trob too. God, I love seeing Torb. Kind of annoying for flankers as well, mind you, if you put that turret all the way at the back. Speaking of flankers, Backbone and Sparker have already made themselves known in the back line. Looks like Sparker's having to back all the way up. Yeah, the thing is, you really do have to just sit at a distance and hope you can land some missiles. You've got a little healing station, sure, but you've got to be wary. Hardy could get run over at any second, and Sparker right now is not in the fight. Finally doing a bit of extra damage to Seeker, but Seeker's not getting killed. CJ wasn't even looking at Seeker, just let him die. So 1 kill already going the way of the London Spitfires. The bot was moving in favor of the Valiants, and now that deflect pointed straight at CJ and Nos. And there you go, first fight over and done with, and the Valiant, they're switching up. Seeker off the Bastion, he's going Soldier.
And you can see the idea the Spitfire are going for. Sparker is literally just in the opposition's backline. As soon as anyone looks at him, he just runs away. So the Valiant don't have any ways to deal with the Soldier from Sparker, and that's going to prompt switches from the Valiant. Seeker goes over to a Soldier of his own, and now Nos on the Genji. This will allow them to deal with the flanks, but we're almost in mirror comps at this point, Jack, except for Admiral on the Lucio and Lyra on the Alari. So London Spitfire, once again, will be faster, but Valiant will have more damage.
That Terror Surge straight on top of that window. Oh my word, Krawi did not escape that damage, and neither will CJ. Yeah, have fun in that corner. And that bot is still moving, by the way.
He is living.
Krawi, oh, Hardy. Someone heal Hardy? Okay, Hardy, not quite so much. Shooter comp for sure, Scott. I mean, a lot of damage, and Hardy could not quite escape, and there was no heals. And that's the other big thing as well with the Valiant comp and the Valiant backline, I should say. They have a lot more healing compared to Admiral Landon. And Hardy was just unable to keep himself up. Ran out of the spears and ran out of Fortify. So now the bot in control of the Valiant.
And that's the thing you need to be careful when you're an Orisa or just anyone playing against the Alari. He walked into the den which had the healing pylon, so therefore he just couldn't do anywhere near enough significant damage to find any picks. Ultimate's starting to come out. Lyra drops the captive son, doesn't find any picks with it specifically, but Landon is down.
Yeah, Landon's down. And Admiral's beat is out as well, Scott, mind you. So that's a big win for the Valiant. The bot, however, is being moved. Yes, Seeker making sure it doesn't move that far.
And you can see they're just so aware of Sparker. Seeker's just looking around, making sure he knows where the opposition soldier is, as now the Valiant are going to be the ones who can take this high ground, setting up this pressure. But double DPS ults for both teams.
Ooh, Seeker.
How are they both going to find values? No defensive ultimates for either side as well.
That is a big blade from the heavens, though. Straight on top of the pylon, and there is Backbone. I'm not sure Seeker knew where he was coming from. Straight over the rooftops for Backbone. He found 1 kill, and honestly, that's more than enough. It stops weird flanks coming out from Seeker, and also stops that visor being anywhere near as valuable. And now Krawi, I don't think he's got a hope of getting out here. Didn't quite reach that pylon in time, and now it's just Lyra using that outburst to get onto the point, just to feed. Well, I say feed, just a reset, I should say. Very close to that checkpoint, though, a London Spitfire, Scott, and now the high ground is in control of them.
Great blade from Backbone. Just takes down CJ, recognizes that's the primary threat. If you can take away that damage and healing from the Valiant, the rest of the dominoes will fall. And Valiant just getting caught a little bit flat-footed once again. Now they're the ones with the blade, they have the visor. But how do you assail this positioning from the London Spitfire? They're leaving Backbone on the point to push alone, while everyone else just sits on the high ground. Now you're going to see some people start to fall as they drop the amplification matrix.
Terror Surge right through the window again. Hardy, I mean, that's all he really needs to do, Scott. Just spin the spear through the window. They can't do damage to him because it just mitigates everything, and then he just hits ult. These windows, they are aggressive. They are being put forward to take care of London Spitfire's frontline, but Hardy just saves CDs, and he just destroys the rest of the Valiant, who are trying to utilize their extra damage boost.
Yeah, they're trying to get that extra damage, but Spitfire just playing way faster than them to ever be able to get more value. Valiant need to be proactive with these ultimates. They need to be able to walk into their own advantages. You can see them trying to take this top left.
Oh, Sparker in the back.
There's the visor first from Sparker.
Yeah, and Nos is already dead. He got isolated away from the rest of his team, as Hardy was just pushing Seeker away. Captive Sun comes out, but he does nothing. The London Spitfire are just going to march on forward. I mean, they still got ult, Scott. You've got that blade and the beat coming up. That bot is over 100 meters at this point.
Yeah, and Nos pops the blade, unable to find any value in Liar. I'm pretty sure he clipped the corner of that wall with the Captive Sun. I think we saw it in the corner of our screen. So no value at all. And now it's only Seeker with the visor. The remaining, and we are getting very close to a full cap here, Jack.
You can hold on forever as well if you're Hardy, right? Pretty hard to stay down. There's the visor from Seeker. Still a little bit of damage. And forces Spitfire all the way back, but not so much anymore. Sound barrier popped, and London Spitfire might not even need to use the blade. Every single second right now for the London Spitfire is important just to try and whittle away that time bank. One slash onto Liar, he finds the second, and with Liar and CJ already dead, it's only the healing pylon to save the rest of the LA Valiant from getting just ripped to pieces. Nos does come up with a big kill on Admiral, but will it be enough? With 4 minutes to go and 118 meters and counting, the London Spitfire looking at a full cap on Esperanza.
They just look so confident. This is very similar to the Reinhardt rush that they like to play. They're just playing to their strengths masterfully right now. Valiant, they're stepping up. They're getting some more ultimates back on the board, but Spitfire are just matching them pound for pound, and they're just getting more value from these ultimates.
A lot of healing, though, from that pylon now. You can see it's completely out of sight of the London Spitfire. But they don't need really to do anything, right, Scott? There is the Terror Surge. He does go very deep. He is so low, isolated too. Captive Sun, but no, the Terror Surge, oh, the reflect! Rye got it reflected straight back into his face. Backbone and Spark can clean up the rest. Hardy with a brief wave, but that'll be it. Surely the London Spitfire a couple of meters away from capping the point. Here comes Crowing on the Doomfist, trying to get back in time, but no, gets speared out of his block. 3 meters to go as Nos dashes onto the point. Liar over to the Kiriko to teleport back in time. CJ with no chance at touching, and the London Spitfire will full cap on Esperanza and take the series 3-1.
Masterful play, showing great understanding of how they want to make this adaptation to the composition that found them the success in the last 4 matches. Hardy playing Orisa, Sparker on that Soldier, Backbone on the Genji, looking like great adaptations to the way that they usually want to play the game, and that's a scary team to play against right now. They now go up to 7 wins, almost guaranteeing themselves a spot in the play-ins.
Yeah, London Spitfire, what a tremendous W. It really has been strength to strength for this team. Going back to the ye old faithful, right? The Sim, May, TP with the Rhine just running at people. And this meta is shaping up to be an Orisa one by the looks of it. And it works out perfectly for them. Backbone can also play Genji, which he's very good at. Sparker is a phenomenal hit scan anyway. I mean, the London Spitfire, they might become an unstoppable force, Scott, over these next couple of weeks. And these games are important too, just collecting dub after dub and almost influencing the top end of the leaderboard too. You've got to be careful if you face London right now.
And I want to give the special shout out to Christopher, who was our coach of the year last year, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you had these big meta shifts, you have these big patches, generally teams which have great coaches and teamwork and, you know, players that trust each other, that's when you see their biggest strengths. And you're seeing that right now for the London Spitfire. So very well drilled by the Los Angeles Valiant, just not able to keep up.
Not able to keep up, but it was cool. It was pretty fun to see some Alari.
It was cool.
That is for sure. Even if that Captive Sun, that last one, got reflected, which is also pretty cool. That's Backbone doing that one. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the LA Valiant are out of the running. They are, and they cannot make it to play-ins. They cannot make it to that elusive grand finals right now. So they are here to play spoiler, to play upset. We'll see what happens with them over the next couple of weeks, Scott. But player of the match for this series, who's it gonna be? Well, it's none other than Hardy. Not on the Rhine this time, at least not as much. His Orisa play this series.
There was a little bit of Rhine.
Looking great.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about it though. Maybe we don't talk about the Rhine play because...
Ignore this map if you look at Rhine gameplay.
Yeah. If you're a London Spitfire fan, just forget Nabani ever happened and everything is great and you guys are looking really strong because there was some punishment and some weaknesses of the London Spitfire that were really highlighted here, but Hardy really putting on a great clinic of... He's doing things that make him great at Reinhardt and applying it to Orisa, catching teams off guard, utilizing your strengths to sort of put other teams in weak positions. And Hardy, you know, he's proving why he was a role star on the tank role last year.
Yeah, I mean, that Terror Surge, when he was hiding behind that corner, you just swap that character model out and it's Rhine, right? And you jump out, you hit the Shadow. But this time it's jump out and you hit the Terror Surge. I mean, these stats kind of speak for themselves too. Per 10 minutes, almost 8 Terror Surge kills per 10. That's a lot of value. Bigger limbs, big final blows as well.
not that, damage as well. 9.3k damage.
Yeah.
A lot of that is usually going into the opposition tank, but that's meaningful damage. That's damage that needs to be healed up on the other side. So if he's able to keep hitting those shots and also big javelins, that's so important for this Orisa play.
Yeah, and isolating people too. And with people playing BAP, you have to be extra careful at placing your lamp because you can get speared out of lamp. If your lamp is just anywhere near just an open area, one spear is going to throw you out of it, and you best believe people are going to be focusing you down. I mean, the Batiste job in this meta, Scott, it's pretty hard. It's pretty damn hard. You are
all the time
fighting for your life and fighting so you don't randomly throw lamp by accident, then the Terror Surge just hits your whole team and you explode. This meta is shaping up to be great. I'm going to be real with you. London Spitfire take that series 3-1 over the LA Valiants. We're going to jump to the desk. They're going to break this game down and throw us over to the next Outlaws versus Vegas game. We'll see you in a bit.
Vegas Eternal.
Thank you guys so much. We're here on our desk to break down all the action between the London Spitfire and the LA Valiant. First match on that new patch. We get to see the first look on both of those teams. So let's discuss how they both fared and what went down. Composition-wise, any big surprises for either of you out there, or just exactly what you expected?
I mean, the willingness of London to get off the Rhine when it was, you know, feeling some of the limit, feeling some of the struggles on that hero. They swapped it off and they looked just as solid as ever. I think keeping with the Lucio variant was really smart, where that still plays to a lot of their greatest strengths as a team and they're still able to leverage it effectively. Honestly, the rush style of the Orisa comp looked better, right? They won this series, they beat the poke version. And so honestly, for a lot of teams, I think you have to start questioning, is that faster pace style, is it going to be better than using the Yari?
Yeah, I think for me too, like going in, and like I said, I think when we were doing our predictions, I was like, hey, London, just stick with the Rhine. But honestly, you know, their Rhine composition is good, but also that new Orisa comp, they were really clean with it. And I think another interesting thing was Backbone being on that Genji. I don't think we talked a lot about Genji being in this new meta composition, but Backbone made it really work well. And I think there's a lot of new and exciting, I think, parts and components to this meta and also in this composition as well. So I think it was very exciting to see from both parts.
Yeah, I feel like that Lucio really plays well with the Genji in the sense of you're not trying to poke people down and take them out with like well-placed headshots. You're trying to overwhelm the enemy team, rush over the back of the Orisa and get into the backline, take out supports and DPS for free essentially with Lucio and Genji speeding in. There were moments where it felt hard. On Numbani, it didn't look nearly as good. It looked really difficult to close that gap. So I think it is going to still be dependent map by map, team by team.
You know, I think from now on, I don't think I'm gonna say London play Ryan Rush anymore. I think after watching this match, I'm like, hey, I believe in this this new London Orisa comp, and you know, it's looking pretty good.
I mean, I think this is working in their advantage, though. However, we do have to put that into perspective. It was against the LA Valiant. It's not like they're the strongest team out there. So this was the match for London to win. I'm going to be very interested to see how they match up against other Orisas and Orisa composition from other teams in the league. So it's going to be left to see. But for now, of course, they can continue the win streak, which is going to make them feel really, really good heading into the play-ins.
Yeah, I think they're feeling confident, wanting to secure that spot. Even with Gladiators fighting back, London's not going to make it easy.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screens right now, we got some good looks on Reinhardt. London not missing a beat, of course, starting things off with a victory. And you can get a victory in style if you get your prideful Reinhardt skins today as well. That's right, they're on sale in our shop, as you saw on the screen. I like it, I dig it. And it looks really good in like the different team colors. Which team colors look the best on skins?
Houston.
Okay, but like if we were not biased on the disc.
Honestly, though, there has to be. Seoul Dynasty has the best colors. Seoul Dynasty, the
okay, we're all biased.
Seoul, all right, Seoul is probably like the fair. Right. Seoul Dynasty, the black and gold is pretty godly on a lot of heroes, but it also depends on the hero. You need that different hero, different styles, different vibe. You gotta, you know, and also sometimes you gotta rep like the OG.
I know what you're gonna say. Hong's a Spark, right?
I mean, that just looks good. But just because I like the Spark skin on like the edgy characters, because the juxtaposition of like bright and bubbly colors, like Pink Reaper, it just there's something about it which just makes me unreasonably happy. Speaking of happiness, I don't actually know.
No, you just go. Keep going with it.
Keep going with it.
Keep going with it. Happiness.
happiness. You know who always makes me happy? Backbone.
Of course.
That's right. That was named the transition.
Reaching.
It's a little reach, but we are happy to have you with us for a post-game interview. Backbone, thank you so much for taking the time. First things first, I just want to ask you how your quote-unquote break was. It was 2 weeks of practice on a new patch, new map, new hero. What was the focus for the London Spitfire?
We kind of just focus on if we can make Rhine work, and you can. It's pretty good this patch. So it's been that, and then we got to a point where it's like we can start branching out and play some of the Orisa that every other team is playing too. So we've got our own style on that as well at this point.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that new Orisa comp, I mean, today we saw you play a lot of that Genji with that Orisa. So how does it feel to play the Genji? And also, you know, like what does Genji provide in this new sort of meta with the new, Orisa composition?
I really enjoy playing Genji, so I'm happy to be back on it. I don't, historically, it's not been that well received, but, you know, I think I'm playing quite well on it at the moment. The Genji's kind of just really good with the Lucio because it actually takes the flank fights like quite well. Like Genji Lucio on a flank can beat most, if not all, like 2v2s if you play it well enough. So that's kind of like our thinking behind it.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially with like a lot of the Soldier 76 play we've seen. You know, people trying to take those wide angles, and then they're actually threatened when there's a Genji on the map, whereas like Tor was just gonna run from you pretty much.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, your Genji looked really solid today. Like a lot of great performances. Nice. The deflect on the Ahri ult at the end was pretty flashy.
Yeah.
What I wanted to ask about though is actually just the new map type, is Flashpoint. I saw you guys doing some really cool stuff on Flashpoint that I'll get to talk about a little bit later, but I want to ask just how you're feeling about the map type, having it in ranked, scrimming it. It looks really fun and dynamic, but like, what's your sense actually being in scrims?
I hated it at the start, like beyond belief, but the more we played it, and now that like teams are starting to understand it and stuff, it's actually a really fun game mode that I enjoy.
Why did you not like it? Is it just because it's so big and that gets a little like hectic?
I think it was just a bit of everything. It was like chaotic, big, like it. But then when some sense started getting put into it, I like it.
That makes sense. That's fair. So with the changes now, how would you rate the London Spitfire in terms of standings? Do you think this was a good change in meta and maps and everything for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
It's okay.
I didn't hate where we were on the last patch. I don't hate where we are on this patch. Like, I think we'll make playoffs. I think I have quite a lot of faith that we'll make playoffs, actually. So I've got nothing to complain about patch-wise.
That's good. We love to hear that. Well, we can't wait to see more from you and the crew. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That was Backbone from the London Spitfire. It's okay. We take
all
that.
right.
We went from it's okay to I'm very confident we're making playoffs, or pretty confident. So,
I mean,
you know.
they're in a great spot. They've been in a great spot though, right? Like this back half of the season, yes, they had a really rough start, but that's, I mean, obviously, yeah, it'd be better to just win the whole time. But if you're gonna peak somewhere, it should be at the end of the season. That's where you want to be most confident, most ready to take the wins, and especially with the play-in tournament coming up. You know, yeah, the standing matters a little, like you want to be high-seeded in the play-in tournament. But it's not going to matter that much. If you're the best team in the play-in tournament, you will qualify. It doesn't. You're going to have to beat the other teams regardless.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? So like, that's if you want to be the best, you got to be the best to actually get there. Now, you did just mention in the interview that there was a particular play on Flashpoint rather from the London Spitfire, which caught your attention. So if you want to break that down. Also, right now I'm actually looking at Costa's screen and I see his.
Is that why you were just laughing all the time?
Because it's happening right there. Can we get the cat
Talk
cam?
about Overwatch, but priorities. People.
I cannot. Yeah, thank you.
Hey!
Completely threw me off. I just see like a cat walking by in the back. I was like, this is great. But yeah, so there is a particular play you wanted to break down for us.
So I want to talk about staggering. You know, this is something we've seen a lot in Overwatch. It's actually relevant in a lot of maps, a lot of situations. But London made such great use of this mechanic on Flashpoint, delaying tons and tons of their kills. Once they'd already won the team fight, they get like +1, +2 players, feeling very confident that they've won. That last player alive is almost always getting delayed. London doesn't finish the kill right away, and that just means you know, you're just missing an entire fight basically every single point here for the Los Angeles Valiant. So this is a really punishing tactic, really, really effective when it's implemented so well like London were doing, right? Like this Torb, there's no way he's killing an Orisa who's getting healed from the whole team. And so you don't need to kill him right away. You keep him alive, and then the other team, they can't come back to the fight until they have 5 players. You effectively are denying them like one whole Rake contest. And I think we're gonna see teams start to push the limits of like how greedy can you be staggering people on Flashpoint, because I think it's going to give you a huge return in terms of winning more points, winning more games. I think it's so valuable.
It can backfire for sure if not done right. So we'll see. Some risk there involved for sure. And we get to see a lot of that moving forward with more Flashpoint action. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break. And afterwards, we're going to be talking about the Houston Outlaws and the Vegas Eternal. So close. Coming up next.
They're close by.
Close by.
Yeah, it's a short drive.
Yeah. To inform everyone watching that as we were just witnessing the beauty that is penguins, Danny's reaction as we go like, oh, how cute is, they look tasty.
They got a lot of meat. I don't know. Are penguins edible? Do people eat penguins?
There's way more fats than meat, so that's probably not. Maybe that makes them juicy, actually.
Yeah. See?
Come to think of it. Anyway, speaking of juicy, we got a good one coming up.
Right here, everybody.
Vegas Eternal and Houston Outlaws. This is a must-win, of course, for the Outlaws. They do want to rake up those W's because they want to qualify and clinch their spot, so they do not have to play in the play-ins. They're currently contesting those 2 spots with Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem. And they will have to go up against the Vegas Eternal. Still, you know, trying very, very hard to
getting
get
closer,
that,
right?
Get that W. And we still want to do it for Rack Attack.
It could be a meta where maybe 2U is a little bit more comfortable, able to play Orisa more of like an off-tank aim hero. I do think it's going to put a lot of individual pressure on the Vegas Eternal since there's so much, we saw in that last series, was so much individual playmaking. For the players on ping, like they've got to keep up in those sniper battles. We've seen Knife do great things on the Tracer, but now I think we'll get a more full picture of a lot of those players' skill sets as they play more individualistic heroes. Maybe that's a good thing for Vegas, but tough to go up against Houston as your first match on this new meta. For Houston, though, I think you really want a 3-0. Like, dropping a map here would hurt because you're only, even though you're 1 win over Boston, the next team trying to take that qualifying spot from you, you're only 1 map diff up as well. And so for Houston, you want to secure these solid 3-0s, especially, you know, London looked like a potentially scary opponent. I think Vegas is like, you want to end this 3-0, make it clean.
Is there a potential for Houston Outlaws to not have prepped against or for Eternal specific?
I mean, I doubt they prepared for Eternal, but I just wonder if Eternal's really, I mean, who knows? Maybe Eternal's going to bring something totally different. I would be really surprised. Usually teams that are struggling this hard are going to keep something pretty standard with the like Orisa comp. The question for me is more for the Outlaws. Like, are they going to try and play some sort of dive variant, try and, you know, mess with the meta and like sort of put their spin on it? I don't know. But you also have players like Shu and Violet. You can put them on double flex sport, feel really good about that. So
I mean, going in as the favorite, you probably don't want to show your card to the other teams, especially in a match against.
Probably just play the meta.
Exactly, you want to play the meta and not give anything more away. I think
But
that's
at the same time,
approach there.
knowing Houston, they like to experiment when it's, you know, against certain teams, you know.
They put them on the wrong. Yeah, I see.
But I think there's a chance where Houston today like does
Having
something
fun?
very wonky.
He hates having fun.
I think we could see, I think there is potential on certain maps for stuff like Doomfist also got a big buff this patch. Right. I think his matchup versus Orisa is pretty difficult, and so it might be hard to see him get that much playtime, but I think the hero individually is very, very strong. You could play heroes like Genji with it, that, you know, Backbone was saying Genji feels great in that comp, so who knows?
I think if we're looking at our predictions for this one, we should all be on the same page.
We should be, yep.
There we go, 3-0, we're making it clean. But who knows? Maybe Vegas Eternal have been cooking. Maybe they're coming out and put some unexpected things on the table, and Outlaws might be stumbling because they weren't prepared for that. However, they are definitely the underdog heading into this. Houston Outlaws want to clinch their spot, everything on the line. And for all the action, we once more hand it over to our very favorite duo. It is, of course, Fish Daddy and his favorite Australian guppy.
Guppy?
Yeah.
You're a guppy now?
Guppy. Okay. I don't know about some Fish Daddy and Guppy.
Is he a Marlin?
He does look like a guppy.
I mean, if you really want to call him out, like you can call him a minnow.
What's a minnow?
A minnow.
Just call me?
No,
a minnow.
but I feel like a guppy is like the golden
A
retriever
minnow,
of
they're typically
fish.
used as feeder fish.
Whoa.
That's
I'm a feeder.
Something
Whoa,
that's
kind of
tracks,
messed up, bro. Why would you? Hey.
Or the most abundant
Also,
fish
I
in
wanna-
the ocean, the lanternfish, I believe they're called.
But guppies
also
are
wanna call out the
invasive
desk.
species, right?
So you're saying
feel
Costa's
that-
invasive?
You calling me invasive as well?
Oh, no, that's the
feeder
lion.
is
Throwing it
invasive.
out there.
I mean, technically, yeah, lionfish
What?
are invasive to the Australian waters that are destroying
Yep.
the Great Barrier Reef.
Whoa, now you're ruining the nice things that we have as well. Jack, honestly,
not ruining it, the lionfish are.
I'm not, yeah,
I brought that fact up
I'm holding you
before,
personally accountable.
Okay,
As a
good.
fish fanatic, I'm holding you accountable. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Also, I want to call up the desk. First of all, Danny, bro, what's up with the penguins, okay? Penguins are cute, don't eat a penguin.
I'm just saying, I'm not, you know,
I'm
just
the only
curious.
one who's innocent here, all right?
They're plump, they're cute, but they're very
Someone was
plump.
recording
They might
me.
have a lot of meat.
I don't want to eat them. I want to give them a nice hug.
Just saying.
Yeah. No, Danny, yeah, there's no excuses, okay? Sorry, keep him accountable, stop recording me, okay? But we do have an interesting match going on here with the Houston Outlaws taking on the Vegas Eternal because, you know, as the predictions have shown, this should be a one-sided affair. Houston Outlaws are expected to be the favorites. They've been dominant this season, only really falling to the Atlanta Reign, while the Vegas Eternal still hunting for their first win. Everyone wants to see that smile from Rack Attack get a little bit wider.
So like an arowana versus a minnow then? Is that what you're saying?
Wait. Sure, why not?
Yeah?
Okay, invasive species versus the feeders. Is that what you're saying?
Arowanas aren't invasive. They're just like they're like trophy fish, I guess. They're like very beautiful fish. Very beautiful.
Okay.
They're very cool. And, you know, you feed minnows to them. So that's what I was saying. I was trying to make a good analogy for this series, Scott, that wasn't something to do with eating penguins. Because I don't think the chat likes that. If I would have had to guess. But no, we are going to Outlaws versus Vegas Eternal. And yeah, I liked Jake's line of thinking, actually, with the Doomfist. I've seen Fearless is actually playing a little bit of Doomfist in solo queue on stream recently. So I'm like, is that kind of Fearless preparing for Doomfist play, or is that kind of him just messing around? Because I'm going to be real, Scott, Doomfist is by far one of the best heroes in solo queue right now for the tank role. Not a cosmetic hero. It's very, very strong.
Not a cosmetic hero at all. I think the issue with Doomfist is the more coordinated play gets, the more difficult it is to get value from Doomfist, because players aren't going to shoot your block to give you the empowered punches. If you do, they're going to have the counters to you. Vegas Eternal rolling out on a more what we would expect traditional composition, playing the Alari with the Baptiste, with the Orisa in the front line, while Houston Outlaws giving a different look, playing an Echo, Ana, and a Kiriko of all things.
Yeah, the Kiri's quite interesting. I mean, you can cleanse, however, the Captive Sun. I just want to point that out, because it's like a dot, you can cleanse it. So any big ultimate that Irony does end up getting off could be cleansed by Violet. However, Giant Ant onto you. Force the lamp out of Rack Attack. As well as that pylon going down as Rack Attack falls. And, I mean, Violet kind of doing what Violet does best, just kind of ignoring the fight and just trying to take little 1v1s. But it's Knife that actually wins out that one with the help of his little turret.
Yeah, he ends up getting the win, but the Houston Outlaws just corralled Vegas Eternal into the corner. You can see the idea behind the Ana from Shu. Obviously, he's a phenomenal Ana player. If they drop the Biotic Grenade, all of a sudden that sheer amount of healing that the Baptiste and the Alari can do doesn't mean anything. So TU is going to need to be very careful about getting caught by these Biotic Grenades, because that's what forced the lamp, and that's what ended up causing Rack Attack to fall.
Oh, can't wait to see some turret kills this game, honestly. Although the turret is pretty hard to keep up, and is definitely the worst part of Torp's kit, sadly. Not quite the 6th player on the field. Pelican almost with that duplication too. A lot of good dupe targets as well, Scott, in this meta for Pelican. Knife already going down though. I don't think Pelly is going to need to use the dupe whatsoever. A nano boost is more than enough to clean this fight up.
And Eternal just feel like every time they step up, they're losing a player. From there, it just crumbles down. Knife thinking maybe the turret is useless as well, and switches over to the Hanzo. Now, your Outlaws just firmly in control of this series as we expected, and they have ultimates and
what is
Violet on the flank with the Kiriko.
Okay, so
okay, Violet is just straight trolling this. Look at
him smiling. He knows what he's done. I mean,
me when I troll.
Me when I troll, actually. There's the window. Fearless spinning the spear to get himself back to the rest of his team. 75% for the Outlaws, and because Orisa is rather unkillable when she has that shift up and the spear, it's going to be tough for them to really dislodge it. Pelican already going down though, and Advisor ripped from high ground. Dub is a little bit scared, and I would be too. Grabbed in by the Terror Surge as Irony launches out that Captive Sun, but it doesn't matter. Dub and Rack Attack are already dead. Same with that miniature pylon. And I mean, Violet, he do be trolling just a little bit, but not trolling hard enough for Vegas to actually, well, hold on for the point for any longer than a couple of seconds, as the Houston Outlaws are going to try and find the reflect.
Yeah, Vegas, finding a little bit of percentage point, but at the end of the day, they just don't have enough tools to be able to get rid of the Outlaws. Knife falls, 97%. Is anyone going to be able to touch?
What's scarier than one Orisa? 2 Orisas.
Oh, no.
Honestly, probably the best copy, Scott. Like how the benefit of copying a tank in like old Echo's Altar, old duplication, was that you get that giant HP pool. You don't get that anymore. You are capped when you copy a tank now. So if you copy a tank with some sort of defensive tool like an Orisa, which can just hit the shift, hit that fortify, or hit the spear spin to survive a couple of seconds, you can pretty much wait out the entirety of your duplicate and almost guarantee yourself an ultimate.
And I've actually seen, just in the ranked game since Alari came out as well, duplication of the Alari is actually quite solid, because you can instantly throw out the healing pylon, and that charges your ultimate very quickly. That can give you that offensive ultimate. So maybe we'll see that from Pelican as well, as Houston Outlaws rolling out on the exact same thing. The Eternal, very similar with some slight changes. Sojin and Bastion this time, maybe thinking they need just more damage with Knife going over to the wheels mode.
Nice pylon. placement, Scott, I will say.
Yeah, great.
It's been really interesting. Obviously, these very, very micro plays from the Alaris already, where they put their pylons. You want to put it somewhere that it's very hard to kill, and that is one of those spots. As long as they don't give up this small bit of ground here.
And you can see that they understand that the Outlaws are trying to take this from them with the Kiriko and the Soldier, just fighting for it.
Oh,
do need to be careful. Knife's getting low, but Catch is happy with the grenade, and that's going to be hard for the Outlaws.
It is. Now we Vegas capping the points. A brief or a swift TP away from Violet's Pelican.
Oh, surprise!
Pelican. Alrighty. Well, he's dead. I mean, the Houston Outlaws, they just want to reset. Just go again. As well, a big benefit for the supports on the Outlaws side, apart from Violet, who is flanking permanently, is Shu is getting so much healing because Fearless takes so much damage. So you're almost guaranteeing yourself a nano every single fight too.
Because the Orisa, like a lot of other tanks, you can play aggressively and take the damage because you have so many tools to keep yourself alive, but then that can just be constantly healed up as Violet trolls once again and goes down. Maybe not trolling, it's hard to really know, but he does fall first at the very least, and this is more percentage coming up for Eternal, and it hasn't cost them a single ultimate yet, Jack.
It has not. Fearless going pretty low. Should get healed up by Shu in a moment. Healed up by Shu in a moment.
Should.
Okay, there you go. All good. Spear spin. Yeah, Vegas Eternal got big ults, and wow, Pelican goes down again. Knife with these nade kills. He's going a little silly right now. He's going a little bit crazy. And there you go. Dove rips the overclock, or sorry, just the regular railgun, as the Vegas Eternals pushing Outlaws all the way to their spawn doors. 50+% building up.
And this is how the composition, this shooter composition as it's been dubbed, is supposed to work. You have multiple shooting threats from multiple different angles, as you can see Irony and Knife playing on the off angle, while the rest of the Eternal team plays from main. There's just so many threats coming in that you will find these picks over and over again for almost free.
Where are we going? Straight on top of Happy. Oh!
Happy's in trouble. Ooh.
Nope, forced out the lamp.
Falls anyway.
But Pelican dies, yep. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Violet got his one. Violet got his one. But Dove gets two, so not great. Vegas Eternal still have ultimates online, on the point at least, with Dove's overclock. Have to play a little bit more safe now as Irony comes back with the captive sun. Shu pretty low, there's the overclock, narrowly missing Shu's head. However, the entirety of the Outlaws are split up. Big problems for Violet right now with no ultimate, but Dove is stuck! Oh, he's stuck in the corner! He couldn't quite escape the wrath of Fearless's Terror Surge. 99% for the Vegas Eternal though, as they save one ult in the bank. Irony using that shift to get away. That outburst, not quite enough to save him as Shu deals the final lick of damage, and that will be a team kill and a point cap for the Outlaws.
I think Dove really wishing we didn't spectate that one from him. Missed a couple of integral shots and also went on to fall as he switches over to the Soldier. And now they're the ones who are going to have to walk into these like multiple angles of the Houston Outlaws. They need to find a way to deal with this Violet, because the way the Outlaws got in is Violet playing this aggressive flank way, which, as we've said, feels like trolling. It is the way you need to play on the Kiriko. You need to have that offensive threat because you can TP back to your team at any moment.
Very early Suzu there for Violet. I wonder if Eternal did manage to catch that. There's the window, and Knife already dying. To Happy's just Helix Rocket across the map. I mean, this winner's going to get nothing at this point. 2U's got Terror Surge, but it's being pushed off the point by Fearless's Spear Spin. And as Happy finds a nice little flank angle, getting some additional damage down. He's got to be careful, though. Almost a one-shot headshot there by Irony with a bit of an extra damage. That would have been a kill. But no, it's actually Irony that ends up going down. And now Outlaws kind of picking the Vegas Eternal apart. You still got another fight here, Scott, but all this meanwhile, your ultimate bank advantage from the Eternal is just going by the wayside, as Outlaws didn't need to use any ults apart from that window in that fight there.
And Eternal they're the ones making the mistakes now. They're the ones getting picked time and time again. And as you said, Outlaws have been able to build up their ult bank. So as we get close to 80%, this is last fight for the Eternal, and they don't have as many tools as the Outlaws do. So this will be a difficult fight.
Captive Sun and the Terror Surge is available. Shu is already dead. There's no lamp to help you now. Captive Sun comes out from Irony. He is going to find one, but it's Pelican who uses the dupe to escape that detonation damage and kills Knife as well with the stickies from across the map. The point flip does end up coming through as the Vegas Eternal are putting themselves on it, and with a Terror Surge available, it should be the round. Dove, yep, with the Helix Rockets killing Violet. There's nothing that Visor could have really done from Happy, and that'll be a round to Vegas. An unlikely round two. It seemed like Outlaws were able to win it quite easily in that first one, but small mistakes, and Violet trolling just a little bit on the Kiriko there, Scott. We're going to a round number 3.
Shu, I don't know how he got caught. It happened off screen, but maybe just taking a little bit too much spam damage. Maybe we'll see it right here.
Oh, Phyllis.
No, this is just Dove. Oh, this is the Dove 3K towards the end, cleaning everything up. The Soldier did get a buff in the patch, not the most recent one, but in the past, where they gave him an extra damage point. We didn't see him in the Sombra meta because Soldier just isn't good in a Soldier, Sombra Winston dive meta, but the damage just so consistent, and you can see Dove instantly getting value out of it. He goes back to it in this round as well as the Houston Outlaws Fearless on his signature Winston. Let's see how he's going to hold up to the amount of damage the Eternal have.
That pylon spot seems OP. Wow, you cannot kill that if you're the Houston Outlaws. It's like such a safe place to be. Ooh. All right. Well, Dove's dead. Dive for the Houston Outlaws. I mean, you might as well. You're so good at it. Fearless, one of the best there ever was at Winston.
Dove's actually going to switch over to the Tracer. I like this. Recognizing if he stays on the Soldier, he's going to be dove over and over again. Outlaws are going to be the aggressors. They just need to stay alive and play together and make it so they're helping each other, working off of each other so that these divers can't find the value that they've already been finding.
There's a first point cap as well. Houston Outlaws.
Dove back to Soldier. He can't work out what he wants to play.
Is anybody else going back to spawn right now? It looks like Rack Attack as well. Okay. Big swaps from the Vegas Eternal. Yeah, almost every single person on the roster there switching up.
Okay, interesting. This is actually something that we saw, I can't remember exactly the team, but we saw this in the Eastern region overnight. What happens is when they try and dive you, we know how strong Junker Queen is against the Winston, so we don't need to play this high damage thing, just play a composition that is tried and tested against the dive.
Yeah, you do not want to dive into a Queen, that's for sure. That's where she is her strongest, up close and personal. Nano boost onto Fearless, though. Very early ultimate. And this is the problem with control here, Scott. You lose that point flip first, and then you change your composition. You're just at such a disadvantage. Your ult bank's not as strong, and then the Houston Outlaws only need to invest one to win the preceding fight. They just nano Fearless, they kill Knife. There's no follow-up to any sort of push there from the Vegas Eternal, and now you're almost looking at last fight.
And Vegas Eternal's highest ult chance is at 60%, while, as you said, nearing last fight territory in Houston Outlaws, they're going to have every other ultimate pretty much coming up. Both DPS, they have the Kitsune Rush. If you're the Eternal, you want to get in the Outlaws' face, but they have the tools to deal with that.
Big flank as well. You see Happy and Violet holding hands once again on the sidelines. They're eventually sniffed out, but they can't commit too much here. Vegas Eternal need to dive as one, Scott. They can't send Knife in a 2v1. You're just going to lose it. And in fact, Irony is going to join them, and looks like Happy does bow out. However, here's the last fight, Scott. The blades and the rush. Oh, it's too easy for Pelican, and that healing station isn't going to save you now. Even the JQ pretty vulnerable to the sharpness of Pelican's blade. Shu finishes off Knife with a nade, and that will be it. Overtime, 99-0, and Outlaws will claim the first map.
And that's really what we talked about with Winston might see some play. In situations and maps where Winston has been historically strong, you could see it be played again where you can play around those corners, you can set up those effective dives, and with what feels like some prominence of Genji in this meta, it might not be as easy to play the Baptiste Alari, this very greedy damage backline, as you would have thought.
There we go. Still around, though, off of the Houston Outlaws, who do need to win their game, Scott. One thing that we pointed out on the desk at the very start of the day, how important these next few games are for the top teams that aren't the Atlanta Reign. The Houston Outlaws, if they do find the dub here, and especially if it's a 3-0, they're in such a good spot going into play-in / or just playoffs, right? Scary situation for a lot of teams that are watching this game right now. The Boston Uprising, the Florida Mayhem. I mean, you would kind of think the Houston Outlaws are going to win this one, right? I mean, Vegas Eternal, they're still winless. So you would imagine Houston Outlaws come away with a 3-0, maybe a 3-1 out of this series. And then they face London Spitfire later on. We'll have to wait and see after this break how it's going to go down. Are we going to see some more crazy comp swaps? I hope so. Eichenwalde will be the next map. We'll see you in a bit.
turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up, turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Welcome back, Houston Outlaws, with a 2-1 victory on Antarctic Peninsula over the Vegas Eternal. And yeah, we saw a little bit of fun, a little bit of trolling was to be had. No Alari, unfortunately, from the Outlaws yet, though. Scott's only coming out from Irony in this map so far, or in this series so far.
And this is a common thing that usually happens when you have this big meta shift or a new hero come in. Everybody tries it and everybody wants to force it, especially a fun hero like Alari. Everyone wants to force it into the meta. Everyone wants to make it good, especially with how much damage she does. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few teams that are like, what if we just don't play Alari and we play the other heroes that we also know are very good, and we can just utilize that to counter Alari than these teams that are potentially playing a suboptimal comp because they think it's good.
Yeah, I think that's maybe one of the reasons why Violet was running Kiriko, because you can cleanse the Captive Sun, and being able to save somebody's life from that can be wonderful, right? I don't know what good adjective. Insert good adjective. It's good. It's a good thing, because the Alari wants to be able to focus people down, using the ability to just get into the skybox and then hit you with the ult, follow up some damage, make them explode, and then just wipe them from the team fight, right? But if Violet is just kind of chilling on the Kiri and just hits them with a Suzu, they're good to go. They can just either run away or they can do whatever. But okay, whatever. I don't care what I just said, because right now we are seeing Rakatak on the Weaver. Now Rakatak, okay, to be fair, Scott, Rakatak has been playing Weaver over the last few weeks. However,
prior to it getting buffed.
Prior to it getting buffed, right. So, how are you feeling?
I've become a big believer of Life. We've actually been playing it a lot on stream, and Rakatak actually came into my chat and he was like, well, now you guys think Lifeweaver is good, okay? I told you guys. So now he genuinely believes in this pick, and I talk about it a little bit in our previous series, that the sheer amount of healing that you can do with this pick, and then that enables you to get a lot of Tree of Lives up, and the damage with how much the spread has been reduced is actually quite consistent as well. So I'm curious to see how much value Rakatak can get with this. Outlaws, they're going back to the composition that they played pretty much on Antarctic Peninsula, except with Happy now on a Tracer. Maybe seeing that Lifeweaver and thinking Tracer is the counter.
And guess who's in the back line? Is Pelican, but it's also Violet. I saw the little TP from Violet to Pelican to get onto the doors. I mean, this is how you undo this comp, right? You just have to get multiple angles, because Vegas really are just playing this hunker down comp. Just build a house, build a little turret, and then you're good to go. Not so much anymore. Violet with a couple of nice body shots there onto Dove. A little bit of additional damage from Pelican, I would imagine, to take him out. One big DPS threat now eliminated.
And Kiriko also received like a side grade of her body shots do more damage, but her headshots do slightly less damage. So you actually get a lot of value from just throwing shurikens into the body. It's getting very close to capturing this out. To use trying to touch the point.
Bro, Violet just solos knife through the E, I would imagine, too. Okay, well, Violet just doing Violet things, I suppose. Nano boost from Shu, 6 HP, still survives. Tree comes out from the Vegas Eternal, but can they actually touch the point? No, they cannot. Tree invested and wasted. In fact, no touches and no hope to defend first.
And you can see just the amount of healing that the Lifeweaver can do, just keeping everyone alive. The big issue that you run into with Lifeweaver is you keep everyone alive, but you don't have that offensive threat. And that's why, even though Eternal were able to stay in that fight for so long, they're just not returning the picks. They're not finding value of their own. Outlaws with a pretty quick first point capture and only have to commit the pulse bomb.
Oh,
but
Happy
gets taken down by Irony. And this is why a lot of people haven't been playing Tracer into sort of a lot of these sort of high damage compositions, because it's very easy to get picked. But Violet finds the trade back getting Irony.
Yeah, I mean, you got to marvel at Violet's ability to find kills, even on the flank. Like, so mechanically gifted. One of the best players to touch the game, no doubt. Oh, a little trap there set on the stairs. That little petal was set to maybe launch Violet into the skies. Didn't matter in the end. Shu does end up falling here, Scott, but Violet is just still on its head. If he gets another kill, this will just be ridiculous. Like, Rakatak is healing him up, throws the Suzu at his feet, still willing to trade. Oh, really thought he could hit that. Really thought he could make that flank work, but still a lot invested to try and force Violet away.
Violet is showing no respect to this Vegas Eternal team, just not believing in them to be able to hit the shots, but Irony has been getting a couple of really good picks on this Illari so far. The Outlaws, they are getting point progression, but they don't have the positioning. Great spear takes down the Flux of 2U.
Yep, spear from Fearless. Here's 2U straight out of the Flux. Pelican's got the Nano. There are 15 fights happening at once. I'll try and cover all of them. Rack Attack's in trouble on the high ground as Dove and Knife take down the back line of the Houston Outlaws. These comps, they're just so scrappy, very deathmatchy, in fact.
Yeah, these compositions are going to lead to this. It's not as teamwork heavy as we saw the Winston Tracer Sombra. It's going to be more about individual skirmishes fighting all over the point, especially when you have Tracers and Echoes added into the mix as well. 2U has got to be careful, cannot get picked, as it feels like the Outlaws and the team fight in general has finally stabilized.
Irony almost got thrown off the map there. Another good spear from Fearless. Checking the Illari. Captive Sun. Oh, it's available. Not sure you want to use it just yet, though. Another outburst to gain some positioning. Good spear onto Dove on the high ground. Man, his accuracy with spears is crazy, actually. Suzu used by Violet to get him out of there real fast.
And one of the things that Lifeweaver really enables as well is their direct healing onto Tracer and Echo. Obviously, they're characters that like to be all around the map, but Lifeweaver can heal from a very far away. Captive Sun finally coming out.
Oh,
Violet in the basement.
Violet just rushed the rush. Can you get out there?
Where you going?
Oh no! You can't get up that high, Irony! Oh! It doesn't send you that high, unfortunately. That'll be Pelican picking up those that kill with the help of those spheres. Just a little bit of movement just guarantees him the kill credit. Oh dear, this is a game right now. We are witnessing.
It is breaking down left and right. There is just no rhyme or reason, only chaos as flanks and duels are happening all over the map.
The tree.
Another tree for Rack Attack. We saw how valuable it was last time.
Oh, he's trying to get away. Forest planted, but Pelican has already killed 2. I mean, that's it, really. 3 for Pelly. Okay, just give him the 5k to you. You're not capping the point. You're not stopping this one. The tree's healing it to you up, I suppose. Even use the beam for a little bit deforestation there. Dove with the triple blink and the recall to try and touch the point. 3 minutes, though, going into castle phase as 2U is finally dead.
Yes, Pelican doing a bit of a Sylvanas cosplay for a little bit there, utilizing the beam. If it's below half health, it's gonna do a ton of damage. So it's almost worth it if you have the time to be able to take down that tree. But Outlaws still continuing to move, playing this like Ana Kiriko as Fearless back on this Winston. And Eternal, see the Winston, instantly make the swap back to the Queen.
Pretty easy to get it done too on this point, that's for sure. Happy with the pulse. Just checking Knife. Knife takes half his HP and damage already, has to dash away. There was a good leap by Fearless. Could have capitalized on it, but the lamp was there to save Knife's health bar. Pulse bomb thrown out, doesn't find much, but of course, Violet is already in the kill feed. Irony now in trouble. Primal Rage for Fearless separates the team, and Scott, I might just want to call it now. This point is probably going to be capped. Knife on the Widowmaker. There's the rush, and there is the point. Fearless saved from that pulse bomb by the Suzu. I mean, 2U is out. It's going to require a miracle of the highest order from Knife to try and find any sort of just balance to that fight. Houston Outlaws, they end up capping. 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining as the Vegas Eternal now try their attack.
Yeah, Outlaws just really flexing their muscles, proving that they are through and true the better team. There are a team full of superstars, and Vegas Eternal, they're trying to get in the mud, play scrappy with the Houston Outlaws, and that's where players like Pelican, Violet thrive. So, Jack, follow me here. Do you believe, and let me put my tinfoil hat on for just a moment.
Okay.
Do you ever think there's a world in which Outlaws, they recognize we only have to play Vegas Eternal and London Spitfire? Let's not show what we have in our arsenal. Let's not show what we think the strongest composition is. Or do you genuinely believe in this Ana Kiriko setup from the Outlaws?
I think the way Violet is playing, especially with Pelican and Happy, like Pelican or Happy finding a flank, Violet hitting the TP, which is how you want to play the Kiriko, but Violet is taking just some silly duels. Like, but he is getting away with it 50% of the time. 50% or more of the time, right? So, honestly, yeah, I could follow that line of thinking, because if you're going into a play-ins playoffs scenario and you aren't changing patch and you're not expecting the meta to solidify onto this one comp or change drastically, Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very real chance that the Outlaws right now are potentially hiding something that they are extremely strong at, knowing that they can take down the Vegas Eternal or the London Spitfire by playing a little bit cheeky.
And there's obviously some level of confidence in this composition, and it makes sense in its own right, but a part of me thinks maybe there's something more we're not seeing as Irony moves over to the Kiriko of his own and takes down Pelican. Pelican finally punished for just sort of playing so aggressively and dive bombing consistently.
Yeah, you still got to be careful of the Kiri headshots, regardless of the small damage nerf. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, Violet's obviously taken those duels. Oh, can you get the mini? Can you get the mini? Oh, we did. Uh-oh, Violet. Irony in the little 1v1. Please respect the 1v1. Do not shoot.
But yeah, nobody help. Nobody help. Okay, 1v1.
Well, we are watching an idiot fight almost there. Like, no one was hitting anything. All right, well, the fight will continue off of the point still. Violet hitting the headshot onto Dove. 3 minutes for the Vegas Eternal. However, Scott, they do end up having 2 checkpoints there. As we were watching that whole fight, that was Vegas Eternal. At least 2. A little boop off the map, potentially. Kitsune Rush used pretty early.
Window.
As a run through the window for... Fearless. Yeah, I mean, you just walk through that. That's
Violet is absolutely crushing on this Kiriko right now. It doesn't feel like Eternal really have many tools to be able to deal with this Kiriko, who's just permanently flanking into the team. They're leaving Shu to be able to cover everything in the backline alone, and Violet's essentially just helping Happy and Pelican be that executor, and Eternal just haven't really been able to find any way to deal with it other than what we saw in the first map. So maybe they need to make some adjustments. Irony went over to the Kiriko and I guess put on some level of pressure, but right now Violet is feasting.
Dove on the Tracer. Oh man, there's the Nano. Blade available from Pelican. Not sure he even needs to rip it. No, he does not. Yeah, this is a flattening right now.
Yeah, it was always going to be harder, you know, Eternal having to make so many swaps. There was a little bit of hope that all of us had that, like, maybe this would be a meta where, you know, a lot of the new additions, Knife, Irony, and 2U would feel a lot more comfortable than having to play this, like, coordinated Winston, Tracer, Sombra. But right now, regardless of how much they might have made improvements, this could be a good meta for them. Outlaws just proven they're one step better.
God. Violet is putting on so much. He forced a recall a second ago. He forced a Suzu on his own. He's 2v1ing a lot of the time. He is just such a scary player. Yeah, 5% away, right? Kitsune Rush, though, coming out from already first. TP away, though, from Violet. He's finally dead. He's finally put to rest. But Pelican, yeah, he's going to pull the blade. I'm not sure you're going to be able to escape from that one rack attack. 1 HP. Oh, but Knife chases him down. And the point was capped. All the meanwhile, Scots, they only needed 1 tick, so all good. All good. Vegas Eternal are going to get it through the doors at least.
Finally able to punish Violet, and from there, they're able to follow through and get the rest of the capture and get things moving through this second point. Outlaws, pretty solid defense, though, on that first point. You can understand the idea. Knife throws a pulse bomb, catches Shu as well.
I saw Shu. It's like that brief moment as Ana of, like, which way do I jump? Oh, it's too late. I have made my choice, and it was the wrong one. Rest in peace.
It's always when it's flying by you, you start jumping the other way, and then you realize it's flew past you into where you've decided to jump. As doesn't even matter for the Outlaws. They just go aggressively with the Kitsune Rush, use that advantage to sort of fill in the hole of being 1 player down and just eviscerate the Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, how close are you going to hold? Ideally pretty close with the Winston comp, although you got to be scared of 2U with the Terror Surge. They got to know 2U's got it.
They also want to give Eternal a little bit of space so that they can't just disengage back into the spawn, and also enable Shu to just play in this positioning. It's so defensible. Like, how do you do anything if you're the Eternal to deal with Shu?
Is that Suzu? I think that was a recall by Knife. Yes, I believe it was.
Violet is just every ranked Kiriko ever.
Yeah, he's just playing in the backline. Overclock, pulled from Dove. A trade there in the favor of the Outlaws. Oh man, that was an overclock and a window, Scott, so yeah.
And this composition from Eternal is just so immobile. Like, how do you do anything at Dove? They have no breathing room. They're just being suffocated by the pressure of Outlaws. There's so many threats. You got the Kiriko, you got the Winston, you got the Genji, you got the Tracer. They're just circling and sort of hounding Eternal into the castle. Kitsune Rush from Irony, I think, to go up the castle, finally taking out Shu.
Well, Violet's back to his old ways, just on the flank still. He's doing a little bit of healing, don't worry guys. He is healing. Payload is moving.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, Knife's got pulse, and they did move the payload a little bit, I suppose. There's the Primal Rage, though. I mean, happy finding 2 kills in that fight. I mean, don't think there's any... I like the little hello there by the Winston. That was sort of just... Dove ends up dying to the Primal. There's a minute left, Scott.
Huge still hasn't been able to find any way to use this Terror Surge. Priority winning the 1v1 versus Violet. So maybe that's the window to get 2U in, but how do you Terror Surge anything if you're 2U? Who are you using the Terror Surge on? If you can get on Shu, that's great. Every other character for the Houston Outlaws can teleport out of the Terror Surge. So you just kind of have to rip it if you're 2U at this point.
Yeah, ideal target is Shu. Are you going to get Shu? Probably not. You're trying that. Oh, he's making good use of it. Can you drag him back on? He can, but he dragged him back to high ground. There's no way. There's no way. 2U dropped to the floor and he dragged Shu back to the high ground. Oh, it's pain, man. Well, there's Fearless in the back. He's been pushed away. Good nade from Shu. It was instantly cleansed, but Violet's back. Was that a yawn from Fearless? All right.
I think that was a yawn. It didn't look like a yell. It looked like a yawn.
Come on, Fearless, man. Oh, dear. Well, there's 5 seconds to go. And Violet's in the spawn.
Oh, well, that is just, as you said, Jack, an absolute flattening here from the Outlaws, looking to be in prime form, regardless of what composition they play.
Yeah, Obscene, I need you to do me a favor. Get the 2U Terror Surge back up. I want to see Shu go to the ground and then get sucked back up into the Terror Surge up to high ground again. I appreciate all of you. Houston Outlaws with a 2-0.
There, Mr. President.
Yeah, actually. Let me lift you back up as I sink back down. Just trading places. Outlaws do end up taking that map, Scott. A 2-0. We are going over to Flashpoint as our next map. So I'd imagine we're seeing a couple of changes here in terms of compositions. But yeah, this match was very much going to go the way of the Outlaws, as everybody kind of expected. Will it be a clean 3-0? Right now, it very much feels like it. And the Outlaws do need these dubs right now. They do end up facing the London Spitfire a little bit later on. And, you know, any kind of win here for the Houston Outlaws is a good win. If you can make it a 3-0-2, if there's ever a time where map differential makes a difference, then hey, a +6 will be nice if they can win against the London Spitfire 3-0 as well.
Because they're currently 11-3, right, Jack? Right? If they win this one, they go to 12-3, and then if they can close it out in their next match as well against the London. Oh no!
Straight back on ice.
That's so sad. All right, I'll fill them in with all the standings report later, but we have Surabasa coming up next. Stick around. We'll be back after this break.
Houston Outlaws with a 2-0 right now over the Vegas Eternal. It's like they're playing a Demir control deck, Scott. Vegas Eternal getting nothing done right now. Too many counters from the Houston Outlaws currently. And this is one of them right now. Violet just perma-flanking on Kiriko.
I don't know if you can call this a counter. This just feels like an excessive amounts of confidence coming out of Violet. And we know how, and it's almost been lauded coming into this meta of how flexible the support lineup of the Houston Outlaws is. They have two of the mechanically best flex supports or support players in general in this game, and they can play the Ana Kiriko, they can probably play the Alari Baptiste, they can play so many different things, and they changed the game in a different way, right? How many times have we seen a Kiriko do what we just saw Violet doing the Kiriko? 14 final blows on Eigenbolter, 6 deaths, 22% critical hit accuracy. He almost did 10k hero damage per 10 minutes. He almost out-damaged his healing. That's ridiculous from
That's Violet for you. That is Violet, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, pretty good on the Kiriko. And honestly, the style of play does kind of work, especially when you have someone like Happy as well, Pelican kind of backing you up there. You can play as a little two-man squad and you can trust in the rest of your team to hunker down or just kind of pressure the tank in the front line. Violet with a little grin. There was a couple of moments there where you're like, is he ever just going to teleport away, or would he rather just go back to spawn? You know, he's just on the high ground, 2 versus 1, Suzu's himself, has Swift Step, just decides to take the duel anyway. I love it. The confidence is great from the Houston Outlaws right now, and they should be confident.
And it's also, I think it's worth noting here, it's not a huge troll by the Outlaws. This isn't them just purely disrespecting the Vegas Eternal.
Right.
This might be a strategy that they will use against any other team because it is viable. That's something that makes Kiriko so difficult to deal with, that Suzu Swift Step, as you were just talking about. It might just feel like it's getting more value than it really should because Vegas Eternal currently do not have an answer to it.
Yeah, 0 answers right now. We're going to move on to Flashpoint. Suravasa is up next. And this is the game mode that will change in terms of comps. So I'm curious if Outlaws are going to stick with the same thing. I mean, the Houston Outlaws, are they ever going to bring out the Alari? Or is our tinfoil hat conspiracy true, right? Are they going to be saving something for opponents later down the line, play-in/playoffs, and go from there? Of course, yet to be seen. But Suravasa, that's what we do know, is up next.
And we just saw Suravasa. We've been slowly starting to get a feel for these maps, and last time we saw the Lucio paid dividends for the London Spitfire because it gave them that freedom to move around the map. They were able to take fights at multiple different points than just being on the point. And that's where, these double, flex support, these shooter comps really fall flat, is when you're stuck standing still and you can't deal with any of the flanks and you're not able to find the picks. And that's what the Outlaws have been doing so well against Vegas Eternal so far in this series. Just running them down and hunting them down before they're able to find any damage.
We do have a small tech issue from one of the players, so we are just going to quickly... Well, not going to go to a break just yet. We're just going to hopefully solve it in just a moment and then get into this next map. But yeah, it's looking like a 3-0 from the Outlaws from this perspective. Desk is looking pretty correct, and 90+% of the chat looking pretty correct too. So give yourselves a pat on the back.
Oh, we did it. Vegas Eternal. As I said, they don't really have anything to fight for at this point because they are already knocked out of the play-ins run. But I think everyone is cheering for the Vegas Eternal to find some form of victory.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and a lot of the players, there's a lot of talent on the roster, and then hopefully we see them again soon. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Tech issue taking a little bit longer than we expected to sort out, so we'll be right back. Welcome back. We are ready to go. Don't worry. We're jumping in. Suravasa is the next man. Flashpoint is the mode. And yeah, here we go. Scott, I want to see what Outlaw's going to bring out here. Because Outlaws, they're an extremely strong team. Very flexible. But, man, it's a big map big on rotations. You got to get there first, dude. You got to win these fights. These fights that, with the transition periods between point to point. What I'm saying is, Fearless, please play Doom.
Dude, Jake was hyping up the Doomfist heading into this series. You know, he did get the Seismic Slam, has a 1 second cooldown reduction on that ability.
A 1 second cooldown.
Reduction of that, which
that
is
would be
meaningful,
crazy.
right?
It is, yeah.
It's just slamming all over the place. But it's meaningful because that changes the flow and the cycle of him. That made him a lot easier to play in a lot of regards. So the issue with Doomfist is I think we would see more of him if Orisa hadn't just been super buff up the wazoo, now her Fortify. Because Doomfist essentially gets countered by everything Orisa does. She can javelin him out of the power block. She can Fortify every time he goes for a punch. Like, it's just so many counters. But if anyone was going to try it in any series, if someone was going to pull it out, it could be the Houston Outlaws right now 2-0 up against the Eternal.
Yeah, I mean, the spear instantly takes you out of the power block, so it's pretty rough for Doomfist, but if you're thinking maybe 2U's playing the Queen, maybe you run Doom. Come on, Fearless. He's hovering and he's standing by the door. Wait a second. Hang on a second. Hold your horses.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Oh, yes! Fearless on the Doomfist. I mean, he's been terrorizing solo queue, I'm just saying. Like, that pick is crazy right now.
And the first point is going to be Market as they run in here and take positioning. Very similar compositions outside of the tanks. They're both playing the Lucio Kiriko. So there's going to be a lot of poking and prodding, waiting for an opportunity to dive. If you're 2U, you need to be careful. If you give the Empowered Punch to Fearless, he will be able to execute one of the backliners if he can get on top of them.
Yeah, even a frontline, to be fair as well. If you stun Knife or Dove, like, you're dead. You are very, very dead. All right, Fearless trying to bait out a little summon. Point cap goes to Eternal. I've taken a fair bit of damage though, so you have to be careful if you're 2. You can't play that far up. Actually punched off the point by Fearless, so the rest of the Vegas Eternal having to just corral around him. There's the punch in, Dove in trouble, and there's the engage. Just the Seismic Slam, just hitting everybody, the AoE damage, and then Pelican following up. Beautiful stuff. There's the slam, and 2U is history.
I almost wonder if the Outlaws were baiting 2U to use the commanding shout and go in, because as soon as he did that, Houston Outlaws disengage and then fully engage, knowing they don't have that overhealth or that major cooldown that's going to give them the sustainability. Eternal just don't have the healing or the life pool to be able to withstand the dive from Pelican and Fearless, and Outlaws getting percentage up. They did trade 30% with the Eternal, so it's not the worst thing, but Ultimates are starting to come up, but Eternal's lagging a little bit behind across the board.
All right, I'm expecting a big Meteor Strike out of you, Fearless. I think he's got a power-up punch as well, Scott. Gotta be careful. 2U taking infinite damage right now. Has used the shout. Rush is available. I did see a double stun there by Fearless. It was on Rack Attack and 2U. There's the rush, but someone's got to heal Dove. Luckily, Happy didn't have bullets to finish him off, but now he definitely will. A Visor in the rush. Look at him go. Straight to the back line. No instant kills just yet. A good corralling of the Vegas Eternal trying to get away. Both beats have been used, and now the blade has been pulled. A punch from Fearless to push everybody towards Pelican. And the blade is good for 2. A nice reflect kill onto Irony. And there is the first point over to the Outlaws.
And that punch by Fearless really opens the door for Pelican to just end the Eternal. But the blade was just able to get so much value at that point. And Dove and Knife weren't even able to pop their own offensive ultimates. So we move over to Palace, I believe we're going. But there's a fight happening off the point. Happy's the first one to get caught by Rack Attack.
Deflection's good. Oh, Pelican! Oh, just gets behind Dove. Dove tried to overextend to try and kill somebody, but Pelican was waiting right behind him. Ezio moment. There is the blade available for Knife. Pelican kind of giving him the business right now. You've got to be careful. No dash. Now he gets the reset as Irony finds the kill onto the Genji. However, very scrappy fight, but with Fearless on the point now, even with his Lucio, they could be good. Knife pretty low, receives the commanding shout, so that little bit of overhealth is going to help him sustain. However, with this still with the blade, Outlaws have to be careful.
He needs health, though. He needs to get health back. He can't pull this blade, and he only has a Lucio healing him. They might have to just concede this point to the Houston Outlaws, regroup, get health back, so then they can come back in with the blade. But Knife's got to be careful. He needs the port soon. There it is.
There's the blade. Violet is running as fast as he can away. Knife does end up going down, but is a trade. DPS for DPS. But with the point in control of the Houston Outlaws right now, it's up to Vegas Eternal to try and make the moves. Meteor Strike doesn't find anybody. More of an escape tool there from Fearless. Another punch in, straight to the back line, hits the power block. Not quite enough damage to actually charge that up to a punch. Nice little boot, stops him from getting that slam damage down, but it is still 2U in the front line, just taking meteoric amounts of damage, Scott. It's hard to keep 2U alive when Irony and Rack Attack are so distracted. Oh, what a punch! Oh, the Ajax! Oh, Fearless is going to be happy with himself for that one. A punch out of the beats, and Rack Attack, you can say goodbye to your ultimates.
Oh, Fearless's Doomfist is really showing the strength of this hero in this meta. If we're not going to... Oh, there's an Ajax in chat by Rack Attack of all people as well. And Rack Attack goes, you know what? Maybe I'll go Lifeweaver. Oh, never mind. I'll go back to Lucio. But that is, like... Fearless is just making himself a threat, and it doesn't feel like the Eternal can deal with him. Like, you saw him just sort of existing in the backline of Eternal. And he's just displacing player time after time, forcing abilities, forcing cooldowns, and forcing the Eternal backline to help each other. That's leaving to you isolated alone.
All right, next point unlocked. It's going to be Temple. Very quick rotation there for the Vegas Eternal. Scott. Irony with the rush available. However, look at this. Outlaws just trying to take different angles of attack, but a very early rush. You're right. That means Outlaws just say, sure, we'll take that, and we've still got ults of our own.
10 seconds still remaining until the point even unlocks. There's a 30-second delay before it comes up.
There it is.
Outlaws come in with their own rush.
Rush on the point, Blade and Visor available, but they do need to pop anything. It's actually Eternal that are going to pop their own Visor, but Fearless just sits there and tanks the damage. A free power-up punch for the Doomfist, as Dove finds next to nothing. In fact, it was just healing charge, ultimate charge for Shu and Violet. Another Visor rip, this time Happy. They do use that speed boost to try and put him in a different position. Takes a little bit too much damage, but still dissuades the Eternal from pushing onto the point. Knife jumps straight into the line of sight to Happy, and he is just, he's just picked apart. Oh, 2U is going to go down too if they're not careful. A nice little Suzu, keep him alive. And a nice boop! Oh, and to Happy, didn't expect Rack Attack up in the rafters. Meteor Strike straight on top of the team though, and 2U just resorted to trying to run away with the shout. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get away, and there's Fearless with a 4K.
And they didn't want to have to use the sound barrier or the meteor strike, but with Happy going down, just decide it's worth committing. Make sure you close out that fight because there's only one fight remaining on this point. Look at Houston Outlaws. They're lurking and they're going to go early with Pelican's Blade.
There's one fight in the round, Scott. It's 80% and Pelicans pulled the Blade. Sound barrier, pretty early from Rack Attack, but a needed one at that. A lot of damage down. In fact, Knife just didn't know really where to look. He was getting slammed. He was getting bladed. Everything else under the kitchen sink. 99%. No touches. And the Houston Outlaws clean up the map, clean up the series. A swift 3-0 for Houston.
Fearless cancels to use Rampage at the very end there as well. Just Houston Outlaws just putting on a clinic of how to play dive compositions in this new meta, how to play as a unit, and Vegas Eternal. Just no chance of keeping up as you see why we consider this Houston Outlaws team to be a super team. Every single individual player can pop off at any moment.
Oh yeah, that's 2 cancelled ultimates in that fight, right? Just from Fearless's punch. I mean, you don't even need a charge punch either. You can just quickly tap and hit somebody because it stuns them out of anything. Just a little boot and 1 beat and 1 rampage taken by Fearless in that last map alone. Looking good. Houston Outlaws with a swift 3-0, and map score might end up meaning something later down the line. Of course, that's yet to be seen with all the matches that are coming up over this weekend. But with a dub here, Scott, they're pretty happy with themselves. Outlaws are facing Spitfire soon, so you're thinking if they win that, they are in a prime position to be at the top of the standings, right next to Atlanta Reign. Although, let's come back to the present for a brief moment. Let's have a look at the player of the match. Who's it going to be? It could have been Fearless, to be fair, after that last one, but I think Violet deserves it after all the cheeky little plays we saw on Iconvalda.
Yeah, Violet just having his way with the Eternal because he just... Yeah, like this Kiriko, we questioned it when it first came out. And we thought, you know, maybe a little bit of trolling from Violet. They've done it in the past, primarily in the Pro-Am. Obviously, that wasn't as important of a tournament, but Violet really showing, hey, this is a legitimate pick. And then also going on to Suravasa, goes to his Lucio, a much improved hero for Violet. He wasn't that good at it when he first made this transition to main support, but you put his main support heroes that are playing much better at a top level. Pair it with his flex supports exactly like this Kiriko. He's a scary player to play against. 8.2 final blows per 10 as support.
As support, yeah, that is crazy. Over 23 minutes too, not looking bad whatsoever. Remember, MVP votings are out as well, Scott, so worth keeping that in mind if you...
he is up there.
Yeah, exactly. If you love Violet that much, you can vote for MVP. Feeling pretty good. And yeah, Houston Outlaws taking that one as a 3-0, and this is where the scary moment begins for teams like Florida Mayhem and the Boston Uprising. Knowing that the Outlaws took a dub here could be a little bit dicey for you over the next couple of weeks. We're going to jump to the Deaths, though. They're going to break that down. Still breaking them. We've got 2 more epic games coming up just after this.
And that was a swift victory for the Houston Outlaws, very much like pretty much everyone out there predicted. But if you, Danny and Jake, back here to break down all the action and everything that transpired on the server, we've got a few more compositions to discuss after this 3-0 victory. So let's dive right in and talk about how the Houston Outlaws got it done.
Very good.
I think for me, the one that really stuck out was how, Houston Outlaws not only are good at the Winston dive, but they showed us a lot of different compositions and at a very high level. We saw a lot of the new Orisa Cup, but with the Ana and Kiriko that we haven't seen before. Not only that, of course, they had their bread and butter, the Winston dive, and also on Flashpoint as well, they had the Doomfist dive as something that we haven't seen. So a lot of different new looks for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, I think the dive looks were really strong, able to make that work, and I think for a lot of teams, they are going to struggle at these certain maps where dive is just very relevant, right? It's very hard to deal with the amount of verticality mobility. Some teams might want to bring out this Sigma to counter Orisa, but you can just switch over to the dive, and that's really difficult for Sigma to answer. So I think, really for me, the key to the Outlaws composition is actually in the support line. It's the Ana and the Kiriko, because by playing the Orisa comp with an Ana and a Kiriko, you are ready at any moment to transition to a dive comp. Sure, on Servasa, on Flashpoint, the Lucio ends up being really good, so they're going to just commit right away on the dive from the beginning. I think that won't be that strange. I think a lot of teams are going to play those Lucio comps on Flashpoint. But on the other maps where you're feeling great, whether it's nanoing Pelican, you can nano the Orisa at times, Violet's getting a ton of value on the Kiriko, and then switching over to the dive, we know how good Houston is at dive, and then these are the perfect heroes you want to play dive, right? The Ana Kiriko, very greedy, and if you don't contest an Ana and let her just throw nades on her, on your team rather, this hero is just so much value in every single meta. Fearless looks great on the Doom as well here.
Yeah, I mean, it's left to be seen how the Houston Outlaws will be faring against maybe a tougher opponent. However, their next one, I believe, is London Spitfire, so they might be able to, push them a little further and make it a little bit harder for them. But Vegas Eternal, of course, they went down fighting, but it was nonetheless a 3-0 victory for the Houston Outlaws. Of course, after what we've seen, even though it was against the Vegas Eternal, is there anything you're slightly worried about for the Houston Outlaws in this current meta? Do you think they just are such a well-rounded team with such a deep hero pool that they will be able to pick up everything on a high level?
I mean, I think we're very early days, right? Every team so far has shown us subtly different looks. And I think over the coming weeks, teams are going to refine things more and more. Maybe certain compositions are going to arise as more dominant, but this always happens early in the meta. There's going to be a ton of swapping and flexing. And I think in general, teams like Outlaws are going to be happy with that. Having a lot of hero swaps means you're highly flexible, mechanically skilled players. They're going to be the first ones to pick up a new meta, right? We saw that from Atlanta the first half of the season. So insanely dominant on the Tracer Sombra. But months and months into that meta, other teams catch up, right? It's hard to stay on top forever. Other teams watch you, they take your ideas, they employ them themselves, they improve because they can just learn from what you're doing. And so I think the best teams, most high skilled teams they thrive in a big change because they get to sort of show people for the first time. Being the first to figure out what's the best comp, what's the best style, you get a huge reward for that. You're gonna win matches because the other team they haven't seen that yet. They don't know what to do against it yet. So I think, honestly, the strongest teams aren't going to be worried about this because, especially this season of the Overwatch League, the strongest teams are extremely flexible. None of them are one-trick teams right now.
This might be a hot take, but I love it when it's like the meta right now. I mean, the meta's not set. I think this is where like the games are a lot more fun. Where like it's not all about the merits. You know, like there's tons of swaps going on, the back and forth. I think this is like the time where it's like really fun to watch Overwatch.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it's not just the patch changes, meta changes. Of course, we're also having a new complete game mode.
Yeah.
With new maps, right? So everything right now is just brand new, hot and interesting, and like no one knows what to expect. So there's
Enjoy while it lasts, everybody.
But honestly, like it will last way past the grand finals, I believe, because there is still so much to figure out, and we only have so much time to go as we are nearing the end of the season. So yeah, maybe there are some unlikely teams who just suddenly emerge and really be able to challenge those 3 top teams, or 4 rather, which have established themselves thus far this season. Now we do have a post-game interview with our winner. So Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And for today, for post-match interview, we got none other than Pelican from Houston Outlaws. Pelican, congratulations on getting the quick 3-0 victory. Now, I asked to talk to you because I think the last time we talked, you specifically said that you didn't want to play Sombra anymore. Like you were done playing Sombra, and your wish sort of came true. You don't have to play Sombra anymore. So what's your read on the meta? How are you enjoying the new meta and the whole new map and everything? 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 제가 펠리칸 선수랑 오늘 좀 말씀을 하고 싶다고 이렇게 말씀을 한 게, 저번에 저희가 인터뷰를 했을 때 펠리칸 선수가 이제 썸브라는 좀 그만하고 싶다라고 하셨는데 그렇게 됐어요. 이제 서브라 안 하셔도 되게 되셨는데, 좀 현 메타 좀 어떻게 좀 재밌나요? 좀 즐기시고 계신지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
만약에 저희가 이 메타를 못했으면 재미가 없었을 것 같은데, 그래도 저희가 잘하는 메타인 것 같아서 재미없지는 않아요.
Okay, I mean, if we were bad, if we were not good, if we were bad at the meta, I don't think it would have been fun. But I think we're decent at the meta currently, so I think that's why we're having fun. I wouldn't say it's fun, but it's more we're not having fun currently. I think right now it's, like I said before, I think the meta is still developing. There's a lot of switches, so that's another new thing. Another new thing that I want to ask you is, of course, the new game mode Flashpoint. We saw you guys on Suravasa today. So what's your thought on the new game mode Flashpoint? 자, 두 번째 질문은 또 이제 메타도 지금 현 상황에서는 계속 이렇게 좀 더 진행이 돼가는 지금 과정이고, 그것뿐만 아니라 지금 이번 오버워치 리그 다시 돌아오면서 좀 새로운 게임 모드가 들어왔죠. 이번에 플래시포인트가 새롭게 이제 들어왔는데, 지금 이 새로운 게임 모드에 대해서 좀 어떤 의견이 있으신지, 좀 어떻게 생각을 하시나요?
일단 빨리 이제 또 새로운 맵이다 보니까 이제 한 판 할 때마다 이게 굉장히 에너지 소모가 너무 커가지고 힘들어요. 이거 좀 맵이.
그럼 한 번만 다시 말씀해 주실 수 있나요? 뭐가 힘들다고 하셨죠?
이제 맵이 또 이제 스크림 때는 막 5맵 다 풀로 해서 막 너무 힘든데, 그래서 또 에너지 소모가 좀 심한 것 같아요.
I think the new map right now is very fast-paced. The one thing that's very hard is because whenever we scrim, we play every single part of the map, all 5 maps. So it is a bit taxing, and you do need a lot of endurance to sort of go through that new map. All right, that is it for the interview, Pelicans. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 다시 한번 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
It's a great
Thank you
point.
so much,
Wide map Flashpoint, you
Yeah.
gotta have endurance, right? I think we will eventually see some of those maps go down, and it's gonna be a real test for players. Like, can you hang in there? Because you don't get that round to round, like, all right, guys, 60 seconds, chill out, talk about strat from attack defense, right? We see long maps on Escort all the time, things like that. But to go just back to back to back fights the whole duration, I think it's an interesting skill to push players on and see who can sort of maintain at that level at the longest amount of time possible.
I wonder what the longest time is to stay on Flashpoint. Like if everything just goes like back and forth, and like everything is contested back and forth, like 99.99.
Because the overtimes are infinite, but
I guess.
Can you imagine if it's like
on having those long overtime fights?
If it's very back and forth on Flashpoint, then it's like mini 5 rounds of control, non-stop. So I do also agree with Pelican that it could get very
faster than control, though. It's worth knowing.
Right.
Like, you don't get each individual point is much faster than a full round of control in terms of how fast the point caps.
But you can push it.
The crazy OT stalls. I mean, I do think we will potentially see, like, when we get more closely matched teams, we will see these maps go to the 5th point, and I think we will be able to see like the full spectacle of the map. And yeah, I think it's such an exciting like limit test, because a lot of teams, players, you play with a lot of energy, a lot of intensity, and sustaining that, especially once we get players on stage, I think that's going to be really fun.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Ooh, you heard that?
What?
You heard that?
What? My
Oh. Oh, is that an Atlanta rain match coming up? That's right. I definitely heard it. I think everyone out there heard it. Bird is the word. He's back. He's on fire. Not the dumpster kind, hopefully. Well, I'm just saying.
No, go ahead, yeah.
I'm just,
no, there's definitely not. Maybe.
No, probably not.
Probably not.
Definitely not. Surely not. Definitely not. So let's go with definitely not.
Okay.
No, Atlanta Rain, they've been dominant as much as we want to be dramatic about it. They've really only dropped 2 matches. One against the Houston Outlaws, the other one against the Florida Mayhem, which are 2 of our other top teams. So, you know, nothing to be embarrassed about or like really question. Now we are in a new meta. Big question is, how does this meta impact either of those teams? Washington Justice will go up against the Atlanta Rain, who, I mean, they're sitting comfortably, right? They already clinched their way into the playoffs, so they don't have to play the play-ins, which means that really these upcoming matches, they can just take that to experiment, lean back, kind of watch what the other players are doing.
Still, though, I think if you're the Washington Justice in particular here, you want to be plucking a feather out of Atlanta Rain, putting it in your cap, and having that win, because going into the play-ins, you want to be feeling really good.
Yeah, well, we definitely want to hear some more insight there. Usually we get to talk to the Atlanta Rain players. This time, however, courtesy to the Atlanta Rain, we were provided with a video where Gator had to sit down to talk all things Atlanta Rain and strategies.
Ooh.
So we've been scrimming on it for a little bit now. We're like less than a week away from matches, and it feels a lot more diverse. It doesn't seem like there's one way to win. It doesn't feel like there's actually necessarily even a meta right now. The power across the teams are pretty even right now. It feels like there's probably will be a lot of upsets, I think, the first week. So I'm very interested to see this first week. I think it'll be fun and a lot of different style matchups now. I think a lot of teams can play more rush, more bunker, more poke. I think it's good and it'll be refreshing. Any way you look at it, I really think so. I mean, obviously, Laurie, the new hero, is very strong. They buffed Rissa, Torb, Bastion. You know, those heroes are good, you know. I think you'll see less Sombra, less Tracer. You'll see less Monkey. There'll still be quite a lot of Monkey. You might even see a little bit more Reinhardt. You'll see less Lucio probably. Oh man, we've been playing everything. Every day feels like a new patch. Every scrim is a new patch. It's like everybody's really confused. It's kind of fun to where it's stressful, but it's very confusing. Every team doesn't know what to play, what to do, who to play. So we've kind of tried to like rein it in, no pun intended, of like without like leaking. I mean, our roster, we're playing different players. We're playing a whole different style. There will be a lot different heroes being played. I don't even think we touch Sombra anymore. So it'll be fun. I think the viewers will enjoy it. I think it'll be like a good refreshment overall either way. I think the new mode is probably the best mode, or one of the best modes, honestly. It's I think some players don't like that style of deathmatchy feel, but personally, especially playstyle wise, I think it's really fun having deathmatchy and brawly, high fast tempo pacing style of play, to where kind of essentially think fast or lose. Make the right decision mid-team fight or lose. So I think it's really fun, just relying on mechanics. It's a very mechanics and instinct map. So I think that's cool. It honestly feels like organized team deathmatch, which I think is fun to watch, and I think it's just a good mode, honestly, I really do. I actually like it. I didn't think it would turn out so well. I was very skeptical, so I like it a lot, it's cool. I think when you play certain teams where before you'd be like, oh, you know, they can't even compete in the dive, well, now they don't have to play dive to win. It feels like it's kind of like anybody's game to get into playoffs from that play-in bracket. And I think that's going to make it really exciting these next couple weeks.
There you have it. Gator, you know, giving a lot of insight. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's also like there's not even so much to leak, even from an internal perspective on the teams, as Gator said, right? We're early in the meta. Every team's playing something different. I'm sure Atlanta, whatever they're playing right now, they might be playing, very likely they'll be playing something different in a week, 2 weeks, and then certainly in all the time people have to practice before playoffs, where Atlanta's already going, there's going to be tons of changes. So I don't think giving stuff up is really what you're worried about. You just want to build confidence on this new meta. And as Gator, well, the big thing he did give away is that, you know, different players in the roster. I think it's very possible we could see Vigilante getting some maps.
Hawk.
I think Hawk as well, very, very likely to be getting some playtime, more playtime than we've seen in the past.
Never mind.
Not on control though. To be fair though, this is the route like for Flashpoint and control. Yeah. I think you do keep these guys in. You want to you want to have the Lucio competency. You want to have maybe the potential to flex the dive on some maps. This makes total sense to me. It's just on certain maps you might be able to commit to a poke style that they hadn't been able to before.
What do you want to see here from Lip? I mean, Lip has been standing out on Sombra, now Sombra out of the mix. Where will Lip just excel at?
Lip is I mean, if you just watch the league this year, you think, wow, Lip's so good at Sombra, he's great at that hero. But this guy's hit scan is out of this world. He is completely crazy on hit scan. I think Soldier is an especially great hero for Lip, where his individual tracking is going to shine. He's going to be able to put out a lot of highlight plays on that hero. And then anytime this guy gets on a sniper, he is going to take people's heads off. That's like a given when Lip's in the server.
How do we feel about Washington Justice in this current meta? Because prior to this one, I mean, there were a lot of moments where we're like, but Alpha Yi though. Like he's trying to carry, couldn't quite drag him over the finish line, no matter how hard he tried. Is this a better meta for them?
I think so, because I think the biggest thing for me is just like the decreased emphasis on Winston. You know, you're gonna have Mirror being able to play Orisa, where individual mechanics are gonna shine. That's gonna be his strong point. Alfie maybe can play Genji, very flexible player as well. Maybe Flora feels a little bit more comfortable on like a core hit scan role. But again, Atlanta Reign is a scary opponent. Even if Justice are solid, this is still a tough match.
No, I also agree too. I think better than, I mean, it has to be better than the Winston meta right now. I mean, and with the new meta, I think Washington has a better chance, you know. Of course, I think it's
Flora's getting a back rub, like he's gonna be ready and primed.
Taro,
there you go. He's gonna pop off.
DPS player, right?
True.
Yeah. Maybe Taro brings out something like a Kiriko. He was playing very aggressive last playoffs meta on the Kiriko. He was like very, very aggressive on the hero, so could pull out a style like Violet's, or could just, you know, be a strong player on the Iliari and putting out damage.
Well, we'll find out in just a little bit. But first things first, we want to take a look at our prediction. I, of course, went all the way Atlanta Reign, 3-0, no chance, go home.
Wow, no chance?
No chance.
I think I went with Atlanta 3-1. I think there is a chance where Washington takes some map, but I do think it's going to be an uphill battle for Washington to beat Atlanta Reign. Atlanta Reign, of course, you know, without the Winston, even without the Winston dive, I think they got just solid roster. I think they're definitely one of the stronger teams.
Yeah, I went with Atlanta as well. I think you've got to still consider them one of the favorites to win the whole season. And Justice, even though they're a solid middle-of-the-pack team, they have to be the underdog in this series. I did give them a map, though, because I think, who knows, early in the meta, you know, if Justice has figured out some sort of innovative comp on a certain map, reads the game really well, like, I think they absolutely have the potential to take a map. I just think the whole series, it's going to be tough.
All right, let's take a look at Chat's pick'ems. Oof. That's one of the rougher ones we've seen, I feel.
I think it was the same thing. Wasn't the Houston was the same percentage, was it? 92 to...
Was it?
Wait,
no way.
People, 8%?
With a Houston outlaw? Surely not.
Am I tripping?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention, honestly.
And Houston fans they're committed, all right?
No, I said...
no matter what.
I thought it was Houston 92.
Neil is successfully Vegas.
It was. Okay, we got it. I was right. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fine.
Neil has successfully Vegas built the entire Overwatch community.
Well, needless to say, Atlanta Reign in this one definitely considered the favorite. New meta and all. I still think is going to be a rough one for the Washington Justice. And we're now sending it over to our beautiful casting duo, Mitch and Matt. How are you guys feeling?
Oh, it's good to be back here on the other side of the patch break. I feel rejuvenated. I'm sure some of these teams probably aren't because they've been grinding these new comps every single scrim. It's a different setup apparently, but I like that. I like a bit of chaos.
They've been building up stamina to play to get 3-0'd on Flashpoint maps. So we'll see how teams get adjusted to that. Jake, how would you build up stamina to play? We don't have Jake anymore. I would love to know his workout routine to build stamina for Flashpoint. But
just deathmatch for 5 hours straight, Matt.
Okay,
just
5 hours straight.
5 hours straight. That's or play against bots for like an hour. That was my old routine. 60 minutes of tracking bots. Also gives you
I thought teams are going to have
I recommend that.
Players on treadmills running out there in the heat, you know, building up stamina, get ready to go.
Yeah, get them out there in that Atlanta swamp heat, you know. I mean, let them really feel it. Let it seep into their bones. Oh my goodness. I mean, to be fair, shout out Jake, because anybody can shoot bots for 60 minutes has an attention span that probably outdoes most of our generation by far in this day and age.
Yeah.
But not sure if that's been the plan for the Atlanta Reign here. I think they're probably hoping their opponents offer the same resistance as bots, but we know the Washington Justice have got some tricks here. It's time for some of those upsets, maybe, that Gator mentioned. Sorry.
Well, we did also
in this game.
We did hear Gator also mention that we're going to be seeing all new things from them, which we have the same roster that we've kind of seen from them a lot of the time in. So curious on what we see from the Atlanta Reign here at the start. I still think obviously the heavy favorite, right? I think the Justice, this meta probably favors them a little bit better, but still top to bottom, I think you think Atlanta is still the best team in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, hard to argue with that. They ran a gauntlet of top Overwatch League teams a few weeks ago. It was Houston, Florida were in there as well, and of course they managed to get through the Boston Uprising. That really is going to forge your team and help them go to the next level. The kind of gauntlet that Atlanta Reign were asking for, wanting that level of competition. So it's time now to hit the field on the other side of our patch break where, like I said, much has changed. Not only is it Atlanta's first foray into this new metagame, it's also, and some of you have heard this one before, it's Operation Get Hawk Your W3 Electric Christmas Tree.
well, not
get him a dub.
Not gonna have any. He's won games this year, Hawk. It's not like he's never won a game.
No. Well, the issue was obviously he often would get subbed in for Circuit Royale, right? Where we know he's an incredible Sigma player, but we saw the composition shift away from that static poke composition, just playing around Sigma Shield. We saw Junker Queen, we saw more aggressive looks, and Atlanta's record on Circuit Royale, not great. It was probably one of their weakest maps, and it's one that they, specifically brought Hawk in. Now, that guy's got adamantium mental. He survived through many years of, grueling tasks in the Overwatch League. But, that was just a stat we pointed out saying, hey, we do see a lot of 3-1 series as Atlanta tend to stumble when it came to that map. May not be an issue here, of course. But, hey, if Gator's given us anything to go on, we might see him. We might see Vigilante as well. Someone who...
Potentially.
Often come in on the Zen, right? Plays a really nasty Zen. Don't know if that's going to be the sort of option here. But we also get to see maybe the best backline in the world again trot out after Houston to show us, some support gameplay. Maybe Illari in the mix here on some of these maps. It'll be Antarctic Peninsula. You'll notice that New Junk City will be our flashpoint map in this series.
Yeah, I think, seeing New Junk City will be quite interesting here. In the West. When you look at the series kind of layout as well now, Mitch, right? The flashpoint right into push, like two very fast-paced, more of the deathmatchy style game modes. I think you'll even see, as time goes on, like those 3-1s actually end up being like a win on hybrid, a win on flashpoint, then just kind of take that like fast deathmatchy playstyle right over to push, and end up winning the series there. So we'll see now. Maybe some Life Weaver. I know, me and you were watching a series. You're like, man, we hope we get some Life Weaver today. Get a big tree in our lives.
Yeah, I need some big trees, man. Yeah. Look, I mean,
Life Wheels mode. We got big tree. I mean, we got all of them now.
We got everything we need. Yeah, it looks like Chio on the Lucio here.
Okay.
Gator mentioned there might be less Lucio, but I think in a pinch it still gives you a heck of a lot of value. And Fielder on the Illari, that'll be great to see as well. Teru as well, heralded as a more aggressive support player, will be on Hero 38 as well.
So typically we've, I was going to say we've seen the Illari mixed with like a Baptiste, not really much with like a Lucio. Where you see the Atlanta Reign, they'll switch off of that right away. So they'll play Krigo Lucio with the 76. So Liv mentioned no more having to insta lock on Sombra the entire time. Soldier feels so strong right now.
Now, of course, on live, the healing pylon gets nerfed a little bit because it accounts for 63% of Illari's healing, apparently, as was pointed out by one of the devs. So they've brought that in line a little bit more, but still Illari very powerful at mid to long ranges, especially when the damage is concerned. So far, that was going to be Fielder falling first here. Explorer under a lot of pressure from Chio, who backs off once Teru starts firing.
So the healing from her pylon is very strong, but as well as like her right click, like the alternate fire heal, you don't get a ton of it, but the amount of healing it does per second is able to really kind of bring somebody back from just kind of like the dead, so to speak, really fast. And I don't know about you, I've been playing a ton live, and you're able to do so much damage on Illari. It's like having another DPS in the mix.
Yep. Imagine Cassidy existing in a game that Alari's in. We said this before the show. Like, that's got to feel pretty bad.
Also, because she really support, she gets health regen as well. It's like,
yeah, passive health regen. Don't worry about it.
Like Cassidy is like a character from like you know, the original Call of Duty, and Alari's like the one from the Call of Duty in space where they can fly.
Yeah, super soldier, exactly. Jetpacks and everything. Speaking of jetpacks, it was Donghak using his to connect with Flora there. The Atlanta Reign haven't been able to take the point back here, but dealing with the Soldier 76 playing the periphery has to be at least a window in here. Teru firing some shots over towards Lip. He opts to play from the low ground here. Captured Sun getting fired up, and Teru now having a chance to get good use out of it. Donghak laying waste to the Washington Justice here, and eventually Mira will be dragged down.
So I think this will be the real challenge for the Justice composition. Like when they get control, right, and they're just be able to sit there and kind of play from a static position with all the, you know, the turrets, the immortality field, that's where you think it can really pay off and be beneficial. Like how do they get aggressive with this composition and move in?
Yeah, we need to see Mira obviously set up with a way to access the Atlanta Reign, maybe bully them off the high ground, transition from there. Donghak more than happy to give it up as it forms part of his plan to approach the Justice from the rear. Here comes the Primal Rage here. Some degree of disruption is in order. But the Fortify on Mira makes it very hard to move the Orisa. They found Teru though, and there's nothing he can do. Even Outburst is going to help him get away from that one. The Terror Surge at least secures the trait. Stalker had the blade out and was swinging, and is served up on a platter. But the Atlanta Reign in the meantime have been able to make up much of this deficit in capture percentage now. It's 46 plays, 56, and the fight's far from done. It's got to be an Amp Matrix thrown up here. Lip knows it needs to respect it to some degree. Molten Core popped as Alpha Yi now getting down and dirty in this side room. It's going to be Chio though cleaning up Flora. Alpha Yi still has some health to spare after the Immortality Field was removed. Chio's going to have to get out though. It's the Justice grouping up as Donghak is brought down first, but the Reign still control the point. It's going to be attack visor now from Lip to try and swing things back, and the Justice have to hide in these side rooms. Alpha Yi's lost the turret. Teru taking a risk peeking out here as he deploys that healing pylon.
Yeah, and the Justice don't need to push into this, you know, tactical visor, right? They can just wait it out a little bit, and they do. So now Mirror and Co push onto the point, but man, the amount of damage that was going down from the Reign inside of that close quarter area to the Justice was massive, but just the amount of healing with the pylon, the alternate fire, the immortality field, Batista's ability with like AoE healing, like it's just so much that the Justice is able to stand on really throughout all of that damage and come out pretty healthy.
Teru has the outburst still wave, but the dive from the Atlanta Reign is good. Alpha Yi is flattened. Now the Reign back up. They say getting rid of the Torbjorn is a huge part of our plan. Yep. Clem crucial there as the Captain Sun came in, but that gets staved off by Fielder. Great answer. That's something we're going to see more of going forward, is that debuff from Captain Sun is very scary.
But is it enough? I mean, you get rid of that debuff, and now you're just losing players. As I mean, Mirror has been proven very difficult to decide from the point as Stalker gets hit. The spear, he will end up falling, so the Justice still alive here.
And Washington in a decent position now to play around this Amp Matrix, get a decent position on the high ground and make it hard for Atlanta to push into them. The Dragon Blade here for Stalker seems good. Last time he pulled it out, he was caught inside the Terror Surge and blown asunder.
Now the Justice was an opportunity to win this one, right? You have this Amp Matrix here from the high ground. Should be able to use this. Just what angle do they want to try and get with?
Right now, the Justice are happy to wait for the Reign to approach. Mira can obviously respond with the spear. He's taking his time. They're trying to circle around, and he's out of the fight. In the meantime, though, the Atlanta Reign know exactly where they need to be. That immobility of Orisa hurting Mira there. Couldn't be where he was needed, and the Reign took full advantage of his absence.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was like trying to wrap around. It looks like potentially a pause here from the Atlanta Reign side, but he was trying to wrap around. But the Primal Rage combined with the Dragon Blade up on the high ground, anything that you were going to get with that Amp Matrix there just went out the window. I mean, you lose your Alari, you lose the Baptiste right away.
And the Atlanta Reign's intent is pretty clearly telegraphed, I think, out of the gates with the composition that they chose, the roster that they brought in this lineup. No surprise to see Donghak on a Winston-esque setup. That mobility is powerful. Maybe individually some of these heroes, less of that overall healing perhaps. Maybe don't want to get caught out against the Soldier who, as he plays the flanks. But when they're all able to come together in a dive like that, this sort of poke, this extended brawl setup that the Orisa composition offers you can fall over. It's tough for Alari when she gets dove. I mean, yeah, she can outburst away. Tough to play around the Winston
bubble. I feel like you need the Orisa there on the high ground, right? Like, the ability to fortify and just be a large body, soak up some damage. The spear to deflect things coming in, displace players. Like, Mirror just going on that long flank, even if you got something.
Like, what is he looking for?
Still. Yeah, I don't know.
It's unclear. He opts to... Maybe he thinks he has an easy kill, maybe a flank opportunity on a low health target.
He's looking for clips for YouTube Shorts.
Great.
I'm trying to farm a clip.
Well, he's in one, but he's in the kind of clip that, a good friend Sideshow might be featured in when it comes to gameplay. Maybe not exactly what he's hoping for. A flank that doesn't pay off well at all. The Mirror's caught in like a 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5 using Terror Surge at the end of the round. Something's gone horribly wrong. Being able to stand in the way of the Winston, redirect him, stop him in his tracks, that seems like one of the hugest elements of counterplay that the Orisa setup has against the dive, and we're harping on it now. I don't want to beat a dead horse. The Atlanta Reign did that at the end of that round, enough for us. Washington Justice not getting their comp to pay off. But now we're going to a bit more of a pitch battle setup. We do have the Orisa Mirrors here. Teru, though, will be on the Ana. Key point of difference here.
And I think for Atlanta, like, if you're going to see them change up, like, some support line, I think it's probably without Chio in the game, right? I know Chio plays just a ton of Lucio. To see kind of like a
Lucio and Brig, right?
Yeah, see like a double flex support look would be kind of odd with this roster in, is that they get a quick TP here right on top of Flora and take him out.
Well, here's the idea, right? You try and ameliorate that lack of mobility that Orisa comps have by using a teleport plus the Lucio speed here. Atlanta able to catch the Justice by surprise and kind of choose where they want to end the engagement from. Teru is on the off angle, caught off. There's not much he can do there. Yes, Donghun will be able to escape.
Well, teams are doing this with Reinhardt, right? Like just TPing the Reinhardt around the map, and when I say teams, really just the
teams is still on the Spitfire.
Yeah, so and it was working really well, and I think Orisa just is so scary. Like she is just so much survivability that I think getting her in the mix, especially with the spear, being able to like pin players to wall, stun them, it's brutal. As Mirror now goes over to the Zarya.
Are you trying to set Alpha Yi up to be able to be more of a presence? Yeah, give them Alpha Yi bubble over. Mirror middling charge here, now being forced back as Flora just got pounded. There's no static structures that can be used defensively here for the Justice outside of Mirror's bulk. And obviously that so being impressive.
The Atlanta Reign don't necessarily need to just run into them, right? Like I think if you were going to play like maybe a little bit of a defensive Zarya, right? And you have that bubble for if somebody gets like caught out, like, oh, they're chasing down Flora, you're able to, bubble in, maybe get them some healing at range, like, great. But, like, they don't necessarily need to take that fight. Like, they can play a little bit further back if they want.
Donghack is 8-2 after a huge round on the Winston. Difference of playstyle here, and it's another first kill for Chio. He's always involved. It's an absolute pylon for the Atlanta Reign. And Matrix support here. It's going to be a Genji coming with the blade. Chio quickly tries to redirect Alpha Yi, but eventually will be cut through. Now, this is Alpha Yi with the blade, everybody. Going to be a javelin spin to try and force him away, but he's already got what he came for. 2 key kills at the start of that fight. Can't really argue with the blade.
Yeah, and Chio just doesn't have sound barrier built up at that time. A little bit of it's probably due to the fact that, like, nobody was really taking much damage on the Atlanta Reign. Like, he was just, maybe just going to stand there with speed. He was able to pick up, like, 2 final blows, I think, during that. But still just not a lot happening where an opportunity doesn't really arise for him to, get an amp healing, get some, ultimate charges. They go straight to the point and use the sim wall.
I mean, the sim wall blocking the Justice off the point. They can't contest, let alone fire back at the Atlanta Reign right now, so they have to give up the point mid-fight. Star Barrier going to be used, but Alpha Yi goes down before he had a chance to benefit from it now. They are barreling forward. The Justice are getting flattened. And Donghack, ooh, man, that is a nice finish here with the Javelin. Mirror falls here. And I'd be scared if I was Zarya. There are 2 abilities in play that can shut down a Graviton Surge if not used judiciously.
Yeah, and how crazy is this that that's attack visor that gets popped there from the Justice, and typically the response is everybody tries to run away and hide, but that the Orisa just spins, gets right in the mix. There'll be a touch there from Flora just to trigger OT, but it does not look good.
Great way to shut down the attack visor, fill up that soldier's field of view. You can't lock on to anyone else at the time. Graviton Surge, okay, but there's an immortality field in play, and that actually kept Chio alive through the duration of that ability. Stalker's blade looking a little more blunt for the time being, but Alpha Yi's living dangerously. Trying to get up towards Fielder, but he's very low, and Chio will make sure he finishes the job. The Atlanta Reign, convincing start here on Antarctic Peninsula.
Some support players want to be like DPS and do damage from a distance, but Chio just doesn't care, right? Just solo speed boosts himself on in, able to pick up some kills there in our second round.
Some kills. Some. He has 10 final blows. He has the most kills on his team. 10 of 27 final blows for a Lucio. Some kills.
Yeah, he's got some kills. Atlanta, I mean, they looked phenomenal throughout that, right? Like, they don't have to play Sombra. I think anyone who kind of thought that, like, oh, Sombra's out of the mix and now Atlanta's going to struggle, just lying to themselves. Like, this team is just so talented that, like, you know, there's an argument, right, where other teams can't just run the Sombra against them and just, you know, win fights off of an EMP, that, like, they're going to be even harder to take down.
The Justice playing with some new shiny toys in terms of supports. We saw Teru attempt the Alari. Chio says, no, Lucio, that's the only one for me. Shows us exactly why this guy's an absolute front runner for any kind of accolade that he would be eligible for. Fantastic stuff for the Atlanta Reign. Two very different styles over both those stages. Both the Orisa and the Winston shells look very solid, and you expect them to have a solid mid-town as well. Stick around. Let's see how it all plays out. Well, hearing from Gator in that interview video at the start of this match, he said maybe there's less Lucio going around right now. And after seeing this couple of rounds from Chio, that saddens me. This was a masterclass. The involvement in every single team fight from Chio, just exemplary at finishing off these kills. These low health flankers trying to escape from the fight. He made sure nobody got off scot-free.
I mean, really, thinking about like since the transition to Overwatch 2 and 5v5, like there really hasn't been a point where we haven't seen like Lucio, like the ability to just give group speed is just so important. The ability to kind of like bunker up and be a little bit safer, not really around as we take a look at some of the stats here from Chio in map number 1. Like you mentioned, 10 final blows. That's a ton for any support player.
Yeah, I mean, the closest was Donghack on 9, so Chio doing an excellent job of chasing down some of these players. When you're going up against like Genji, Soldier 76 compositions, you do need to chase down some of these mobile flankers if they're low. So Vigilante does get subbed in. Chio unfortunately hits the bench after that great showing, and now we start to see a little bit more of what the Reign have been cooking in these last couple of weeks.
Right, so if you wanted to play Alar here, like there's on Midtown a ton of different great pylon options, right, where they kind of have to push into you to gain any type of access. You can sit and poke from a distance with safety that you're going to be able to get healed and they can't destroy that pylon. So possibly that's what this sub could be.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it a little bit at the top of this game, but this persistent healing element that you require line of sight of to usually dispatch is extremely powerful. You talked about maybe teams wanting to bunker up a little bit less, but when they do want to play close together, Illari is just fantastic at that. In those poke compositions, or maybe you want to be a bit more defensive, you have to really commit to get rid of that healing pylon first, and it almost operates like a sixth player in some senses. It can be a problem to deal with. So again, seeing Vigilante here is great. There's a question of whether it's Fielder that will be taking that role, or whether Vigilante comes in prepped with that plan and has been putting in the reps on our newest hero, or if it's something completely different. We've seen a lot of Life Weaver also pop up here and there, but we might have our answer already.
Yes, we will see that setup here from the Atlanta Reign as they'll actually play the Winston with the Torbjorn and the 76. So we'll see how they can make use of this on defense. For the Justice, still some opportunity to make some changes. This would be quite odd, like a Junker Queen Alari Lucio. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be significant changes to what the Justice decide to run, but curious to see how Vigilante handles this here for the Atlanta Reign.
So the Winston on defense here is still a great option, right? Because you can play from the high ground really safely and reposition in a pinch. Just drop down, give him a tickle, head back upstairs, and Bob's your uncle. Curious to see how Vigilante plays, whether they're trying to play in a position to do as much healing for Donghack as possible or not. Here we go, though. We are taking the more circuitous route here out of the gates, so we don't get poked down.
Yep, TP, get this Bastion in position, and oh yeah, Stalker. I mean, dude, the nade on Bastion, right, with this new update, I mean, it is so strong. I mean, Stalker, no opportunity to live there. So now you think you get this Bastion set up in a good spot. The Justice can take this first checkpoint.
Yeah, you see Donghack wants to try and hold the Justice at bay, but he's taken far too much damage already. And this is a set play, and what a strategy we see unfold from the Washington Justice. They stay out of line of sight for as long as humanly possible until it's time to strike.
Yeah, they close that gap right on top of Stalker and take him out instantly. I know it's some of the damage from the rest of the team, the Bastion grenade, and now the Reign going to be forced to switch. And look at this, we're going to have a Doomfist set up. So Doomfist with an Echo. Full changes here pretty much for the Justice too.
Well, we talked a little bit, really heard about it in the previous matchup, these seismic slam changes here. Donghack again still wants to be able to play from the high ground. Maybe he also wants to be able to have impact on more flatter areas of this next part of the map. Be disruptive as much as possible. Set up these kills for Stalker. That's a problem. He's done.
Yeah,
absolutely toast.
Not going to be too disruptive there as he gets slapped, bio-grenaded, killed instantly. But Fielder responds with a kill on Alfie.
Pretty key kill to take because it's very hard for the Justice to contest that high ground for the time being. You notice that Mirror obviously on that Winston.
Well, now Donghack's back to Winston, right? He probably only switched to the Doom, and yeah, I mean, they're back on the Torbjorn, so clearly it was a response to what they saw originally from the Justice, but now
there's no Bastion now.
Yeah.
There's no Bastion now, so Donghack can actually play a little bit more aggressively here. They can use Stalker to try and control the periphery a bit more effectively, and Vigilante will play close range heals, make it very, very hard to push into this part of the map. So with this avenue denied them, the Justice have to take the more direct approach, perhaps sending the Winston up, trying to dive, play around this nano boost.
Yeah, I was going to say, they do have the nano here for Mirror whenever he decides to go in, but that'll be the nano here used by the Reign on the Donghack, and he gets really low, just backs out, doesn't even really build up towards Primal in a big way.
Yeah, it's the Bionade from Teru there. I think they kept Donghun alive. That was Donghack's target. Here comes the Nano this time for the Justice. They're going to take the high ground comfortably. Now forced back though. Mirror's here with a Bionic Grenade, and the damage is real. Stalker's having to finish the job, but Flora also moves in a position to benefit from that height. And he's found 2 already. The Soldier 76 in the perfect position to find value. And Lip tries to respond here with a tactical visor, but he's taken low, and the healing pylon's not enough to keep him standing. Flora's popping off right now. That's got to be 4 kills in the fight. 2 with the attack visor of Flora with a dirty finish on Donghack will get the Justice to the next checkpoint.
Oh, I mean, Flora went absolutely crazy during that fight. I mean, he was picking up kills at the beginning, and then even Vigilante ends up using the Illariel to capture Sunrise and gets like one player. I think Donghack, capitalized that and blows him up. But now we're having more changes. They're gonna have Vigilante playing the Briggs, so the Illariel not working out here for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, getting rid of that one. The Reign probably don't feel like they have nearly enough room to get value out of her. The entirety of the Justice stay out of view until they pounce and use Flora in the positions that are vacated by Mirror and that dive to really do the final damage.
I mean, you have the sound barrier, Mitch. You are going to have a Primal Rage and Pulse Bomb. You're in an opportunity here to set a tremendous time if you're the Justice, right? They're just pushing the Reign further and further back in their spawn. This has been a really bad look from Atlanta.
Yeah, this is looking like a really uncomfortable composition, maybe metagame right now for the Atlanta Reign on this map. They don't feel like they're set up for success. They haven't got any value out of their, the Winston and Ana combo, which was their bread and butter, prior to this patch. And Alpha obviously with that, oh my goodness, that was a quick headshot and melee kill there from Stalker.
Well, the primary fire from Torbjorn, right, with this new update shoots way faster. You can kind of see it there. Also, like the switch between the hammer and the gun is faster, so you're supposedly able to keep the turret alive a little bit better. But just the damage from the primary was already pretty good, but now that you can just kind of like spam chokes with it, makes it even stronger.
And up close, right, the secondary fire is still devastating. Pretty easy to quick pick up clean kills with that. Molten Core is available here for Stalker. We're still looking to see how these teams make use of the Ana Winston setup. Nano Winston, no, it's actually going to be Flora coming in here. Gets a Nano, attack visor, that's a scary combination. Stalker being kept alive here by the Nano himself, and who could get to the way? It's Donghack offering himself up as a sacrifice to keep the rest of the Reign standing, but that may not be nearly enough as Mirror wants to double down with the Primal Rage. Rallies in play, Mirror gets blown to smithereens. There's a chance here for Atlanta to regain a foothold behind this shield of Vigilante, but Alfie's lurking at that high ground, gets hit by the shield bash stun, but still well entrenched behind the setup of the Atlanta Reign here. Donghack tried to extend forward with this Primal Rage now, and this is where the Reign get back in the fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, Atlanta, even though you lost Donghack there when the Primal, the tactical visor was coming in from Flora with the, Nano, you're able to just stall for enough time, with the rally to be able to get him back in the fight and then have Primal to stall it out. So you were never really in a situation, I think, there from Atlanta towards the end where you were really worried about giving it up. And now that you have the Lips tac visor, you're in a spot where you can maybe hold this out for the next 2 minutes.
It was a snowball. Definitely looked like it could have been over pretty quickly. The Atlanta Reign have to use a lot of their ultimates they banked up to stop the relentless advance of the Justice. Teru has another nano boost build up that is very quick here. Giving that to Mirror, causing some problems would be deadly.
Alfie? Blade, maybe? Yeah, here we go.
Yep, gets it. Doesn't have to Blade right now. We'll pull it out. Oh my, that tactical visor shuts him down. Alfie not aware of just how quickly his health bar could dwindle, but Lip makes sure of that.
It was also like pretty readable what was going to go on there, and there was a lot of space between Alfie and the rest of the Atlanta Reign, right? Like it was not in a spot where he was going to get that dash and maybe take out like 2 players instantly. He had a lot of space to cover, so not able to keep him alive on through that as Alfie now will switch over to the Torbjorn.
Stalker, yeah, showing us why the Torbjorn can be so frightening. That one looked like it was from longer ranges here as Alfie is forced to back on up. Look at that rate of fire. That is nice.
I mean, that plus the turret, right? I know you can overload, right? You can get, that extra, bit of health and damage. So the Justice now farming up another nano rather quickly here. So Teru, I imagine this one is for Mirror, although we have seen them give it to Flora with that visor.
It's so fast. That is so fast.
Really quick.
Here we go, attack visor. Liv gets one himself, doesn't have attack visor though. How do you stand up against Flora in this situation? flicks around. It's an easy finish off on Stalker, who was low, but eventually Fielder's able to bring Flora down. There was enough healing apparently for the Atlanta Reign to withstand that Nano Visor. And the Reign are going to push them back again.
With a team as good as Atlanta Reign, like when you kind of have them on the ropes, you got to take advantage of it. And I feel like the Justice, up until this point, they were really taking it to the Atlanta Reign. I mean, Flora was popping off on the 76, and right here, Atlanta is just held tremendously.
The Justice have switched to Sojourn. Flora opting for a different hit scan option, at least on the railgun aspect. Vigilante's going to be holding on here to this rally, straight into the fray should it be required, but wants to try and control these side angles a little bit more. Okay, Lip went low there, but Vigilante is on the scene straight away. Alfie's lost his turret at the start of the fight, and he goes down. Stalker is dominating in that Torbjorn matchup, and this will be Attack Visor to end the round for the Washington Justice. Mira has nowhere to go as Atlanta plant their feet.
Yeah, that round ends in a little bit of a whimper, right? In the Justice, you have your Tora Bolt there around the corner. It looks like Mira just pushes in, and then Lip and it looks like Dunghack just come around the corner and just be able to take out like 2-3 players, and there was no bounce back there from the Justice at that point. So they do make some decent progress here towards the end of the map, but still had a big opportunity, at least in my opinion, to complete.
Yeah, and what happens there? I think it's an occasion where they send Flora in with like a Nano Visor and they don't find anything. They try it twice.
Yeah, I mean, they also tried the Nano on Alfie, which did not work. So it just seemed like they really had a difficult time getting like much value out of it, right? It didn't seem like, Lip, and I believe there was another. Yeah, I believe Lip actually got the Nano like once, even outside of the tactical visor, just to be able to kind of keep him alive and just put damage down on the point where, at least they're kind of getting value out of just keeping him alive, putting some more damage, pushing them back. The Justice didn't seem to really get much value at all.
On average, Teru is generating his ultimate 15 seconds earlier than Fielder, which at this level is quite considerable. That's like 20% faster based on their ult charge times. And that's why we were seeing it so often from Teru. That can also be affected by how long people hold ults for as well. But yeah, that's pretty nice.
On defense here for the Justice, this is the type of comp I kind of expect when you're going to run Illari, right? You're going to play like a Torbjorn, you're going to play an Ashe, and on the other side, look at this. We got a Life Weaver Hana.
Well, weave that, bro.
Bastion, so the Life Weaver pocket's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Big Tree gives that over health now.
It's like Rally now.
It's really hard to kill the thing. It's a big tree. It's full of life and
I mean, you have Bastion around Big Tree, right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, and they've increased like his primary fire heal to 75 as opposed to 65, I think the threshold was. So, I mean, Jeremy could do a heck of a lot there with that output. So, Lip, again, unsuccessul.
If this doesn't work for Life Weaver, if this update doesn't work, I mean, I don't know, they gotta... Maybe you give him like an LMG as a secondary fire. Just give him like 200 rounds.
So that shield, I believe, they also brought in an extra shield for Life Weaver to account for his large hitbox. But you still hit him.
And he heals on the dash, right? So you get like the health loss plus like the shield regen and the healer regen. So they definitely made it harder to kill him, but he's already out of the game.
Yeah, no, he's for the time being struggling with the poke damage getting put down by Check's notes. Alfie, that Torbjorn's been hard to deal with. Flora as well, and a very comfortable pick. The Ashe here, it's going to be quite powerful. So the Justice really turtling up with a very defensive setup. Of course, they have the Illari and that Baptiste here. Hard to break this.
And this is where I think you're going to get sick value out of both supports, right? And you can play a little bit more of an old school traditional bunker style. And look at where the healing pylon is. It looks like it's like up there on the scaffolding, right like in that park building, the parking garage.
Yeah, tough to get rid of that. You see it on Terry's screen, there's an indicator. Like, oh, okay, I like the outburst there to try and disrupt, but it's not enough. Vigilante just blew Flora up instantly. Terry all of a sudden found himself on his own. Mira very low. They could have brought the Arista down, but it wasn't enough concentration of fire. Even through Terror Surge, Mira could have died there, but instead he gets a freebie Donghack, though, got rid of Donghun. It's starting to break down to some chaotic engagements right now as the Justice realize they need to regroup here.
Yeah, at least they just need to get Mirror, all healed up. You'll be able to come back in the fight. You're going to have Bob. You're going to have the Tor Bolt here, so you have some stuff to work with, potentially not give up checkpoint A.
Katsuna Rush thrown down here. The Justice being forced to fold away from him. The Primal Rage also makes it a bit complex to try and walk up and pick your spots as the defenders. Donghack wants to control this very small point of ingress.
I think you probably back out now, right? If you're Washington, I mean, you lost your tank. Mirror's not exactly the fastest to get back in. Okay, Alfie actually jumps on.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Matt. I don't know about it. Bob, I think Bob got stuck inside that corridor. He came out first, Matt. They tried to send Bob to the point, but I guess you can body block him, right? Because he just sends you up, but then he stays there. So I'm pretty sure Donghack just tanked the hit from Bob, and the Molten Core was fine from Alpha, but he was the only player who forced his way past Donghack and got blown up.
A part of me was like, oh, maybe they switch off of this, right? Like, oh, you're going to kind of like throw some ultimates in. If you can hold it, great. If not, you'll just change. But it looks like you're going to kind of continue on with this. Lip is going to play Widowmaker here.
Okay, they are long sight lines and there are no static shielding options for the Justice and no dive potential. And there it is. Flora thinks he has control of that space, but Lip has other plans. And now what do? We've started to see Widow creep in a little bit more here, and when you have these long sight lines against non-diving compositions, it's pretty robust.
Yeah, especially when they kind of want to like play in the open and just poke and do some damage at range, right? Widowmaker, the ultimate kind of range character, can just one shot from really, it feels like almost any distance is getting a good hit. Well, I mean, that is like just a pixel of his head.
Well, listen, given Torbjorn's stature, his head hitbox shows earlier as he tries to walk out of that corridor.
That's what you would look like as an Overwatch hero.
You think so? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I do Moonlight as a short person, though. We'll see what it's like.
An ultimate where you just scream really, long words and just deafen everybody.
If it has like the same effect as like Outburst, then I'm cool with that. That could be fun. I'm good at repelling people,
Instead of the turret, you would just drop a big microphone and it would just amplify everything. So now we get a good old Widow matchup, right? Here towards the end of the map. It does feel like, though, I mean, Lip's going to have Infrasight here. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush. Well, huge advantage coming around the corner.
Flora's also playing against a Winston, right?
It's also true.
I don't think you're opting into a more comfortable arrangement than Lip is. There's a lot of threat there that, for Flora, and also with like Infrasight in play, this car is moving for free. It's moving for free. And here we go. Guess who dives on Flora? Donghack heads towards that left-hand side room here.
He's got
just cutting the sidelines down. He doesn't have to kill the Widow. Just stand there, and that means that the Roost is ruled by Lip from there on out. Here's a Molten Core of the card. Captive Sun into the Terror Surge. That's a combo and a half.
Yeah, that is a filthy combo there. As does feel like, I mean, both teams really here just kind of threw everything at that fight. So what I'm interested in here is, if you're Atlanta, do you consider switching away from the Widow and just going like full dive and just trying to exploit Flora now? I mean, you're diving also into the Torbjorn, which doesn't feel great. Same with the Ilaria and the Baptiste, but it's definitely a path. Okay, we'll get Zen. So
you double down in the poke direction instead.
Yeah.
We feel fine about that, right? I mean, with Sombra not a factor anymore, and flankers being weak on virtue of Torbjorn being so strong, Zen is very reasonable, right? We've seen a lot of teams try and play Zen in like these slower matchups anyway, where there's no real up close and personal threat. I mean, Discord Orb is massive here.
Yeah, just keep Harmony on the tank and then just focus on your Discord and just burn one of these targets down.
I think Flora wants the fight to start properly before he pops the Infrasight here, but it has started. Fielder's been felled. Flora's got a very safe position in this train cart, albeit rather telegraphed there, evidenced by the bullet whizzing over Flora's head.
Yeah, and he has Infrasight for when the next fight kicks off, so you also do have the Tor Bolt here too, so you're in a good spot if you're the Justice. And now what? A minute left. Atlanta looks like they're going back to spawn. This may just be like wholesale changes.
They dive. You have to play. You have to contest with the Torb though.
So let's see.
Okay.
Oh well, the Flora is the Infrasight. You're gonna know exactly what's coming at him now.
Well, he has to, because he sees nothing happen for a while. I think he was probably holding it to counter Infrasight. But now they've seen this comp change. The Justice get so much time to figure out whether they're going to play the Tracer. The Reaper, okay, for Flora. Wow, what a switch up.
Yeah, so just a little bit more like frontline damage, but it's still, it feels like Reaper, right? You can get like hit with a Discord and taken out really fast sometimes on Reaper. That is a TP straight to the car. And,
oh my
goodness. Before you can even get this off.
It's literal Snowpiercer. That is literally what happens in the movie. Yikes, alright, Fielder, TP on out here. This is scary. Has to drop an Immortality Field now. Mira's too close to see that widescreen TV. Just sees the little red, blue, and green little...
Still, that is so scary. The Immortality Field saves a ton of players there. As you're going to have another fight here, I think, for the Justice. Teru should be able to get on and contest.
Here's a train. Oh, the Javelin spin forced away. And Teru is denied the chance to prolong the round inside Transcendence. Oh, my golly.
Players did the Javelin spin just knocked back? It looked like the entire team. He just stood in the choke and just spun. And
well, that's the great thing about that ability, is that if you all stand together, you all get knocked back by it. Stop if you've heard that one before.
Yeah, I mean, that is a rough way to go out. I feel like the Justice, they played quite well in that map. If there's a, like, you know, if you're on the cusp of a 3-0 loss here to the Rain, I still think this is a lot of footage here on Midtown that you can look back on. That you did a lot well.
Yeah, absolutely. The attack was great. I really think that the Justice played their win conditions, and they also go up a gear when they realize how much of a snowball opportunity that they have. The attack visor from the high ground, or just the high ground setup for Flora was excellent here. We see the Atlanta Rain able to salvage things towards the end of the round here. Stalker looked very good. And this is Alpha Gear, yeah, trying to obviously go on with the blade. Attack visor silences him there. That was a nano invested as well.
Yeah, it was really, I think, where the Justice ended up losing it is like on their attack. Like they had a ton of time to finish the map. I think even they had like more time than the Rain, but just was not able to capitalize it. And Atlanta is just too good. I mean, this shot is crazy. Like, not even sure intended to hit him.
Anybody else, that would have been a kneecap. That's all I'm trying to say. New Junk City going to be up next here as we head to Flashpoint for map number 3 and a chance for the Atlanta Rain to put this one to bed real quick. 2-0, new meta, same old Atlanta Reign. It's back to business for one of our very best teams in the world of Overwatch with a 2-0 lead so far in this series. Although, Midtown had some interesting moments. And I'm not going to lie to you, the Washington Justice really showed us some of what they're capable of on that attacking side. They just couldn't convert the momentum they had early in the round into even a map completion.
Yeah, I mean, they had an opportunity to, right? I thought they were in a pretty good spot to do so, just kind of fumble the bag at the end, so to speak. Chia will come back in here for the Atlanta Reign. This, I think, should be a direct sign that you're going to see just kind of Lucio the entire time here on New Junk City.
And again, for Flashpoint, that makes sense, right? The ability to get back in the fight quickly, to transition between the points. All these are very, very important. New Junk City is, I mean, much like Survivor, is big. It's quite a wide expanse to cross, and sometimes those walkbacks from spawn can feel pretty punishing when you're sent packing. So I would expect to see Donghun on that same kind of hero here. But again, great to see New Junk City showcased here a little bit more. You know, it must have been taken from Geelong. I'm pretty sure it's just Geelong from Australia, if I'm honest with you. But again, here we obviously have our points, our 4 different points, or 5 rather, excuse me, with the arena being in the middle. The Ducks, Refinery, Junkyard, and the Bomb Flats. And all of them offering some different contexts around which you play. Right? The Bomb Flats, obviously, you know, an open point from 4 different directions. I think Junkyard is a really interesting point that has that causeway that teams may fight for, and that high ground, and then that depression where the point itself actually is.
Yeah, and you know, Ducks and Refine have high ground, low ground type of play, right? So a lot of different variation here on this map in terms of what you're going to see in terms of hill diversity, and then also if you just kind of take a look at that big mini map, those green squares, those are where the teams will spawn. So depending on where the hill is, it'll impact where your spawn is, right? So no, you don't want somebody spawning all the way on the other side of the map, somebody right next to the hill.
Yeah, I will say, like, one of the things about Flashpoint I've noticed is quite interesting, and some of the skirmishes that occur in between points. One team is transitioning from a successful point capture to the next, the other one coming off spawn. Sometimes they meet in some very odd locations. We have fights that occur not necessarily around those central points. Now, we may have teams look to avoid some of those in a safer strategy and just look to play the points and keep everyone together. But that's something worth bearing in mind. There is a little bit of footwork that needs to occur between these points as you transition. Even if you win the first point, you may not be in the best position to start at an advantage on the next one.
A lot like you know, Call of Duty, right, where you have hardpoint, where it's a lot of rotations from hill to hill, and you know, moving from different spots, right, and you want to get some cutoffs. Like, there's a big opportunity of you know, if you lose a support, right, you know where the other team is spawning, you have the opportunity to kind of like spawn camp, you know, as people are moving to the next hill. Do you want to move directly to the next hill and take the fight there? Do you want to try and cut them off like halfway there, surprise them and take a big fight? So I think a lot of different gameplay will be had here on Flashpoint. I also think you're going to see this game mode change, you know, and how teams play it over time in a big way.
One of the interesting parts about Flashpoint is something that Gator alluded to on that Gator's Corner edition is that it feels sometimes deathmatchy, right? You don't always have the opportunity to fight under idealized 5 versus 5 set play attacker defender circumstances. Sometimes you just have to fight for your life to even get to the point in the first place. Remember, of course, it's first to 3 in terms of these capture points, as we have 5 of them to play through, and as was alluded to, I think, by Pelican, sometimes these rounds can go long. Really test your stamina.
Sometimes they can go fast as well, though. We'll see here. The Rain will come out. They'll TP and play the Lucius. Same here with the Justice, but they're going to go back to that Junker Queen Bastion comp.
And of course, starting in the arena here. So we'll see both of our teams work their way towards that key objective here. Plenty of, I guess, cover to play around in these parts of the map here. We have Baptiste Lucio setups. It's going to be a Junker Queen for the Justice. Very on theme. I love that. It's a flavor win from me. Does it have the bite that it might be indicated by the bark?
I also love the work that just they've done with this map, specifically this point with like players dying inside the arena and whatnot, and that is really fast here from the Justice. A really nice take.
Yeah, I don't think that's how Houdini was supposed to perform that trick lip. Just gets absolutely cut in half. Absolutely brutal stuff there. The Justice again making use of a burst of speed available to them from their commanding shout to close the gap and destroy the raid.
Yeah, and now let's see how long it takes for the Rain to get back. I think one of the things the teams realize, or maybe looking at, is like Lucio is really impactful in this game mode because it gives you like an extra fight or two over the point, because the percentage does tack up pretty quick.
Turrets in play there, annoyingly. Stalker zapped by one of those briefly. He spots the Bastion. Who does he go for here, though? It's going to be the Symmetra, looking a little bit less durable on the front line, but the Immortality Field's going to come down from both sides. Alfie, though, is going to be knocked straight into the Thunderdome and isn't in a great position to participate in this fight, but everyone's ignoring Mirror right now. He cleans up Lip again with that Carnage, and Alfie with that bouncing grenade deals a lethal blow to Chio.
It seems like they're really trying to focus on like getting rid of Alpha Yi, but it's just Mirror in the mix, able to just stay alive and put down so much damage on that Junker Queen. Is gonna maybe have one more fight here. They need the TP to actually even gonna get back for this next fight, so that'll give you like 3 good fights.
Flora's got a wall in play. There's not much defensive architecture for these Symmetras, Matt. And it won't be quick enough. Yep, Stalker doesn't get to the point in time. So the Justice win this first one. The winner of this next fight will have priority on our next flashpoint. It opens up in 30 seconds. So the Atlanta Reign here looking to group up, maybe just to get out of this fight. They're interested more in playing around the objective, but Flora overextends.
Oh, that is a huge rampage. Almeric comes in from Chio, and it looks like the Rain will end up kind of wiping and taking this fight. Let's see how this impacts this next hill, though. Like, are they going to get control of this a little bit earlier? Are they going to have to still... I mean, there is still a little bit of an unlock here. So they will get control first. Let's just see how much percentage is actually, worth in the end.
The Justice here will be a ways away yet. Probably be at 10% plus before they start to get a look in. Here they are. Okay. Let's go. Here comes a Mortar Strike. Nobody on the Rain affected by that, though. Lip keeping a respectful distance and poking with the orbs for the time being. It's Flora getting taken down first. A Terror Surge. Ooh, Dog Hack. The trigger discipline just to back off, and now he hits the player and the symbol to stay alive. Sound barrier for the Washington Justice. They're really committing on this one, but they get nothing for it. They're staying back again, and now they're forced to play with 3. This is looking disastrous on this point for the Justice.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe you decide to blade after, but it doesn't even really seem like you actually have to, as Stalker will finish Mirror off here in the end. So just that fight in between and then getting this first fight, Mitch, I mean, look at this. You're going to be above 70% as... maybe one more fight here for the Justice. They got to get everybody, grouped up, but still, you see how fast these Flashpoint maps can go.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly. That capture percentage ticks up vastly quicker than on a control map, that's for sure. I don't know what the Justice can really do here. You will barely have a chance to... You've got to go to the low ground here, so that doesn't feel great either. Commanding Shout used, a boop attempted there, but we will be contested. Donghack is in such a great spot to play around this corner, and they can't touch. When you have to physically be on the point, there's not some overtime that ticks down slowly. No, if you're not touching, you're going to give it up. And now the Justice will be thrown into the meat grinder, one after another. They're going to make awful good mulch here. Shame it's a desert out there.
Ah, man, that is almost worst case scenario, right? You want to get in there, invest, try and get another fight. Alfie will switch off the Bash and go to Genji. But you don't even actually end up going over there and getting a touch. No.
Junkyard.
Down. Yeah, this one is the one with the top causeway, so this will be really interesting to see. Nobody has any hit scans, so maybe not the hugest thing to fight over here.
Yeah, that high ground, it's kind of unclear about who that really benefits more in this situation. It means Fielder has a decent... Oh, the TP on the high ground. Well, okay, the Justice really fancy it. They throw down the net matrix, and very quickly the Rain, they split. Here's a sound barrier for Atlanta, though. They're going to want to take the fight here. Back to the high ground. They go with the TP off their own. Mirror not in the action right now, but he's forced to be with the Terror Surges. Donghun gets sucked in, and he disintegrates.
Oh, the first point went well for the Justice. It has been all Rain ever since. This might be the opportunity, though, right? You're going to have sound barrier. You're going to have your own rampage. They do not have a sound barrier on the other side. So potentially an opportunity here for the Justice to get a fight win.
Again, a lot of these teams really making use of Symmetra to get themselves a decent staging ground to start these fights from. These turrets are going to be annoying. Eventually, they're cleared. Commanding Shout, Chio overextends, dives into the back line, and now he's being chased out by the Justice. I cannot believe he got away with that. He just led all of the Justice away from the point. With the symbol in play, the Justice had no option.
But half of the Justice turned to go try and get rid of Chio. Flora actually TP'd to the point, and he drops.
It's not good. The Justice getting split now. Rampage came out there. The Rain looking a little bit worse for wear. The Ant Matrix not enough for Fielder to keep his team alive. They're eventually able to bring him down. So the Rangers need one more fight to take this back.
The Justice will flip. Flora now moving away from the sim. He's going to go play Ash here. So Atlanta, what do you have to work with? This is going to be a pretty dry fight for both teams. Alfie with an opportunity, if he's able to farm a blade here and then win this fight with how fast the point ticks up, you have another fight maybe here for the Reign, but Alfie is blade and the Justice in a position to take a 2-1 lead.
Now remember, the Justice don't need to be on the point to accrue capture percentage like a hard point game mode, if you want to think in COD terms. So they want to play this choke a little bit more here. Get some value out of these dynamites, maybe the sim turrets to some degree.
Beat around it.
Yep, the Reign circumvent that defensive setup here, but the blade could be good. Fielder inside the Immortality Field, dude, that slows Alfie down, but is it enough? He's able to very quickly transition into 2 more kills. It's for the Atlanta Reign. I think they'll be staved off once more on this assault. Alfie with a massive performance in that fight. 4 kills on the Genji.
And this is like one of the main differences, right? Like you see a player straggling out in the open, you want to go try and stagger, but Chio's back in the action.
Here comes the blade. The Justice being forced to fight off the point. This is bad for them. Stalker finds a second and a third, and there it is. The Justice, they overextend. There's a touch just in time. Chio's going to get to the point, and it does take a while to cap these points up here, but Donghun is down. There's no mobility left for the Justice. We are in overtime at the very least here, but they won't have a chance, and that'll be another flashpoint going over the Reign.
But that is like the kind of thing you look for in this game mode, right? Where the Justice, they kind of had that right. They wanted to punish Stalker. They knew he was kind of out in the open. Maybe we can make a play for him, but they just aren't able to take him down fast enough. Chio comes there, saves the day. He blades. Stalker does, ends up picking up 3, and then Chio's able to get the touch. This will be interesting. It looks like Flora on the Sombra is like kind of behind on the opposite side of the Reign, so maybe trying to set up a dive.
Looks like it's time for Refinery for what may be the last point here. It's an odd little map, this one, with that pit to fall into. Not somewhere you want to find yourself, that's for sure. Here comes the Kitsune Rush now. Miro wants to be front and center here, but has to go around that dangerous pit. Of course, the Luscos pose a threat in that regard. It's going to be Alfie falling first. Fielder's been able to find him from decently long range. And there's Donghak shoving him back out the door with that javelin spin. Terra Surge now for a little bit of that extra durability, and of course, that key ultimate nuke. Not much Terra can do, but look on from the periphery. It'll have to be a full regroup here from the Justice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if you're Donghak and you don't get like a kill with that Terror Surge, at least it puts you back in Fortify, right? Allows you to gain some HP back, allows to be a little bit sturdier. This is going to be brutal for the Justice. I mean, they're going to walk right into this Amp Matrix, but you do have Flora with this EMP. It's got to be good.
Sombra is back. She's back, man. Oh, goodness. EMP, Fielder, trying to get the Immortality Field out, though. Amp Matrix also thrown down. Hopefully somebody can make use of it, if not the Baptiste himself. Donghun and Miro both get brought down here. Donghak's able to find that elimination. And what position are we in right now? The Reign still control the point. That's still ticking up here. And they're going to chase. They're looking for the Sombra. Flora gets out.
Maybe, but they're going to lose Alfie, and he's so close to the blade. I don't know if you're going to have... It's going to be just probably Flora to get a touch, yeah.
Yeah, just the one touch. Who else can stand up here? Donghun goes for the sound barrier. Optimistic, I'll say that much. He will keep overtime going. The Fielder giving him the slurp down now as the Moira is on the scene. And it will be the Atlanta Reign to take the series away. Frenetic fighting on our last map in this series, but they still demonstrate their supremacy.
But I see why they like Flashpoint. And Gator was talking about how they're a team that really likes the mode, as they are able to just get in the mix, take advantage of other teams' overextensions and slight mistakes, where really once like Chio and Stalker, kind of made that play happen there, where they get back into Junkyard and end up flipping it. I mean, that was really the map.
Yeah, it was like a stagger that Chio was able to avert. They're able to save Stalker, I think it was, and all of a sudden they put their foot on the gas themselves and they go for it. Great turnaround by the Atlanta Reign there, and I don't think the Justice were ready to be taking a fight in that position. They were not really set up for it there. A good look at Flashpoint, though, and that series went by pretty quickly as the Atlanta Reign have a comfortable time.
They just thought that it was going to be Stalker there and they were going to be able to chase him down and get a kill, but then Chio comes flying around, gives him a little bit of healing, ends up booping those players back. Then the blade comes through and everything just falls apart for the Justice.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed to see the Atlanta Reign. They've definitely been working on some of these new compositions a little bit in the break. And the Washington Justice as well. We have to go back and look at Midtown and say, hey, Their protocols were really solid here on this map. Like many teams, they're getting a lot of value out of the Soldier 76. Nano Boost now has quite a few more different candidates than just the Winston. There was a Nano Blade though from Alpha Year, and I feel like watching that get shut down is where the momentum got brought down to 0. And that's where the Atlanta rank can get their claws in and slow the game down.
Yeah, I mean, again, it may not look like they lost the beat, going into a new meta. It does not look like it's going to be they can't play Sombra now, everything's like lost, right? I think they look really strong there against the Justice. Excited to see them against better competition as we move on.
And still got player of the match here in this victory for the Atlanta Reign now as they propel themselves towards a postseason. It's going to be Donghak crowned as your player of the match. Again, can't argue with this in that first map. Even though Chio had more final blows than him, Donghak was absolutely everywhere. Showing us that the Winston, on some maps that allow for this sort of, give you room to express that mobility, still very powerful.
Yeah, and I thought his Orisa was good when they needed to play the Orisa in that like kind of mirror matchup at times, or even just kind of mirroring the tanks. Thought his Orisa was very good, displacing players with the spear spin there. Really kind of ended up winning them Midtown, but a really good overall game there from Donghak.
Yeah, we can see it play out here. His Orisa stats pretty frightening. The Terra Surge kills, of course, he found a couple of big opportunities to make use of that ultimate here. Nothing special, no combos with the Illari ultimates or anything like that. Donghak also making use of that ability because it gives you Fortify, right? So when he's low on health, he needs to sort of turn the fight around. You think you're about to kill an Orisa, and all of a sudden, the fight gets turned on its head, and you're on the receiving end of that Terra Surge. Not a situation that anyone really wants to be there. And this is good. The Atlanta Reign, we saw them struggle through some very hard matchups over the last couple of weeks. Now, though, from here on out, it's smoother sailing. They have time to really get their ducks in a row for a strong postseason campaign.
Yeah, I mean, they look primed to still have a really strong postseason campaign. I think sometimes we've seen like metas and patches at the end of the season really kind of throw teams off, but I think Atlanta just too talented top to bottom to let that happen.
No doubt about it. Good to see him in form, though. That's what we want to see from a team that we're expected to vie for the crown in the Overwatch League this season. We head to a break, everybody. When we come back, we've got one more match in the day, but first we'll have our experts break down another dominant showing from your Atlanta Reign.
That's right. Atlanta Reign is taking it 3-0. A swift victory for the guys in gray and red. And the Cacas. And if you want to represent them or any other team in the league, make sure to grab your team jersey. Right now, they are on sale still for up to 20% plus. Free shipping in the US on orders of $100+ and 10% off when you sign up for shop Overwatch League emails. That's right. So make sure to get yours. Address is on your screens and rock the colors of your favorite teams. Do it now before the grand finals, as you of course will rock up in person.
Showing up in the swag.
And I mean,
exactly. Buy them all just in case.
And I think right now is the best time. You get 20% off free shipping and then plus another 10% off when you sign up for the Overwatch mail. So it's right now. Like, if you don't get it right now, then you're.
I mean, what are you even doing with your life, actually?
You get it right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of death, there were a lot of that for the Washington Justice.
Yeah.
It was.
They tried. It was,
Yeah.
Flora's back rubs.
Guys, the talent.
They did some magic.
It did some magic.
Was there.
It was 100% there. The talent was definitely there. Back rubs did help to some extent because Flora had a good game.
Yeah, him on that Soldier 76, I think. It was the back rubs 100% that that sort of helped him try to get the kills. But honestly, I think it just wasn't enough against the Atlanta Reign, whether it was the dive mirror or even on the Orisa as well. Just Atlanta just looking solid.
And Chio is just nice on this Lucio, putting in the work. And we got to see a little bit of Vigilante too when Atlanta did bring out the double flex support here on Midtown. I think overall the biggest surprise for me was just not seeing Hawk in the lineup, but Donghak, he's been flexible all season long. No one, it seems to really, at least not in the strong teams, aren't really leaning into the Sigma. They're not full committing onto the poke mirror. And so, yeah, it is going to be more of that Orisa type hero where off tanks can play it, main tanks can play it. It's a little bit in the middle. And I think for Atlanta, they're sticking with what works for them. So I can't really question that. It was kind of wild to me. They're playing this Sim Genji.
Lip on Sim.
This was out there. Like, I don't know what they're cooking, but
it worked.
They won. Yeah. And honestly, maybe Sim has that extra utility on a mode like Flashpoint where you want to constantly get around the map, rotate through positions, jump through chokes, right? Having that TP is actually almost always a relevant skill in this mode. So I think, you know, maybe this is actually a very innovative, future-looking pick for the Atlanta Reign. Maybe we'll see other teams adopt the sim on Flashpoint as well.
Maybe I'll ask Lip about that.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do that right now.
I think I'm gonna do that. Let me change up.
Yeah, hate that. Awful question.
Okay, all right, got it.
Go do it. Quick, go.
Thank you, Jake. I actually didn't like my second question. That actually was
okay.
Thank you. All right, post-match interview. We got Lip on the line to have a quick chat with me. Lip, congratulations on getting that quick 3-0 victory. I do want to start off this interview by asking you about, you know, Atlanta Reign, also, you personally are known to be one of the best Sombras, and now we're sort of moving away from that meta. So how does that make you feel? Are you a little sad that you're not getting to play Sombra anymore? Or are you sort of happy? Are you like sort of done with the Sombra, and are you happy to move on to different heroes? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 축하드리면서 립 선수 립 선수라면 이제 솜브라, 우리 리그에서 어떻게 보면 최고의 솜브라라고 어떻게 말을 할 수 있는데, 아무래도 지금까지 계속 솜브라를 항상 써 오시다가 이제 현 메타, 새로운 메타 들어오면서 이제 솜브라를 못 쓰게 돼서 좀 아쉬운 면이 좀 있으신가요? 아니면 좀 이제 이제 솜브라 할 만큼 했다라는 좀 이런 게 좀 더 큰가요?
솜브라를 안 해서 좀 많이 아쉬운 것도 있긴 한데, 근데 너무 시즌 내내 솜브라만 하면 재미없으니까 저도 다른 영웅 자신감도 있고 하니까 딱히 아쉬운 건 없고 오히려 더 저한테는 이득인 것 같아요.
I do feel a little bit sad that, we are moving away from the Sombra, but of course, if we play Sombra too much throughout the whole season, I do feel like that's a lot of Sombra being played. So in a way, I am very confident in all the other heroes that I need to play. So it sort of is a benefit for me to move away from Sombra and to showcase other heroes as well. And talking about other heroes today, I think we saw a very interesting pick from you, especially Lip. I think you were playing Symmetra on the new Flashpoint map, the New Junk City. What was the thought process of playing Symmetra on that map? 자, 방금 이제 좀 다른 영웅들을 좀 보여줄 수 있어서 좋다고 말씀을 하셨는데, 그거에 대해서 좀 이렇게 되게 좋은, 어떻게 보면 예를 들자면 오늘 좀 보여주셨던 것 같아요. 이제 시메트라를 우리 립 선수가 오늘 보여주셨는데, 뉴 정크 시티에서 시메트라는 좀 어떻게 해서 이렇게 가지고 나오시게 되셨나요?
원래는 이제 저희가 심해는 안 했었는데, 근데 오늘 워싱턴이랑 남극에서 이제 시메트라가 좀 되는 것 같아서 그냥 오리사 심해 한번 해보자고 그냥 오늘 딱 당일날 짠 조합이었어요. 네.
It's something that we sort of figured out today. We never really practiced the sim in our composition, but in Antarctic Peninsula, we were using the sim, and it sort of worked out. So while the matches were being played out and going into New Junk City, we sort of talked about it and saying that the sim might work against the Washington Justice. So it was something that we didn't practice, and it was something that was improv. And at the end, it really benefited us to get the win. All right, that is it for interview. Lip, thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on getting the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Lip from the Atlanta Reign, another W on the board, showing that they remain one of the greats. Nothing has changed.
There's actually a legend play that I think someone might be able to pull off in the Overwatch League, which is you can use as Orisa's ult, the Terra Surge, get the spin up to like a really high percent where it's like almost gonna just pop, and then you can sim TP her into the enemy team, and they just all blow up and like. So
make it happen.
I don't think it's. I wonder if it would work. Like honestly, I wonder how. Like it's such a weird, rare interaction. But honestly, hey, don't get out there, guys. Get out, get spinning. I want to see some trick plays.
Get spinning.
Like Life Weaver. I want to see Life Weaver like pull in the Orisa spin into the enemy. I want to see some creativity. It feels like there's a lot of creative heroes in this meta.
Yeah, right. So you heard it at home. Kids, if you got some sick plays and keep on spinning, make sure to send us your clips over on X. So horrible. I can't. It's not my fault. I didn't name it. Anyway, make sure to send them in. #OWL2023. And we'll happily take a look. Maybe even show it on broadcast.
Yeah.
Why not? If spin was good enough, then we might do that. Now, we will be talking about our next match coming up, Gladiators and New York Excelsior, after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. and all watch point here to break down all the action and get you ready for our it's the fourth match, in fact, of the day. New York and Gladiators. Gladiators still on a losing streak, which I hope to break. It's a rough one, probably the toughest in their entire in league history for this franchise. Like I don't think they've ever had a rougher go at it, but this is the time to shine, right? They're coming into this after a break, new meta, changes which were desperately needed because clearly they did not feel comfortable in the meta we previously had with that Winston dive. So let's see what they can get done when they face off against the New York Excelsior, which has just been, solid in the mid-table.
Right.
Yeah, I do think, New York has been on a better run. I think they've got a lot of individually strong players here. But I think for Gladiators, as much as they've been on a losing streak, that's kind of exactly the place that you really are desperate for a new patch to come in and to really shake things up, and this one has done exactly that. And so I think this is the opportunity for the Gladiators to turn things around with a team like New York, who is a tough opponent but beatable. I mean, you're not going up against one of the top dogs as the Gladiators, and I think so this is looking pretty doable. I think we've seen a lot of teams making the Lucio look really good. I think Funny Astro backing and blocking the Lucio is something you can be really excited about for this team. Kai being able to just stick onto a core hit scan. These are great tools for the team to be able to utilize, and a meta that I think will be a little bit kinder to them.
And it will go up against the New York Excelsior. So let's take a quick look at their starting five as well in just a second. But first, But first, back to us. We talked about their losing streak. We talked about changes which need to be made.
I honestly think, just looking at that lineup, I have more faith in the Gladiators now, because
But this is must win.
It is a must win.
Must win.
But these guys are not strangers to pressure. There's a lot of experienced veterans on this team. Yes, you've got some less experienced players like Cal coming into the team, but they've looked strong. And so I think you put them together with guys like Funny Astro and Kai. These guys, Kepster, they've been around the block. They have been in clutch scenarios before. They've been in elimination scenarios before, and they've performed in those scenarios. So I'm not actually worried at all about the pressure. I think this is just on their team play, their skill. I don't think this is a team that's going to crumble from pressure. I think the question is just, can they earn the win on their merits? Is New York too tough an opponent for them? And I think it's a great litmus test for the Gladiators. You can't win this one. Sure, there's some crazy mathematical world where 20 different matches go exactly the way you need them to. But realistically, guys, Gladiators fans, I hate to break it to you, you need to win this one. I'm sure inside the team, that is how they're thinking. That is how they're talking about this. Every game is a must-win for them. I mean, you got to get these next 2 wins.
I think I have better hopes for Gladiators as well. All the things that Jake mentioned, and on top of that, like you mentioned with the break, that lost the 7-match losing streak. It's already done and over with. It's a new meta.
Forget about it.
And looking at that lineup, Kai is gonna come in and he's gonna be the hit scan player. I think everything.
That's my worry here. You guys kept on.
Worry?
Yeah, no, but I mean, yes, not because he's not a fantastic, phenomenal hit scan, but I feel like the last 7 matches of the Gladiators we're like, yeah, but Kai though, yeah, but Kepster though. I feel like we've heard that a lot.
I mean, Kepster's been doing God's work. You can't take this away from the man. He's been losing.
I will not take it away. He can keep it.
Has been doing God's work.
Yeah, but Excelsior, they've been a lot more consistent.
That is true. Right. You can't question players I think Creative can really shine mechanically. Fitz and Psycho agree. Fitz has been really, really strong on the hit scan. Psycho, I'm interested to see because I feel like he's been the Tracer player all season. True. And so while a player like Kevster, we know he's got an incredible Genji, which is a hero that's kind of emerged today as important for these teams. How is Psycho's Genji? That's going to be tested today. Kellen, he's been on a lot of Winston, which is very comfortable for him. How does he do if he, switches over to the Doomfist, over to the Orisa? These are still questions I think we need to answer for this squad.
Well, let's first take a look at our predictions. I know for a fact that we've not had the same ones for this one. I'm going to make it spicy. New York, man. Gladiators have not given me a single reason in the last few months to believe in them. And until I see them on the server, until I see what they can do in this meta, I'm out. I can't. Yeah. I'm not going to touch them with the tongue. That's it. Dead to me. That's right.
Fair. That's a very fair reason. I didn't follow that fair reason. I went with the Gladiators 3-2. I think it's going to be a close one. Like I said, I think this is right now, it's the right time to Los Angeles Gladiators to break that losing streak and get back on track. And they have to win this anyway, so they just got to give it all. And I believe in the Gladiators, I think. Do I believe? I believe, yes.
Guys,
chose
I got. As you can probably tell from my like argument before the game.
Are you going?
I also went Gladiators too. I think it'll be a close match.
I feel better now.
I don't think New York is a weak opponent, but I do think the Gladiators are actually poised to do really well here. I got two big reasons for you, Kev and Stir. To say more though, not just him. I mean, I think individually on the Genji, I think this guy is beyond the X Factor. I mean, I think I actually think across the board they are solid in this meta, and they're all going to be my comfort picks. But I think Kevster on Genji is like a role where you can do even more, right? It's like not just a hero you're gonna get value on the flank, create more space. Genji is gonna carry some of these fights. Start getting those dash resets. You just change the game in your team's favor. And I think Kai is such a steady stand.
I think we all said this when they were on the losing streak.
I feel so good. I feel like I have a deja vu.
I believe now.
Well, my issue here is just like, obviously, when we did the predictions, thank you, chat.
37%. We got this. Don't worry, guys.
No, but here's the thing. Like, I don't think any of us expected to see that much Genji coming into today. Right? So, like, that wasn't really on my radar. So now, like, how great do I feel about that? Knowing that Genji looks to be a really, really decent pick in a lot of scenarios on a lot of those maps, especially when you have those kind of hit scans on the server. Alas, only time will tell. In fact, it's going to happen in just a few seconds because we're ready for this last match of the day. And for all the action, we once more are going to send it over to Mitch and Matt.
Damn, Kev and Stir. I haven't heard Stir's name on an Overwatch broadcast in like 6 years, but that's why.
He's coming in this game.
Stir.
The guy's like ears are burning, like miles away. Oh, he's probably having a cup of tea or something like that.
I would love to know when the last time the chat predicted New York. I think that's how down Gladiators stocks are. I feel like.
Bro, have you seen? It was like Face is a marathon runner, coach of the Gladiators. He was on this run and he found this golden tablet, and on it was the list of conditions required for Gladiators to qualify. And he's unearthed it and he's created copies of it. He started his own religion, the religion of the Gladiators Code. That image is the most cursed thing I've ever seen. It is so complicated. Genuinely, you could probably get to the moon with less text. It's quite something. The number of hoops that need to be stepped through, the number of realities that have to line up so perfectly for the Gladiators to qualify, it's just immense. It's overwhelming.
Whose fault is that?
The Gladiators' fault.
Yeah, I mean it's nothing of their own. I mean it's completely their own fault, right? I mean, this is a team that like started off pretty hot. They looked like they could control their own destiny, and they lose a ton of games to teams that you'd favor them over, right? New York including.
Yes, whether correlation and causation, two very different things, but as soon as Dante departed this team, the Gladiators found themselves unable to cobble together strategies that got wins even against some of the weakest teams in the league. I think last time, I mean, we were talking about it beforehand, I think it was a reverse sweep by New York was the last time these two teams faced off. I think Cal adds a huge amount of firepower to this roster. They've shown some great proficiency on a lot of these flex support heroes, so I'm confident. Also, Kai on the legs, I mean, look, that's a compelling argument to make that Los Angeles might be in a better position to reverse their fortunes.
And possibly with some more time, right, with a little bit of a break, you have an opportunity to work on your teamwork, get a little bit more situated. But New York will actually play Reaper here, so Reaper with the 76.
We wondered what Psycho would be playing, right? The Tracer was impeccable from them, but outside of that, didn't get too much of a look at their hero pool. Psycho going to be getting away from that pressure from Kevster.
We've seen, Marvel die quite early in some of these fights. So, I mean, you can punish, like, this is like hey, we can try and punish him maybe with a Reaper.
Fizz trying to play long range against Kai, just keep him back. Cal lucky to get out alive earlier. They were very, very low, and there's a lot of pressure at Kai. Kellen's able to chase him down. Yes, these hit scan picks are viable, but Winston is still a factor. Kellen's though slept on the point. That's going to be cleansed up by the Suzu now, as Kevster does not want to linger too close to the Angry Scientist. It's going to be Marvel. They're finding creative here as the Gladiators are able to fire back, but they cede control early to New York. And now need to flip things back in their favor. It's a very healthy Winston here, Kellen, who can buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Right, he doesn't die.
Oh wait,
he doesn't.
But
die.
they're gonna flip, and
he doesn't die.
He makes it out with his life. I mean, that is tremendous there. So you will get a flip.
Psycho.
Okay. It's a little.
Yeah, he Wraith walks away, but he's still way too overextended. Okay, that's going to get punished here by the Nano Boosters. Marvel looks to come forward, a swift step away from Creative, but Marvel heads upstairs and finishes the job. Ooh, that was awkward.
Yeah, as the Suzu comes out really early there from Creative, so they actually didn't even have it for like the Biotic Grenade cleanse that came through. Just Swift steps up to the high ground and not able to live. So a little bit of a chaotic start to this one is New York. You will have the Kitsune Rush coming in soon, but look at this. I mean, 4 ultimates already for the Glads.
Yeah, they only had to use the nano in that previous fight. They got plenty of value with it. Kept looking down towards OG there. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush to the high ground and a sound barrier in response by the Gladiators. Marvel has his pick of the litter target-wise. And Kepster also going to do his own trash collection here. Dives in and Psycho's knocked off the edge. That Reaper not finding much value yet.
No, not at all. Is that they push up, they get the kill on a Creative as well. And this is what Jake was talking about, right? If you're able to play Kepster on the Genji and Kai on the 76, like this should work out, right? I mean, you should not have really any issues with this type of setup.
I mean, there's still questions about how the Gladiators operate under like a Winston dive protocol, but you know, it's a little less complicated now, and Kai gets to be put where he's much more comfortable, not playing Sombra or something else. Good time for the Glads here. Let's see what we get from the tactical visor. Kai from a commanding position. Dispatches fits comfortably now, will be pressured by the Winston, but is able to get the mega health pack and keep fighting. However, that attack visor has expired. Psycho's headed over towards the point. Kellen is low, but has a primal rage in reserve, but Psycho, yep, that's a shake of the hand. That's not where you want to be going down.
And the sound barrier comes in a little bit late there from OG, so you end up losing Fitz at the start. And here's the nano. That's actually the points flipped to New York, and it's going to be the overclock there from Fitz, but he's not going to get anything with it.
Yeah, New York flipped it earlier in the fight. They still have control for the time being here, so they don't get as deeply punished. But again, Psycho is switching. He's switching. He's switching. I mean, there's no other reasoning. I mean, can you even sell me on this Reaper? I don't think so. I'm not buying it.
I mean,
I'm not buying it.
No, not ideal. Not ideal start there for New York. But if you're a Gladiators fan looking to see them kind of get off this wild ride of L's, I mean, that is a good start.
So Fitz actually comes out with 0 final blows from that round. So we're harping about, whether or not the Reaper pick is finding value. Fitz is on Soldier and then on Sojourn, and neither pick yield any results. The DPS for the New York Excelsior completely shut down.
So New York, they think they need to make significant changes here going into this next round. At least it looks like they potentially will. So potentially a little bit of a turret setup with a Torb and the Alari. Gladiators, this could be interesting, right? Kepster on the Bastion.
Symmetra
they're
Bastion.
Play some Reinhardt too. Yeah.
They keep the Symmetra, which makes perfect sense around this right now. This is a composition we saw surface before the patch break. Obviously, very scary frontline assignment for Kellen, who needs to deal with this. This absolute storm of bullets. Kepster playing from inside that immortality field here is still not enough for them to get rid of the Arista, though, and Cal gets blended. Will it blend? Yes. Yeah. They blend.
The Reinhardt, like it can do a little bit more damage, like obviously close range, but the Arisa, like after some recent changes, seems like to just offer way too much. Uh-oh, look at that. It goes to try and spear spin, knock players back. Maybe actually try and deny them even the TP, right? But it doesn't work out.
The only deployables being removed so far in this fight here. Kellen is a problem, to be sure. Very healthy still, and Marvel needs to top up post-haste. Gladiators playing together in this ball of death here as the immortality fields are now down. Creative able to get away with an outburst. That healing turret set up on the high ground, but it means New York have to play there. Yeah, they can't touch right now.
Yeah, I mean, they get Kellen so weak. Yeah, they don't finish him, but they end up flipping the point. I mean, this is just a really bizarre, like, what do you do here? Like, if you're the Gladiators, that you kind of sit here in this lower ground, you TP it to the high ground, and look at that, they actually catch OG. They sound barrier as well. He probably didn't even need it.
Yeah, this setup with the Bastion and the Symmetra, something actually that, we saw the Spitfire extrapolate even further and try and use it on escort maps like Gibraltar, for example. But many teams have been testing it on control maps, and it's hard to predict. It's really hard to play around a team that could be anywhere at any time.
They got the turret behind them. They finally deal with it. New York kind of fortunate they got that percentage quite early, right? Because this would be a dominant performance here for the Gladiators. Map number 1, just holding on. You'll have that Captain's Son here and an Amp Matrix to work with. You just can't seem to really kind of catch the Gladiators off.
Ah, yes. Creative. for some time. Are you thirsty? Cal going to be caught by that debuff. It's playing under that immortality field here. Just shooting back at Creative.
One-on-one.
Yes, eventually the debuff expires.
Wait, hold on. We got a kill with the artillery here. Is you'll be able to work yourself back in.
There's no healing.
Astro's the only source of healing here, though, at the moment.
And he just rejoined the rest of the Glad, so they're not in a position to retake right now.
Simwall can split off this Amp Matrix that's going to come in, right? I think OG Amp Matrixes, you can kind of like Simwall to, prevent any like real serious damage going down through it.
Early regen burst there from Cal. I think they got hit by a rail shot from Creative. This Symmetra wall pretty scary. Like I said, Amp Matrix will outlast it here. So much damage enough to probably break the wall organically. But here comes Kempster teleporting once more into the face of New York. And Fitz has been finding a kill here and there on virtue of using this high ground effectively, but that's been all. Now going for the tack visor here. But what target? There's a shield in the way.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see how much damage that Bastion Grenade does. It took out Kellen a little bit earlier. That's going to be a sound barrier, so Funny Astro and the crew can get quite aggressive as they push Kellen back. Is going to have a shatter coming into this next fight to potentially finish it off for the Gladiators.
Fitz was looking dangerous on the off angle there, Matt, but there's an immortality field available. Cal just throws that down. Funny Astro doesn't have to fear any longer. Javelin there, catching Kempster. He'll be a little bit late to the party here as the shatter catches both backliners, Matt. Yep, the follow-up hard to pass by that Orisa. But again, New York not in a great position to contest. They are very split if they want to be able to flip the point back, which they do.
Does flip. Yeah, the spear spin actually knocked Kellen off course of actually trying to go back and kill both of those supports that he actually hit with that shatter. But the players that looked like they just doubled back to go touch, that was creative. He'll end up falling. But New York's still in the fight.
Yeah, Terror Surge this time, a different kind of blender to put the Glads in. Immortality field to keep Kellen standing. Very durable body here. There's nothing the Glads can do in this fight.
So, man, this has been an all over the place round of control. As now you have Psycho back over to Tracer. So Tracer 76 with the Illari background line. Like, it doesn't really seem like it makes a ton of sense, but at this point, just kind of throwing everything at it for New York is TP up to the high ground. You know that that's out. Now you may feel a little bit better about using the Captain Sun, but Fitz just gets deleted.
Yeah, I think he got a sticky grenade plopped on him there, so there was no escape. Kempster was dialed in looking for that target. Here comes the Bastion ultimate. Now 10-4 Ramadaki. Kellen flattened by that. And there's not much left here for New York. It's OG playing from the high ground to look on as the map slips between their fingers.
The Gladiators, I think that's look, you see Funny Astro smiling. When was the last time we've seen this Gladiators team look relieved, look like they kind of were having fun in the server, right? I think to see them get map number 1, but also looks like their kind of spirits are quite high. That's a good sign. I also think another good sign for the Gladiators is New York looked like they just had kind of no idea really kind of how to battle this, right? They looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, it feels good for the Glads to be rejuvenated coming into this. For the New York Excelsior, it feels like they've been dropped into a strange isekai world and have no idea whether their powers work here or not. Yeah, awkward. It's going to take at least 5 episodes before they find out where they are. I'll watch it anyway. Don't worry about it.
Psycho was so good on the Tracer, right? That like now not having that, like what does he decide to play, right? I don't think the Reaper really worked out. And then I think the Gladiators, they looked really good, Mitch, here when they were able to use these TPs and just collapse right on top of Fitz. He was not able to get anything done on the Soldier.
Yeah, again, I mean, even without a dive composition, you can use the sim to give you that gap close, even with the immobile frontliner. And the Glads showing some aggression, showing some fire and some hunger, which is crucial at this stage of the season. Stick around for more from this series between Los Angeles and New York.
through, but now Shotgun's
fighting Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here.
Wow.
Just kind of getting bullied. Oh,
yeah,
that was a good shot.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field, Nano's in just to keep him alive.
All right, the Gladiators take back to the field after a brutal last couple of months and show us more than just some signs of life, but maybe a flash of inspiration, something to get excited about, just like Matt was getting excited watching those old frags on their little highlight intro video there. Really, Matt, we've seen that.
The one Marvel on the Sigma with gesture on the other tank in the little 6v6 action.
Now, how many times have we seen Yaki one clip that guy on Hanamura, like in 6v6? A billion times. But we haven't seen before, or at least it feels like we've never seen it. The Gladiators start a series on the right foot and look dominant doing so. We've got some switch ups here. Fitz, now what are you up to, huh?
I mean, Fitz got a foot injury there. He's got some crutches behind. We'll have to get intel there, but he's switching over to support here. You're going to have Shockwave come in. So we've seen them do this. It feels like they haven't done it in a while. Have Fitz kind of play that support role, looking for maybe like, double flex support. So we'll see kind of how they divvy up that, like this creative play the Baptiste, and maybe if we get Fitz on the Illari, that hero can just pump out so much damage. Said like it makes sense that a damage dealer at this point, damage dealers probably want to play it, right? Hey, throw the pylon out there and just start shooting, right? So we'll see how New York divvies up that support role, and then see what Shockwave decides to play.
Yeah, it reminds me of when like the quad tank meta was around back in 6v6. It was all because like Ana was so strong on release, and this particular player from NIP was a DPS player, but they wanted to play Ana. So they just dropped a DPS and played 4 tanks. Yeah, good times. Shout out to Zappers. I think he's a lawyer or something nowadays. Good on you, homie. Get that bag.
So yeah, Fitz will play Illari here on defense. It'll be New York Psycho playing the Torb. So really just kind of swapping out. I mean, we know Shockwave is a fantastic hit scan player, right? Just swapping out one of your hit scan players to support to end up taking on that role, and then having Shockwave come on in off the bench. But Gladiators don't need to make any changes. We'll see what they decide to play here on offense.
I guess there's it's a pretty deep support line on New York. If you count Fitz, it's 4 players, right? OG, Anion, Creative, Fitz.
So wait, you're just counting Fitz as a support, like?
Well, I mean, I may as well now. I mean, to be fair, the only reason I pointed out is because you think they have sufficient depth without Fitz to have like a double flex support, like play without moving him off DPS. But because you also have a deep DPS roster, you could be interchangeable here, I guess.
So they'll play the Zarya as well. So we saw this in our previous series with the Justice. It didn't really work out well for them, but they'll play the Zarya. This allows you to kind of bubble up Kepster, let Kepster get pretty aggressive.
Good poke here from Fitz. Starting to understand why there's a switch for him from DPS to support. The Illari, every aimer's dream. Still need to do some healing at some point though, Fitz, just putting it out there. We saw Fitz on the Ana at some point, right? So it's not the first time New York have like rotated Fitz into play double flex.
No, but I mean, Marvel gets a good amount of charge here at the start, right? So maybe you can make something out of this here if you're the Glads, right? Get Kai healed up. Now you have that nano boost. You're gonna have sound barrier here already.
All right, you are
charge. I mean, look at this.
Interesting there, like Marvel just backs off of Shockwave, wants to actually be a force on the point, trying to capture it here. Fitz though, here he comes. Capture Sun. Graham gonna get brought down first though, that's a problem. Kellen very low as well, and that healing from Fitz is not enough now. As the only support alive, it's gonna be New York backing off the point entirely. And Nano Zarya coming at you. That's a scary prospect.
I mean, Nano Zarya with like almost 100 charge, and they have sound barrier as well. And guess what? They end up, you're not going to end up earning them here during the first part of this map, but you're going to have a Grav plus a Blade going in with Tac Vice, right? Coming in here soon. So you have a lot of good ultimates to keep this cart moving for the Gladiators.
Kevs are really pushing up here, playing that staircase now inside the castle alongside mistaken Funny Astro. He's played, he wants it. Oh, okay, yeah, all right, that was just the turret. Chill, Mitch. Attack visor came out from Shockwave, though. A little bit scary for Kevster, had to back down. Get the one, though.
What did your brain think happened in the moment? He reflected the healing back to somebody.
No, it was like, I thought he reflected the attack back at the soldier, you know. No, it didn't happen, didn't happen. Didn't happen. If you thought you saw me get the kill feed wrong, you didn't.
This healing pylon up on the high ground, I mean, this allows just Shockwave and Fitz to really just focus completely on damage. I do wonder here with this Zarya-based composition, I mean, look at Kevster, he eats a huge shot. Do you have the mobility necessary to be able to, like, make an impact on the high ground? Because I think if you just allow them to shoot from the high ground, it's going to be very difficult to move.
Yeah, you have to play the castle. Oh my goodness, this is getting scary. Multi-core thrown down. And all the Gladiators just retreating to the high ground. Is that retreating? That's what it was, even though it advances their position relative to the cart. Cart, by the way, long way back. Kai here now. Tactical visor, can't quite find the elimination though when Psycho's going to put him down. 4 players left here for the Gladiators. Fitz is in a pretty odd position for a defender here now. Sound barrier committed to the fight, but there's only 3 standing for the Glads, and Marvel died with Grab.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is like, what, 2-3 fights with Grab? I feel like eventually you're just going to get some use of it before maybe switching off. As Cal, they were moving the cart, they end up falling as Kevster's
what is going on?
But yeah, I mean, you're going to have to wait up here for Cal to get back into the fight. And then let's see what happens with this graph, right? I feel like if you're Marvel, you just kind of have to use it in any capacity to try and find a pick or 2 with it.
Yeah, who? I mean, Orisa can just walk out of it. So
right.
You probably don't want that. And that was the only real option I feel like the Clads had at the start of that fight. Who do you catch in? Everyone's so mobile. To the high ground we go with no charge. Such is the life. Marvel struck by the javelin here, but still able to form a decent front line and give a bubble. It gets full charge out of the bubble for Kevster, but that's not enough. Fitz, Captive Sun, catches Funny Astro, and that's the elimination for New York. They are staunchly holding this high ground.
Well, I mean, I really think, I mean, you have the Kiriko in the mix now, right? You just need to swap out the tank. I mean, you need like a Winston or something to access that high ground.
But Grab.
Well, I mean, well, when are we going to use it? Tomorrow?
Overwatch 3?
Yeah, I mean, come on now.
Don't get any ideas, dev team. Don't get any ideas. All right, well, yes, we are waiting for...
I'm not saying waste it, but be a little bit more, you know, liberal with its use, being the fact that you're just trying to maybe switch after.
Gets the blade, though. Hey, with a bubble, that means he can get in scot-free. Here comes the grab. It was,
There it is.
Well, it was an adornment on the map. Definitely featured as part of the terrain, less of an actual active, you know, participant in the fight.
I mean, where you're going now in terms of the car.
Wait, that's one letter away from a very Australian insult. There's no way that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I
that's the kind of... You hear that on the streets. You hear that on the streets in Geelong. Just saying.
The people that work in discipline, their eyes opened up there for a second.
All right, here we go. Attack by Kai. Shockwave. Blow to smithereens. Kevin, power block here. Staving off some of the damage, but not nearly enough as Kevster should be able to finish the job. Kelvin gets away, but hey, still won't be a factor here.
Here's going to be the part of the map where it benefits having the Zarya, right? Like, there's not that high ground. You can actually kind of keep this going here if you want. It was just getting stuck at that castle for a while. It just made it look so bad, but they're going to actually switch over to the Orisa, get a little bit more sturdiness, a little bit more survivability here going towards the end of the map.
Sturdy. That's what they're looking for. And again, I guess with the Zarya here, you guarantee yourself a decent amount of shield charge, but how do you get past the Orisa to the backline to get a good grab? We had that issue earlier already. Both teams really tend to brawl though, whether it's Zarya or Orisa. It's up front, close and personal, back and forth fighting.
Yeah, double support ult here for New York, so like, they're just kind of waiting for the Gladiators to get aggressive run around the corner, but they actually find Psycho, and he had a turbo.
On the Barbie now, he is though, absolutely steward. Catch the hero, okay, affected by that Sun, but deflects a heck of a lot of damage and then gets out after the fact. Sound barrier from Funny Astro couldn't have had better timing. That is perfect. Here come New York, though, trying to break out with this Molten Core. It's going to be Marvel getting felled by Shockwave. And now they're very split here. Kevs is deep behind enemy lines, being kept popped by Funny Astro, but his tack visor is scary. 4 seconds for deflect. That's a long wait against a ulting Soldier 76. And I think the Glads are going to get pulled down.
Yeah, I think Funny Astro and Kevster at that point just needed to die. I think that's what they were kind of aiming for there. So they end up falling there towards the end, but they got New York to use pretty much everything there. So coming back in this next fight, you're looking at a great opportunity for a Kevster Blade.
Rat cut. I'm still staggering. What is that about? I gotta know. 23 seconds left in the round.
He's talking about his haircut. He's got
he got a rat cut. Like a rat cut. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Not as fun, but fair enough. Turret set up here. Overload, that's scary. Kevster. Oh! Yeah, yes, he does. I know, he has none. Fitz having trouble tracking Funny Astro's movements here, but he is prolonging the inevitable now as we are out of time. In overtime now for the Gladiators here. Decent push, but they're going to want more. Oh, Kai absolutely slapped inside the tack visor. It's a 2-tap from your boy Fitz, and now we know why teams are putting their DPS players on the Illari.
I mean, he was just using the Torb turret as cover there, just kind of sat behind it, and you never get a use of that Dragon Blade there from the Gladiators. So although they get close to completing the map, I feel like they left a lot on the table in terms of potential progress.
Okay, look, decent push here. I think that the Zarya setup is really odd. You know, obviously, we're not so concerned in this current metagame about the mobility of your main tank. Even though, like, I think there'll be a ton of teams that will still try and play Winston on a map like this. We saw the Gladiators try and bully into the castle with the Zarya. Get value by bubbling Kevster, allow him to play a little bit more aggressively. We see instant, like, 40 charge on Marvel when that happens. But...
yeah, it just doesn't end up kind of paying off, right?
Well, yeah, and then like for holding the grab, I understand we need to find a productive situation to use the grab in and not just using it on an Orisa. Eventually it just got kind of wasted anyway. Here's this Captive Sun from Fitz. What a catch.
That's nice. I mean, look, you see everybody running up towards that high ground. Just chuck the blast radius is pretty generous, so just kind of chuck it in there.
Yeah, nicely played there. And again, yeah, with so many people caught, so obvious that they are hit by that debuff. And I think he probably realized Funny Astro will be able to clamber back out of the pit just by wall riding. So the priority there, and also I like the use of the outburst just to make sure that he can get back onto the high ground. Shockwave. No?
In the head-to-head, in terms of like these two compositions, who would you currently favor off of what we've seen this far?
I favor, well, with Shockwave changes it. So I would have favored the Gladiators based on map 1, but I think Shockwave changes the maps a lot. And it's a tough one for me. I think I prefer New York. Having Shockwave at Soldier, and now Fitz able to play the Illari, and it's been effective as he has been. Capital's going to take a crack at it as well.
It doesn't seem like with the Illari, right? Like you need to be as like it seems like the benefits of it are mostly the ease of healing plus the damage, right? So if you have a DPS player who plays like hit scan and you have an extra one on the roster, I don't know if it would take them forever to kind of get down the healing pattern of the hero, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, it's very clear to see that Illari is really only suitable in like a close quarters setup, right? The kind of comps you'd want to play Moira in quite often. Oh, okay. Oh, the Captive Sun to get back up on the high ground. That is
they do a nice job of kiting they kite that amp matrix up pretty well though.
Oh, a couple players did get hit by that there, but Funny Astro is able to stave off the detonation of the debuff by playing inside that immortality field. Here comes Cal. They're able to find a nice connection onto Creative here, eventually brought down by Shockwave. 2 ticks and change here for New York as Marvel trying to get them out of the situation, but it is brought down by Psycho inside that Terror Surge.
Yes, New York makes fairly quick work here of point number 1. Let's see if they struggle though with the same type of thing. I think maybe with the Orisa it's a little bit easier to access the high ground because she can start moving pretty quick. You know, when she's spinning that spear, so maybe you can actually kind of access that. You block damage plus get the movement speed. to make a play for that high ground, because I feel like that's what really hurt the Gladiators.
Both teams have those tac visors available. How do New York get value from Terror Surge here? Maybe much the same approach as we saw from the Gladiators. Try and transition through the castle to the upper level and take the brawl there. Cal switching off the Ilari. Back on the Ana here.
Let's see. We got a tac visor here.
Fitz did it again. Yeah, look, as the attacker, I guess, like, you're waiting for some degree of commitment from the Gladiators before the... Okay, buddy boy. All right, Bucko. Kai there as well gets 2-tapped, I think, again by Fitz. So Fitz really showing up here.
Well, dude, I mean, we talked a little bit about it, like, you know, we were off camera, like, just how much damage that you can do, and you put a player like Fitz, who, you know, any of those squishies, you can, like, I mean, you're looking at the roster, right? You're looking at, like, 4 players that Fitz can, like, 2-tap and, you know, really just kind of kill on his own with a little bit of extra damage. I mean, look at the damage just as a Kai.
Well, I think what's so crazy about Captive Sun, Matt, is that you still can fly after you fire the projectile. That is absolutely bonkers. So your ability to follow up on that debuff is heightened by that incredible mobility you get. That's a huge spear. Kai was hoping to contest here. New York almost get there in time. It's a javelin spin, and Funny Astro now going to hide behind the cart to try and stay alive. But Cal, everything dependable. They're playing from the high ground here on this Ana. The healing's coming in thick and fast, and New York don't have the bandwidth to turn and deal with them.
Dude, I thought when Kellen speared Kevster against the wall, I thought they were just going to roll it on in, but he had to move a little bit further away, so he wasn't able to kind of keep the cart rolling himself, and nobody there to really kind of help in time. Where, man, they almost snuck that one in. That would have been huge for New York.
Yeah, it could have been a map-winning javelin from Kellen there. Kai was intercepted on his way through. Okay, played up in this fight. Sound barrier as well for the Gladiators. It's an old that, of course, New York do not have access to this matchup. Here it comes. Oh, that's a scary looking Torp. It's going to be an immortality field thrown down, but Kev is able to deal with that. Kai is the one that removes it. And that'll be 2 for Kev. Looking very much rejuvenated.
Oh yeah, when you know, he can play on the Genji, have a little bit more freedom, right? Compared to the kind of compositions they were forced to play. Also, like, having Kai in the game, right, where, you know, Kevster and Yaki, like, both kind of playing sometimes, like, off on their own. Like, it just seemed like the it just seemed like
look,
the synergy just wasn't
the Tracer
there,
Sombra
right?
from Kev Yaki was not his. Kev could not do more, right? So you know who I'm talking about there, unfortunately. Yaki struggled quite often. And someone played, he played alongside BQB. He was the Sombra on Yaki's sort of previous team, so, you know, didn't have to take that role. Okay, let's look at each other and show how we lead the marching band, say Kellen and Marvel. Shockwave just, don't know what happened there, got caught in a maelstrom. And it will be Marvel succeeding here. The Gladiators able to hold off New York Excelsior once more. And we're only down to about a minute left in the round here.
Yeah, now Shockwave over to Tracer. I think a little bit of a panic kind of setting in here for New York is maybe like with the Tracer, you can go put a little bit of pressure on the cart, back them up a little bit, because I mean they've been getting so aggressive. You know, the Gladiators like off the top of the castle, right on top of New York, and they've had no way to kind of fight back.
So who does Tracer eliminate here? There's not a lot of easy targets. Kai self-heals, Kevster says no. Perhaps Cal, but they've been able to handle themselves just fine in Tracer metas. Okay, interesting. Kevster was affected there by the Captain Sun debuff, but is able to dash away and find Psycho at the other end of that journey.
But still, it's going to be the Gladiators coming out on top. I mean, you get one, right? But still, I mean, you know, Cal with the nano boots there. Now Kevster's going to have a blade. So what do you do here? I mean, Kellen's over to Doom. This is just full desperation.
Yeah, nothing but. Just that mobility to get back to the fight as soon as possible. But you lose out on all of the upside that Orisa offers you here. New York don't care. They just want to try and touch. They can't. Not a chance. New York pulling up a little too short here. And of course, it has to be dubbed a C9 as tradition dictates. But a 2-0 lead here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. They have been here before, however. They've been here before.
They have, but I think, though, it has been under different circumstances where you're kind of like eking out these wins. But New York just seems like still kind of like searching for ways to, you know, make different things work. It seems like the spot they're most uncomfortable with is probably like in the DPS. Like, you're playing Soldier Torb, and then you have to like move over a Tracer. We saw Reaper in map number 1. It seems like that's kind of the spot that's a little bit uneasy for the Gladiators. That's the spot that, you know, with the new meta kind of like sorts itself out pretty easily, right? Bring in Kai, he plays hit scan, Kepster plays everything else.
5 and 9 are the Los Angeles Gladiators, and if you're familiar with the document in question, it's a very complex system of events that have to occur for the Glads to qualify. However, from here on out, they put their head down and they try and win every game they possibly can. So far, they've done very well controlling their destiny, with a strong showing so far against New York. I've got to say, though, the Illari for Fitz, it looks really, really clean. Being able to bring Shockwave in and have a very solid, very strong hit scan option while Fitz goes and has a ton of fun on our newest support. It's a good look for New York. Unfortunately, though, still not enough here.
Yeah, and now go over to Flashpoint, like with how good the Gladiators have been, like playing quite aggressive with this Genji and, you know, funny Astro and the Lucio, right, on a map and mode like Flashpoint with New Junk City coming up, like speeding them around. Exactly, do this same thing for New York, right? You're gonna probably have to bring in OG if you want some Lucio because the maps are so big.
Yeah, great point. New Junk City looms, our Flashpoint map for this series. Well, it's one that New York must win, so stick around. Let's see if the Excelsior got that dog in them or if it's going to be a one-sided affair today.
me see you drop. Hustle, baby, we hustle, but the oh my.
New York Excelsior now need to dig deep to stay alive in this series against a resurgent, a rested Los Angeles Gladiators who found themselves a comfortable home amongst what seems to be this new metagame.
Yeah, and we see subs here for New York. So, right, Fitz going back over and playing DPS. We just saw him on the alert. And OG coming in here for New York, because you're going to want a Lucio here for Flashpoint.
No doubt about it, but this was Fitz's showing on Illari on Eichenwalder. I mean, pretty good. These are
support,
not
by the way.
These are not per 10 stats, of course. So, you know, per 10 is, you know, doesn't look quite as incredible, but still really strong showing here. Again, equally high damage and healing here. Generally, probably filling the role more of an off healer, I'd say, at times, especially with the turret being toned down somewhat. It can be hard to just get bulk value from it. But alongside of Baptiste, I mean, you have everything you want. You have that excellent damage, that hybrid nature Illari offers you, plus Immortality Field, a lot of healing from the Baptiste. Fitz is the right man for the job when it comes to switching to support, picking up this new hero.
Yeah, as I think you see that if you put it in the hands of like somebody who's obviously a very talented hit scan player, what you can actually do with that hero. Where I think, no, maybe if it wasn't so late in the season, we would see other teams like really go after it and experiment with, you know, that. Like maybe there's a hit scan player laying around that can actually just pick that up, play it. But for now, I think most teams kind of sticking with their supports, picking up that role.
New Junk City on the docket. Once more, we saw it in the previous series. Pretty fast-paced, fairly frenetic. The Atlanta Reign dropping one of those points, but able to fight back pretty comfortably here. It's an interesting map, and each of our flashpoints offers a pretty different context in which to take engagement. So, curious to see what these compositions look like, right? Hypermobility definitely seems to be very desirable when it comes to this map.
Oh, I think all Flashpoint maps, right? I think if you don't have that mobility, right, you potentially lose out on a few fights, which could definitely severely impact, you know, winning a point or two, right? So I think Lucio gives everybody speed, right? The same with you know, Symmetra in a way, right? With the TP, like just mobility, being able to kind of get around. So I think those types of heroes are going to be like crucial to compositions on these maps.
Bomb flats on your screen, which we did not get to see in that previous series. Of course, as is often the case here, we'll have our teams out with Lucio. Okay, we do actually, interesting, we do have very different compositions here, Matt. Very different. Only the Lucio is the point of commonality.
Yeah, is you know, the Kala actually, they'll pick up the role here of the Illari. Is I feel like this is going to be tough for the Gladiators, right? I mean, in theory, it should, right? You know, just, I mean, for the New York, right? Going with that Genji in that Winston right into that Torb is going to be brutal.
Yeah, Psycho there absolutely dominated at the start of that fight. I'm pretty sure it was a shot from Cal there that started the party off. And if I was able to finish the job, crowd goes wild as the arena will be claimed by the Gladiators early.
And now if you're New York, do you consider swapping? I mean, your entire plan here is to like dive right into what you're gonna send Psycho face first into Torbjorn 76 Illari. I mean, it just feels like a pretty brutal stuff to try and force your way in.
Yeah, can't feel like a good strategy right now, especially after the way that fight started. The New York Excelsior were on the back foot for the entire time. The Gladiators more than happy to take the space that they had occupied. Another Javelin catches Fitz here, but no opportunity to follow up on it from the rest of the Gladiators. Healing Pylon will be placed down, but the Glad's going to push past it here. Oh, Cal. Nicely done. OG caught, and that is going to be it for New York. How do you come back from this?
You can't fight this if you're New York. Like you know, you can't just dive face first into this. And even if the Gladiators start running you like this, you know, Captive Sun couch flying around the map.
It's
got a brutal first point.
So, Arena captured pretty comfortably here, of course, by the Gladiators, as New York have an issue with their composition that may be less of a problem on some of the other stages. We're actually headed off to Refinery next here, so much more of an open area to play through. Maybe you can work this Winston and this Genji.
I don't believe you can. Just don't believe you can. I actually think that, like, with how strong Torb and with the Illari, like, healing pylon is, and then also 76, like, even, you know, he's got a little healing station out there. I just think it's really difficult. I mean, maybe now, right, Kitsune rush trade, but still, yeah, it's just so much hits that you're gonna cost.
Kellen's got owned. Just absolutely owned. Cal finished the job there. The Molten Core was a big problem. A great response to Kitsune Rush because it's pretty obvious where your opponents are coming from. And while the refinery point itself might be wide open, the routes to it are still chokes. And the Gladiators are just going to play from them.
The Gladiators also don't even mind that it's open. I think if you're the Gladiators, it's almost better if it's open, right? There's just more pathways that they're going to take damage coming on in to try and make a play. Maybe here's where you do it, right? Sound barrier plus blade, but the funny Astro's got his sound barrier on the other side.
Okay, Doomfist for Kellen. See the attack visor here from Fitz, but who the heck is he looking for?
They just dropped out.
Yep, quite easily. Just go down the middle hole, you'll be fine. You can circle around. It's much like University Oasis. Kai has to run though. Here's a blade coming in. All of these ultimates are coming out from New York, and they've only found the one kill thus far. Marvel surges ahead though. He's looking to team up with Kepster and deal some damage. It's going to be Fitz brought down. That healing turret, by the way, still there. Still healing. Still turreting. The whole time. No worries. It's going to be another flashpoint here for the Glads. Another comfortable take.
What do you think about them committing to this Doom Genji at this point?
Well, I think New York are probably locked into their protocols at this point. Honestly, I think they are saying we have to sort of commit to the setup. We're headed to Ducks here for our last point. So, look, having the verticality is nice. You can do something with a high ground. It's a little harder, I suppose, for Arisha to control the space effectively. But I don't even know if that's the main issue.
Well, the Torb is gone, so Kepster is over to the Sombra now. Can really make Kellen's life really difficult. And you may not even need the extra damage, right? I mean, because you have Cal.
Oh, my God. So the Javelin spin just juggles Kellen over and over again. And we just see Cal take shot after shot at the Doomfist, blowing him up pretty much straight away. New York are not ready for this at all. They are unprepared to play the Gladiators on this map.
I mean, I just think it's like a really, like, with what we've seen from New York here, like running into the composition that the Gladiators are running, I think it's just a really bad comp. Like, you know, they played them close pretty, you know, much to the other parts of the series. I think it's just a really bad composition in terms of what they're doing currently.
Meteor striking a Soldier 76 tells you that Kellen doesn't have many good options, because that guy just be turning tail and getting his booty out of there. Kellen hacked out in the open, forced to try and drop down to the point, but New York haven't really got to the stage of capturing yet. Kellen gets rid of the healing pile on the high ground at least, but Cal has mobility in the form of this captive sun. He's going to let it go straight to the high ground here. Immediately going to be cleansed by Creative. It's a good response, but it doesn't cleanse it off OG, who gets blown up by Cal as he gets that damage threshold. Now the healing pylon thrown down, and how do you get rid of Cal? They are still alive. Finally, Kellen brings them down, and finally New York flip it back.
Yeah, the only thing I actually feel is that the Gladiators should just stayed on the Torb. I don't even think there's a reason to even bring in the Sombra, but Kepster back in the mix is getting a little bit more brawly. You still have Kai here at the choke, so Kai and Marvel, along with Kepster, able to build up towards those ultimates in this fight. So OG, like, if you end up popping Tac Visor, they end up using Sound Barrier, you're gonna have an EMP to just wipe all that off.
Okay, Kepster looking for the setup here. Let's throw it back a little bit. The EMP catches Kellen and Psycho. Man, you can't ask for much more than that. And the conversion on that EMP is perfect. Man,
I can just sit from the high ground. He can just sit from the high ground with that healing pylon right next to him. He's got no worries. Oh,
okay, back it up. Back it up. Starting to head home here, 95% and counting for the Los Angeles Gladiators, who turn up out of nowhere, couple weeks practice, and deliver a crushing sweep. Fitz just wants to rip those buds out of his ears. He doesn't want to hear about it anymore. New York completely and utterly annihilated in this series. They get embarrassed.
Just, I think, bad, like, comp choices, I think, for New York, where the Gladiators, I think, took advantage of that playing some things we've seen teams do so far that has been successful. So big ups to Gladiators. They get off that big losing streak in a huge way, getting a 3-0, right? It's important for them to get wins, but important for them to also get blowouts, specifically to try and kind of like help their map differential. But big win here today. I really like their look with Kai and Kevstern.
Yeah. Great start here for the Gladiators. Of course, their pathway of cope so far is intact. This is what they needed to do. It's a great time to mention that map differential, I think, is that something that many people are going to be zeroing in on for this team. And if they look remotely as good in the next couple of matches, well, it's all on the table for this team.
I also don't know if many people will play like Genji Doom into the Torb 76 Solari. I don't think many people will opt for that. So I think there will definitely be some tougher challenges on the way.
So you don't look mad, but I know you're mad inside. You're like a little mad.
I am. Like, I just like that just tilted me for a period of time. That I think. Well, it's just kind of a little bit of like a microcosm of like what went wrong. Like New York stayed on that Zarya for so long and was never able to break high ground, and they were just staying on it because like, oh, we're gonna get a grab eventually, right? And then they kind of stayed on that comp because they were like, oh, we're gonna have Blade, like we may as well. But they ended up giving up like 5 fights. The Blade didn't really kind of amount to anything, and then they just kind of like just lose. I mean, it's just rough.
You're the meme of the crying guy with the poker face mask on right now, for sure. Let's talk player to match here for your Los Angeles Gladiators. Looking pretty hot in Kevster. Someone who, regardless of the fortunes of the Gladiators this year, has been performing at the highest level. Today it was a whole host of different picks. We saw the Bastion here to start him off. With the Symmetra, it's a scary prospect as this guy comes flying at you like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, and I just think like you see, obviously the Kevster we know is still there, right? He's had some tremendous series, even in the ones that they've ended up losing. But I think when he can kind of be that the DPS player they build around, right, as opposed to maybe trying to like have whether it's like Yaki take like up a little bit more of a carry role, or like Kai, right? Like Kai can slot in, play that hit scan, and just kind of work around Kevster and let him play all the different things he's good at, right? Really good series on the Genji. We saw some Sombra towards the end, Bastion, Torb, right? We saw a lot of different things from Kevster today, and that's his like biggest strength, right? Is to be able to play so many of these different heroes at a really high level.
12/10. That is absolutely sick stuff on the Genji there from Kevster. Great showing here from the Los Angeles Gladiators. We were much more impressed with how they synergized with Marvel, who seems to have found his spot on this team. A great time to bounce back, and I'm curious to hear the discussion on the desk because it obviously, I think at best it was like a 3-2 Glads vote here. Very curious to see what our experts have to say about that matchup and what it means for the future for this Gladiators roster. So stick around for all that and more in our post show.
Welcome back one last time here for the Watchpoint post show. Gladiators won, and Danny certainly is acting like he was the sixth
Gladiators are so bad. Let's go.
Hey, it's not like I didn't want them to win.
Yeah, I know.
Just because I didn't predict them, and it was fair game, Like
and all the people watching at home, well, what, 68%?
68, yeah.
Like, sheesh.
Terribly wrong.
Us 30-something%, we won, guys. We did it. Great job.
You guys literally are acting like you were playing, which you did not. You're like the soccer fans I hate on my team. Fine. You guys are still behind me in predictions.
I'm proud that Kevster went so lights out this game.
Oh, yeah.
Player of the match, super obviously player of the match. I don't think there was anyone in contention for that but him.
And seeing him on that Genji, a hero which he made a name for himself on, right? So seeing him back on such a comfort pick and seeing the team excelling around it, that was really great to see. However, there were a lot of bright spots, of course, on the other side for the New York Excelsior as well. And now both of those teams are even in scorelines in the standings, and Gladiators keeping themselves alive with a chance at play-ins, which is huge for them.
Yeah, now I feel like if you're New York, you're starting to worry like, oh crap, like New York is that team who really is under threat now, not making the plans, and which should be a real shame after the resurgence they've had in the back half of the season. But Gladiators, although they've had a brutal loss streak, they got a lot more wins right off the rip in the season. Dante, having great performances, but now it finally feels like they're gelling together. That maybe the last patch wasn't it for them. They needed that mental reset. this new squad together in this new meta. They look amazing. Everybody's playing well. Kai back into his comfort zone. You know, Kai, I think he's a player who struggled in the first half of the season. It's like a Tracer Sombra pretty much the whole time meta. It's going to be really rough for a player like Kai, who's sure he can play Tracer and Sombra, but not at like the very, very top tier level. But when he's on these core hit scans, you see why he's in the Overwatch League. I mean, he's just an absolute monster on the hit scan. So much individual impact from him this series.
I think Los Angeles Gladiators definitely deserved the win, but like you said, Zoe, I think it wasn't all doom and gloom for New York Excelsior. Like, Fitz, I think, had a fantastic game. I think he tried super hard to like carry the team, but it just wasn't enough. But I think just him being able to now flex onto the support to play the Iliari, I think is a big plus for the New York Excelsior moving forward as well.
Absolutely. No, it's been great showings from both of those teams. Interested to see how far they can take it and which one of them will be qualifying themselves for the play-in. So it's still everything on the line for both teams. And as you said, you know, Gladiators did not look like they're feeling pressure here. Not back against the wall. They made it look easier, at least they seem to be at ease. They came in with a game plan, and clearly they have a very good grasp of the current meta, and that's what we did not see in the last meta. They just seemed lost. There was no game plan, and we didn't really have an answer for how they can fix it or turn it around. Now we see them playing to their strength, so that is a great sign for the Gladiators moving forward. 3-0, the victory, and one of the players who really wanted a W, I'm sure, for the Gladiators has to be Marvel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think Marvel was a player who joined, and honestly, you know what, I'm not gonna talk about it, I'm just gonna ask him, because I was gonna say, like, you know, he joined the team and he hasn't gotten a win, and he finally got his...
And a beautiful one.
And a beautiful one at that. So with that being said, for the post-match interview, we got Marvel from Gladiators. Marvel, big congratulations on getting that win. And I was just saying this right now, you know, this was your first win after joining the Gladiators. So tell me how you feel. 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 너무 축하드리면서 마블 선수 너무 오랜만이고 또 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 아무래도 글래디에 들어온 다음에 좀 계속 연패를 하시다가 오늘 처음으로 글래디의 이렇게 첫 승을 가져오시게 되셨는데 좀 어떠신가요? 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
정말 간절했던 1승이었고 이제까지 이길 기회가 되게 많았는데 그런 걸 다 놓쳐서 좀 아쉬웠는데 그래도 오늘 이겨가지고 다행인 것 같아요.
I mean, I really wanted. It was a much-needed win. There were a lot of times that where we had the chance to get the win, but it just sort of fell off, or like it just fell out of our grasp. So we really needed this, and it really feels good to get this win finally. So I do also want to ask you, Marvel, what do you think was the biggest problem during your losing streak? And now with the new meta, are you guys feeling more confident now? 자, 일단 다음 질문으로 또 오늘 또 승리도 하셨지만 아무래도 연패에 대해서 살짝만 물어보고 싶어요. 마블 선수가 보셨을 때 연패의 좀 이유가, 제일 큰 이유가 뭐였는지, 그리고 또 이제 새로운 메타에 들어왔기 때문에 조금 더 자신감이 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단은 저희가 이제까지 좀 졌던 제일 큰 이유는 언어라고 생각을 하는데 그게 시간이 점점 지나면서 많이 회복이 돼서 오늘 좀 좋은 결과로 나온 것 같고, 그리고 새로운 메타에 대해서는 뭔가 다들 금방금방 잘 적응해가지고 좀 다행인 것 같아요.
Alright. So I think the biggest factor for our losing streak was the language barrier. But I think as we played more games and as time progressed, I think we were slowly getting better at that. And I think for the new meta, I think we just got used to it very quickly. And I think that's how it sort of transitioned into the win. I also want to say, I was hearing a lot of laughter in the back. What was that? 자, 그리고 마지막 가시기 전에 뒤에서 굉장히 지금 큰 웃음소리가 들렸는데 좀 뭐였는지 아시나요?
이제 밖에서 재밌는 얘기를 하고 있는 것 같아요.
Right, Marvel says that they're talking about something very fun. So I don't want you to miss out on that, Marvel. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 빨리 가셔서 조인을 해주세요. 네, 감사합니다.
Bye bye.
Goodbye. Thank you so much for joining.
Someone's laughing like a demon out there.
Someone having the time of their lives.
As they should be, though.
Breaking
A lost streak is one of the best times. It's like,
how do you
you've
think
got
they're
to
going to celebrate?
Keep practicing. Win your next game and big play-ins.
Then honestly, yeah, I agree.
Meme where you like pop the champagne on like.
It's big congrats, of course, but I mean, I think right now Gladiators, You could be happy, but right now they need to focus more on the matches because they want to win at least one more match, right? To
I think they have a tough match coming up. Wasn't it like Florida or something, or Boston?
Boston, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was a rough one.
To be honest, the way Gladiators played today, I can see them beating a team like Boston, and I think Boston, they played an interesting comp this season, but they were very, like Atlanta, very, very committed on the dive style. And so even though those players are all super top tier, I don't have any worries about their individual capacity. It is a huge meta shift for a team like Boston. So I think Gladiators has to feel at least some hope in that match. I don't think it's impossible for them to win it.
Yeah, and we just got the voices in our heads confirming that it is indeed Boston, which will be their next opponent. So it might be an uphill battle, but today a good look, a good first glimpse. We haven't seen Boston play yet, of course, so we don't know how they adjusted to the meta and where they will take us. However, I want to take a look at today's scorelines to once more know exactly what went down. We have 4 matches. None of them in particular.
Go left
close.
team.
Go left team.
Go left team. Gladiators not letting us down. Valiant shouldn't have taken that map. Really kind of ruining it for everyone. But other than that, not huge surprises here. Except for me, of course, being wrong there in the last one. Is that what you're hearing? Is that what we're saying here? That's all right. I can be wrong and still enjoy and have a good time. And part of that is also just because some players' individual performances just made my day. And that's why I chose a particular gentleman for my best of the day. It's Fitz, who has 5 stars. With
5 stars?
5 stars. Fitz, 5 stars for sure.
Fitz,
just seeing him on Iari, it was a 5-star player.
He's an SSR character for sure. Limited banner.
Did they lose? Yeah. Was it incredible to watch? Absolutely. This hero is made for players like Fitz, and this was a highlight reel. This is basically. That should be his application kind of thing, like that for that hero. Like if you want to showcase that hero, I think it's a player like him you want to have in your reel.
If Fitz was on a gacha banner, then I would definitely pull for him. I will do all 160 guaranteed pulls.
I don't know what that means. But
sort of.
Oh, you gacha players, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Hello, gacha addicts in the chat.
I mean, at this point, I'm too afraid to ask, but I don't understand what the gacha, like, what is it? I just know that you spend a lot of money on something, and I haven't.
I used to, not anymore. I am reformed. But anyways.
I do not believe that.
Yeah. Proud of you. I lied. I didn't. I'm trying. But anyways, talking about reformment.
Yeah, that's a word, sure.
Crowley had a great 4K with the Terra Surge. We've been seeing a lot of Orisa play. I think this was a fantastic play from Crowley. Not only Crowley, but Lyra as well. I think it was Lyra who booped London Spitfire into the Terra Surge, and he got that 4K. Great.
Honestly, the Terra Surge is such a funny ult, but teams have gotten so good about playing around it. And just that, pulling everyone to the center, even for the first moment, is so valuable when you got all that follow-up coming in from your teammates. Really, really scary ultimate, and I think it'll be cool to see as teams innovate more with like pulling people off high grounds, things like that.
Very dramatic in slow-mo as well, so thanks a lot to the team capturing all that fantastic footage.
For me, you guys giving some love to the losers. I picked the winners today.
Okay,
baby. All right. I gotta get a double Ajax. I gotta get a double Ajax as the best of the day.
That is a treat.
He's waiting. Look at him. He's holding that punch. He knows it's coming. Goodbye. Good. Get it. Just get out of here. That's a beat down.
Another.
Ooh, and that would have been a huge one too. He would have had everybody just completely stuffed by Fearless. And one more. Rack. I feel bad for Rack on this one. Like, he didn't expect the Doom to be there. He thought he could beat and kill the Genji. That one's a little bit of a toughie. But hey, 2 Ajaxes, 1 map. Well played, Fearless. Well played.
That Fearless guy is pretty good.
Pretty good.
He's okay. He's good.
Pretty good.
And it was fun to see Doom thrown into the mix there. Like,
I'm a believer of the Doom. I think it has real potential in this meta, especially against stuff like Queen. That buff to Doom is like somewhat subtle, but I think it ends up being really significant. The slam is a crucial element of your kit. A lot of times it was kind of the skill that slows you down, holds you back. So I think the buffs are really, really nice for Doom.
And there's definitely a few teams who can pull that one out of the pocket, and that will be greatly beneficial for them. And hard because there's not so many teams who actually have that.
You need to have every player understand it really well, every player be an expert. Yeah.
So it's going to be super interesting moving forward. Now, I do want to take a look at what's coming up in the following days. We're starting with the East, that's right. They are currently in the knockouts already. These are the matches which are coming at you. Are there any clear favorites for you guys over in the Eastern region? Who's going to make it through the play-ins?
I feel like the Overwatch League teams probably. Maybe Dynasty is a little under threat with O2 Blast having some great performances, but Spark, Fuel, and Infernal really do feel like a clean top 3. I feel like this is a great meta for Fuel with players like you're gonna have Sparkle bringing out Genji, Hanbin on Orisa, Queen, Doom. Hanbin able to, I think, really shine in this meta. So honestly, I see Fuel as like a serious threat. You can also look at Infernal with like MN3 on the hit scan. I think is gonna just absolutely take over. I think those first 3 all teams, and then it's like Dynasty, a little bit scary looking at O2 Blast right now, but I still think Dynasty should be the favorite.
And over in the Western region, of course, we have more matches tomorrow as well. And honestly, I'm loving all of those, to be honest with you. First one, of course, Uprising Mayhem, 2 of our top teams going at each other. It's going to be
These
so
are big
interesting.
matches.
Yeah, and these are evenly matched as well. Defiant Titans. Yeah, the Battle for Canada, second time around. I think last time it was the Titans.
I'm pretty sure it was the Titans.
Was it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Don't quote me.
Yeah, don't quote us.
Quote Zoe.
But if she's right, then include him, obviously. But yeah, Defiant, rumors.
Yeah,
word on the street.
We've heard that
they are
not just resurgent, that they're top tier. They look like one of the strongest teams in this new meta, which should be no surprise thinking about their players. RuPaul, he mentioned Shermajed as being the best Iliari out there. I think Kaluj is insanely talented, especially on the highly mechanical tanks, able to leverage that. And then, Hydron, Spectre have been great. Openers, very consistent. So I think across the board, Toronto, it makes sense this is their meta, but I think this is so huge for them to be able to be resurgent. If they can actually turn those Scrimbucks, I don't know what the conversion ratio has at times been variable. But we'll have to actually find out.
Yeah, and we will find out tomorrow with great matches on the line, of course. Still a lot of shifts which can happen, especially in the top there. Still Boston Mayhem, both trying to get that direct route to the playoffs and not play the play-ins. So let's see how they will fare. For now, we're going to say good night and goodbye. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for once again lending us all the insight and then some. Joss, I don't know if you're still around, but thanks, I guess, for filling in. And we're going to see everyone
soon, Johnny.
Okay, Johnny. I hope you're doing okay. How are you, Johnny? Let us know.
Are you coming back next week?
Johnny, I hope you're asleep right now and not watching this.
He will be watching right now. I'm 100% sure.
He'll be watching no matter what. No matter what. All right, thanks, guys.
Bye, everyone.